Martial Peak Chapter 2191 to Chapter 2224. At this moment, even with Lu Yan's help, whether or not this furnace of extraordinary treasure pills could be refined was still uncertain. However, if it could really be refined, it would definitely greatly improve his alchemic Tao. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, all the herbs had been thrown into the pill furnace, so all that was left was for him to control the flame and adjust the spirit array so he could condense the pills. It was only at this moment that he took the time to quickly say, "I advise everyone not to have any ideas about that route." Although he had been busy performing alchemy just now, he had not given up on observing his surroundings. He clearly saw that many people showed interest in the route, but because he didn't know if he still needed it, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Oh, why is that?" Zhuangbu Fan heard this and asked curiously. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he explained, "This root is the origin of the extraordinary treasure lotus. If this root is left behind, perhaps within 100 years, another extraordinary treasure lotus will appear in the star boundary and be obtained by a fated person, but if it is picked, within 10,000 years, this spirit flower will no longer exist, and who knows when it will be born again." "Is there such a thing?" Lan Sun's eyes flashed brilliantly. Even with her knowledge and experience, she had never heard of such a rumor. "Just trust me," Yang Kai quickly said. "It has nothing to do with me." Wu Chang suddenly shouted, 10,000 years from now. Let the people 10,000 years from now deal with it. Since you don't need this root anymore, I'll take it away." "You dare?" Yang Kai shouted, turning his head and glaring at Wu Chang before stretching out his hand and placing it on top of the black jade furnace. When he did this, all the cultivators' complexions changed greatly as they stared at him nervously. They didn't know what he wanted to do. "If you dare to touch it, I will destroy this cauldron of pills right now." Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, his face extremely calm. Hey! Xiaoxing's mouth twitched as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "Brother Yang, do you really need to? It's just a root. If Brother Wu Chang wants to take it, just let him. There's no need to threaten us with these extraordinary treasure pills." He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. Why would he do something like this? Threatening Wu Chang with the extraordinary treasure pill. After all, his actions were not only a threat to Wu Chang, but also to everyone else present. The slightest mistake would incur the wrath of the masses. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and said, "Who dares to come within 10 meters of that root? I destroyed the solution at once. I'm not joking." As soon as he said this, Wu Chang didn't dare to move anymore. Although this root also looked extraordinary, it was definitely not as good as the extraordinary treasure pill. If he angered Yang Kai because of this, the gains would not make up for the losses. "Wu Chang, calm down." Xiaochen was also taken aback and quickly shouted to Wu Chang. Wu Chang paused in place, stared coldly at Yang Kai, and spat out, "You dare threaten me? I'm not threatening you." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said leisurely, "I just want to leave some hope for future generations." To the side. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. "I heard that when most alchemists collect rare spirit herbs, they don't kill them all. Instead, they leave a glimmer of hope for those spirit herbs. They never collect those spirit herbs that are not mature. I had some doubts about this at first, but now it seems that this is true." Yang Kai nodded. "Predecessors plant trees while future generations enjoy the shade. For us to be able to encounter this extraordinary treasure lotus today, who knows if it was not an opportunity left behind by some powerful master 100 years ago. Others have left us hope, so we can't be too ruthless, otherwise, it will damage the cycle of the heavenly way." As soon as this statement came out, Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up as a thoughtful look appeared on her face. "Besides," Yang Kai continued, "this root doesn't have the magical effects of the extraordinary treasure lotus, it only has the ability to temper one's source qi and spiritual energy. All the essence of the extraordinary treasure lotus is now in the pill furnace. Brother Wu Chang, are you sure you want this root and not the extraordinary treasure pill?" Wu Chang's face went pale. In fact, when he heard Yang Kai say that this root was not of much use, he had no intention of picking it up, but in front of everyone's eyes, he had no way to back down, so he could only stand there with a sullen expression on his face. Just as they were talking, the root suddenly trembled and turned into a colorful light. It disappeared from everyone's sight as if it had never appeared in the first place. This? Xiaochen was dumbfounded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Good, now that this root is gone, let's see who can find it." After a pause, he added, "Right, if this root was picked before the spirit flower matured, the extraordinary treasure lotus would also end up like this." Hearing this, many people suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, secretly rejoicing that there was someone here who knew what was good for them. Otherwise, if they had tried to pick it before it matured, it would have been like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Turning his head, Yang Kai continued to focus on controlling the flame and inscribing the spirit array. Wu Chong stood in place awkwardly for a while before coldly snorting, a fierce look appearing on his face, as if he was thinking of something. Gulyalu, the black jade furnace continued to rumble. As time passed, more and more people became anxious. As their gazes drifted and intersected with each other, a strange and complicated atmosphere gradually spread out on the peak of the mountain. It seemed that everyone was waiting for the moment when the extraordinary treasure pill matured, and once that happened, the situation would spiral out of control. Yang Kai was also well aware of this, but he still remained calm and focused on alchemy. At a certain moment, his expression turned solemn as he poured all of his source qi into the black jade cauldron. At the same time, he stood up and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Energy visible to the naked eye turned into clear runes and disappeared into the black jade cauldron. "It's time to collect the pills." It was unknown who called out in a low voice, but the scene suddenly became dignified as everyone's breathing became louder and more excited. This was the final step of alchemy. If it was handled well, this furnace of spirit pills would be considered a success, but if it wasn't, all the previous efforts would be in vain. Yang Kai's hands danced like butterflies, his expression solemn as large drops of sweat flowed down his forehead. It was as if he had just been fished out of water, his clothes completely soaked and his face slightly pale, as if he had consumed a great deal of energy. But even so, his movements were orderly and steady to the extreme. This pill condensing technique is actually so amazing? Lan Sun's eyes flashed as she stared at Yang Kai's movements. Although this was the first time she had seen the Nine Heavens profound pill method, it still did not prevent her from prying into a different kind of information from this pill condensing technique. This set of techniques seemed to be used to condense pills, but every movement and seal contained a profound mystery that coincided with the heavenly way, dazzling everyone who saw it. With Yang Kai's movements, a faint aura of the heavenly way spread out, making everyone feel heavy. The Nine Heavens profound pill method was, after all, a technique that the grand alchemic Tao Tone poured into Yang Kai's mind. It was born from the heavens and earth itself, so it was natural for Lan Sun to find it mysterious. If Lan Sun, with her cultivation in the first-order Tao source realm, could see this, it was only natural that so many cultivators from the third-order Tao source realm present could do the same. For some reason, as Yang Kai displayed the pill condensing technique, many cultivators could not help but be immersed in the mysteries of this technique, and the tension and anticipation that had surged up before had unknowingly dissipated. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly roared, "Condense!" As if he had exhausted all his strength, he slammed his palms together and his body swayed slightly. Along with his movements, a soft tinkling sound suddenly rang out from inside the pill furnace. At the same time, a light burst out from the black jade furnace. The pills were complete. At this moment, everyone realized that the extraordinary treasure pills had been refined. At this moment, everyone urged their source qi, wanting to rush towards Yang Kai and snatch the unparalleled pills that could lead them directly to the Emperor's realm. It was also at this moment that the heavens and earth began to hum as a muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out from above everyone's heads. An astonishing pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for everyone to breathe and their bodies stiffen. Everyone looked up and saw that the sky above them had at some point been covered by dark clouds while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The vast heavenly might made everyone feel small and insignificant. "Pill tribulation!" Lan Sun exclaimed, a look of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes for the first time. "They really came!" Yang Kai muttered in a low voice. Before the extraordinary treasure pills were refined, Yang Kai had already faintly guessed that this refinement would trigger a pill tribulation. The effects of the extraordinary treasure pills were simply too heaven-defying and could not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Once they were born, the omnipresent world principles would naturally find a way to destroy them. And judging from the ferocity of this pill tribulation, it was likely even more ferocious than when a cultivator from the third-order Tao source realm ascended to the Emperor realm. How could a few trivial spirit pills resist it? A single blow would be enough to reduce them to ashes. Even with Yang Kai's full protection, whether or not he could block this pill tribulation was uncertain. When the time came, all of Yang Kai's efforts and expectations would turn into bubbles. At the critical moment though, Yang Kai patted the pill furnace and sent out his divine sense. In the next moment, Lu Yan turned into a streak of flame and shot out of the black jade furnace before being directly taken into Yang Kai's sealed world bead. Without anyone noticing, Lu Yan took away all the extraordinary treasure pills in the pill furnace. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation, so who would notice Lu Yan's actions? Even if they saw Yang Kai's artifact spirit return, no one would have thought that she had taken away all the extraordinary treasure pills. Very soon, something that shocked everyone happened. In the sky, the pill tribulation that was gradually forming gradually dissipated for some reason. The rolling dark clouds dispersed in all directions, and the frightening thunder and lightning also slowly disappeared. After 10 breaths of time, everything returned to normal, leaving behind a group of cultivators looking at each other with lingering fear. What's going on? Wu Chang frowned, a blank look on his face. He couldn't understand why this pill tribulation gave off a feeling of being all bark and no bite. A moment ago, it had been filled with heavenly might, but in the next moment, it had calmed down and all the thunderclouds had disappeared. No one could understand. Scram! Just as everyone was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly let out an angry roar. Accompanied by this roar, a surge of source chi surged out and an astonishing pressure spread out. Asterisk pung 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 pung, asterisk he was actually fighting someone. Hearing this noise, everyone's expression changed and they quickly turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. What they saw was Yang Kai standing in place, one hand on top of the alchemy furnace while the other hand condensed into countless afterimages that shot out in all directions. Beside him, a figure was moving at high speed, constantly drifting away from Yang Kai, seemingly trying to break through his attacks and grab the freshly refined spirit pills. But no matter how hard this person tried, he couldn't get within 3 meters of Yang Kai. Every time he tried, Yang Kai would stop him. Luo Yuan. Lan Sun frowned and called out softly. She naturally recognized that the person who was fighting with Yang Kai was Luo Yuan. From the octagonal door. Lan Sun didn't know where he had been hiding before, but when everyone's attention was focused on the pill tribulation, he had suddenly attacked and tried to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he had been blocked by Yang Kai. He had underestimated Yang Kai too much, thinking that the other party was just a first-order Tao source realm cultivator. After another arduous refinement, Luo Yuan had to go through another arduous refinement. He wasn't Yang Kai's opponent at all. But it wasn't until they started fighting that Luo Yuan realized how wrong he was. Yang Kai stood in place and seemed to be in a passive position, but in reality, he was waiting for an exhausted enemy. On top of that, his source chi was extremely dense and pure, and his defenses were watertight, making it impossible for Luo Yuan to break through in a short time. I miscalculated. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart, knowing that he had missed a good opportunity. His original intention had been to snatch the extraordinary treasure pills and leave. But now, not only had he failed, but he had also been pinned down by Yang Kai. Everyone else had already recovered. If he didn't withdraw now, he would likely be besieged by everyone's face. Realizing this, Luo Yuan made a feint and retreated several dozen meters before glaring at Yang Kai gloomily, seemingly blaming him for ruining his good fortune's plans. Although Yang Kai's face was slightly pale, he still grinned at him and joked, "Brother Luo Yuan's calculation is quite good, you've been here for a long time, right?" Humph. Luo Yuan coldly snorted but did not answer Yang Kai's question directly, instead saying, "You're a bit strange." What he meant to say was, Kai Yang's true strength did not match his cultivation at all. Yang Kai however, Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai saw everyone staring at his black jade furnace with fiery eyes, eager to take action. Immediately, his expression became solemn as he shouted, "Everyone, please wait." As soon as this statement came out, everyone stood in place, not moving. Even Wu Chang didn't rush to attack Yang Kai. When Yang Kai and Luo Yuan fought just now, although it had only been a short while, anyone with a bit of eyesight could see that Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with, and no one present had the ability to take him down in an instant. Once they couldn't subdue him in an instant, others would arrive and the situation would become chaotic and out of control. This was a result no one wanted to see. As you can see, this yarn did not disappoint. The extraordinary treasure pills have been refined, Yang Kai said as he took out a handful of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Everyone could clearly see that these spirit pills were clearly used to restore one's source chi. Since they've been refined, there's nothing else for you to do. Hand over the spirit pills, Wu Chang said in a matter-of-fact tone. Haha, this Yang was just about to talk about this. Yang Kai smiled at him lightly, paused for a few breaths, and then continued, although the spirit pills have been refined, I will not hand them over. What did you say? Wu Chang's face suddenly became cold. Boy, you court death. You want to take this heaven-defying spirit pill for yourself? You're overestimating yourself. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Obediently hand over the spirit pill. Otherwise, everyone will attack together and tear you to shreds. You're alone, and you won't be able to withstand the attack of so many people. As soon as Kai Yang's words left his mouth, the crowd instantly exploded into a cacophony of curses, threats, and persuasion, all of which drifted into Kai Yang's ears from all directions. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to all of this and his expression became cold as he swept his eyes around. What nonsense are you all spouting? This extraordinary treasure lotus was first discovered by this Yang, and this extraordinary treasure pill was refined by this Yang alone. Even the herbs needed to refine the spirit pill were basically all made by this Yang. You all just stood here and watched the show, yet you want to obtain this extraordinary treasure pill for free? In your dreams. Boy, you've got guts. Haha, this little brat probably hasn't woken up yet, daring to boast so shamelessly. I don't think he'll live past today. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's kill him together and snatch that spirit pill. Although Yang Kai had just shown a little bit of his strength, making many people feel that he wasn't easy to deal with, at this moment, there were so many people around them that they naturally didn't put Yang Kai in their eyes. In everyone's opinion, Yang Kai's approach was tantamount to seeking his own death. As everyone clamored, their eyes filled with greed and murderous intent as they stared at Yang Kai. It looks like, this was your plan from the very beginning? Wu Chang stared at Yang Kai coldly and said sarcastically. Yes. Yang Kai turned to look at him. From the very beginning, I never intended to give this extraordinary treasure pill to you people, otherwise. When I found the extraordinary treasure lotus, I could have swallowed it directly. Although that would have wasted its medicinal efficacies, it would still have some effect. It's better than letting others benefit from it. You've got guts. Wu Chang was so angry that he let out an angry laugh, his aura suddenly rising as he walked towards Yang Kai step by step. With every step he took, his aura soared, making him seem like a great demon who had just emerged from the abyss of purgatory, causing those who saw him to shudder. Although your idea is good, it requires the corresponding strength to implement. Do you think you have such ability? If I didn't. Yang Kai grinned at him and said, I wouldn't have thought so. If he didn't have this confidence, how could he have brought trouble to himself? Not only did he admit that he was a Dao Source grade alchemist in front of everyone, but he also went to great lengths to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. Yang Kai wouldn't do such a stupid thing to make someone else's wedding dress for him. Not hesitating to expose his identity as a Dao Source grade alchemist to refine the extraordinary treasure pill, Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. As he spoke, he stretched his hand forward and shouted, break. Accompanied by this shout, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out. At the same time, with Yang Kai as the center, the space within a 300-meter radius cracked like a mirror that had been smashed to the ground. These cracks were long, narrow, and erratic, but they gave off a deadly sense of threat. Strange energy fluctuations, unfathomable power of laws, leisurely filled the air. Wu Chang suddenly stopped and stared at the space in front of him, seemingly feeling something as his expression changed several times. Void cracks. Space principles. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell one after another. Their faces were covered in shock and disbelief, and their eyes were filled with despair and astonishment. Space principles. The scene in front of them and the strange principle strength all around them were undoubtedly space principles, otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a big change in space. The space within a 300-meter radius had been shattered, and anyone who entered would have to be mentally prepared to be torn apart by the void cracks. You actually comprehended this kind of principle strength. Wu Chang grit his teeth and roared, his expression filled with unwillingness and anger, as if Yang Kai had insulted him. Space principles could be said to be one of the most mysterious and elusive principles in the world, yet Yang Kai had actually comprehended them. Wu Chang was naturally filled with unwillingness. In this world, there is actually someone who can use space principles to such an extent with such a low cultivation. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes filled with admiration as she looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Because of the interference of space principles, the fluctuations of space principles made it seem as if Yang Kai's distance from her was constantly fluctuating, sometimes close and sometimes far. Under the interference of this kind of power, it was impossible for others to attack him. Maybe he just used some kind of artifact. Xiaoqin said with a look of dissatisfaction, right, doesn't he have an emperor artifact in his hand? This guy has some kind of background, so he should have some kind of space artifact. Lan Sun frowned, too lazy to respond to him. Although it was indeed possible for a space artifact to achieve this level, Yang Kai had not shown any signs of using an artifact before he attacked just now. Lan Sun had clearly seen him raise his hand and let the space principles envelop the surrounding space. This was definitely his own power. This little brat. On the other side, Xiaxing, who had been on edge all this time, could only smile bitterly. After Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pills, Xiaxing began to send him secret divine sense transmissions, asking him to cooperate with him. How could he have known that Yang Kai would completely ignore him and act like this in the blink of an eye? It looks like he doesn't need our help, Xiao Bai said thoughtfully. Xiaxing frowned. Since he is proficient in the Tao of space, he can definitely do that. With this kind of skill, he really doesn't need to fear others, but what? Xiao Bai looked at Xiaxing in amazement. But what does he want to do? Xiaxing looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Can't he just take the extraordinary treasure pills and run away? Instead, he stayed behind to ridicule everyone around him. Is he tired of living too freely? Hearing what he said, Xiao Bai was also at a loss, having no idea what Yang Kai was trying to do. On the other side, Wu Chang's face was extremely pale as he silently observed Yang Kai for a moment before asking, "Do you think you'll be safe just by hiding there?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Does Brother Wu Chang want to try?" "That's exactly what I was thinking," Wu Chang shouted. Accompanied by Wu Chang's roar, a figure shot out leisurely. It was not Wu Chang who moved, but Luo Yuan. He took an extremely profound step, and in the blink of an eye, he approached the area affected by the spatial laws. He stood in the air and looked down coldly. After that, he raised his hands up high, clenched them into fists, and then clasped them together before smashing them down fiercely. Violent energy began to surge. Behind Luo Yuan, a figure several dozen meters tall suddenly appeared. This figure had a humanoid form, but it was extremely shocking, like a giant god, raising its two giant hands and mimicking Luo Yuan's actions. Kong, after a breath, a loud bang rang out as the huge fist shadow smashed into the territory affected by the space principles. Yang Kai's face changed suddenly. The surrounding spatial cracks instantly collapsed, and the spatial domain that he had created was violently broken apart at this moment. Before he could react though, Wu Chang suddenly jumped out from behind Luo Yuan, out of Yang Kai's blind spot, holding a saber in one hand and a sword in the other. The saber was a fiery red while the sword was a flawless white. As the saber and sword met, a dazzling brilliance filled the air. Wu Chang just crossed his saber and sword and a layer of dense light suddenly burst out. At the same time, he shouted, "Saber and sword prison, seal the four extremes." Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk the light from the swords and sabers could be seen with the naked eye. They filled the vast space and formed an invisible force that completely sealed off the space. Everyone gasped in amazement and was flabbergasted. Wu Chang and Luo Yuan had not seen eye to eye with each other before. There had even been a little friction between the elites of the Southern Territory. But at this moment, their cooperation was flawless. First, Luo Yuan broke Yang Kai's space blockade with a single blow, and then Wu Chang used a secret technique to block Yang Kai's movements. As a result, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he was bound to become a turtle in a jar. The timing of these two's attacks was simply perfect. Even brother and sister from the same sect might not be able to achieve this level of cooperation. However, the two cultivators with different backgrounds had done it, relying only on their own judgment and combat instincts. It's bad. Xiaoxing's expression changed as he shouted. On the other side, Wu Chang sneered, "Let's see how you die now." As he spoke, the sword and saber in his hand stirred again. A storm of red and white, filled with saber light and sword light, suddenly attacked Yang Kai. He did not show any mercy. Obviously, he had already planned to kill Yang Kai. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the storm directly swallowed Yang Kai and shredded his body into pieces. Even the black jade cauldron beside him was shredded into pieces. Ah? Many people couldn't help but make a fuss when they saw this, and an extremely pained expression appeared on their faces. Although Yang Kai's death had nothing to do with them, they didn't care either. But if the extraordinary treasure pills were destroyed, that would be unacceptable to everyone. At that time, Wu Chang would become a sinner who would take the blame for Yang Kai. Over on the other side, Wu Chang did not show the slightest joy after his attack and instead frowned solemnly. The same was true for Luo Yuan. He looked around, seemingly searching for something, the huge phantom behind him gradually disappearing. "My patience is limited." A voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw Yang Kai standing in the void, unscathed. Holding the alchemy furnace in his hand, Yang Kai swept his eyes around with a gloomy expression and declared loudly, "Just now, I can consider it a test to see if I have the qualifications to talk to you. Now that the result is out, if there is still someone who doesn't know what's good for them and attacks me, then I'll eat all the extraordinary treasure pills in this furnace." Crazy, crazy, crazy. This guy is a lunatic. Brother, please don't. Eating so many pills isn't good for you, how about you share one with me? Wu Chang frowned and whispered, "Sure enough, he can teleport." Wu Chang had speculated before that since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he could certainly use a secret technique similar to teleportation, so Wu Chang had wanted to seal off the area around Yang Kai in order to catch him like a turtle in a jar. Wu Chang was confident that his cooperation with Luo Yuan was perfect, but he still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He didn't even notice when Yang Kai teleported away. Based on this point alone, Wu Chang knew that he and the others couldn't do anything to Yang Kai at all. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space had a unique advantage in escaping and tracking. This rumor was not false. If one wanted to kill or capture a character like Yang Kai, there were only a few ways to do so. One was to invite a cultivator whose strength was far inferior to his and crush him with absolute strength, giving him no chance to use his Tao of space. It was either to lure him into a small independent space where he could not escape, or to create something similar to a barrier to trap him. In the Four Seasons realm, no one could do such a thing. In this place, Kai Yang was simply lawless. "Brother Yang, you mean, you want to negotiate with us?" Lan Sun raised her brow and asked. She had heard a different message from Yang Kai's words just now. "Your Highness is right." Yang Kai grinned, "But the princess is only half right. I'd like to hear the details." Lan Sun smiled. "I want to negotiate with them, not with you, princess." As Yang Kai spoke, he reached into his alchemy furnace and took out a rolling longan-sized, pearl-like spirit pill. A refreshing aroma immediately filled the air. An extraordinary treasure pill. In the crowd, exclamations rang out as everyone stared at this spirit pill with fiery eyes. Everyone knew that this was the legendary pills that could lead one directly to the Emperor realm. One of the herbs required to refine the extraordinary treasure pill was provided by Your Highness, so this Yang will present the spirit pill to the princess according to our previous agreement. I hope Your Highness will kindly accept it. Yang Kai pinched the spirit pill and gestured to Lan Sun. Oh? Brother Yang is willing to fulfill the agreement? Lan Sun looked at him with some surprise. She thought that Yang Kai wouldn't do this again, but things were a little different from what she had imagined. Yang Kai sternly said, "Naturally, the extraordinary treasure pill was successfully refined thanks to the jade blood mushroom provided by your highness. Without that jade blood mushroom, there would be no extraordinary treasure pill at this moment, so your highness will naturally receive one. As for the others, they didn't contribute anything, just stood by and watched. Do they think they can get a pill?" He spat mercilessly, in their dreams. Brother Yang's actions are fair, Lan Sun nodded lightly and said, "Since that's the case, this little sister won't be polite." Saying so, she walked over to Yang Kai. Not long after, she arrived at Yang Kai's side, took the spirit pill he handed over, and whispered, "Thank you. Princess is too polite." Yang Kai responded with a smile, "If possible, your highness can take the spirit pill now. The extraordinary treasure pill is different from other spirit pills in that it does not need to be taken at the critical juncture of one's breakthrough. On the contrary, the earlier one takes it, the better its effects will be and the more complete the medicinal efficacies will be. On the day your highness ascends to the emperor realm, the extraordinary treasure pill's effects will be maximized. Then, I'll take it now." Lan Sun said, stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and swallowed it. Gudong, the sound did not come from Lan Sun, but from the onlookers below. Watching Lan Sun swallow the spirit pill, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Your highness' talent is peerless, and with this spirit pill, becoming an emperor is just around the corner. This Yang wishes your highness here the best of luck and hopes your highness will soon reach the emperor realm. Thank you for your auspicious words, Lan Sun smiled lightly. Are you done with your flattery? Wu Chang suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two with a disgruntled look and stared coldly at Yang Kai. I think I understand what you want to do. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at Wu Chang. If brother Wu Chang has guessed it, why don't you tell me? Humph. Wu Chang coldly snorted and said, the extraordinary treasure pill has been refined, and you are proficient in the Tao of space, so you can leave this place at any time, but instead of leaving, you stay here and talk endlessly, deliberately taking out the extraordinary treasure pill to tempt everyone. What you want is nothing more than to use the extraordinary treasure pill to exchange for something from the people here. After a pause, he continued, you are a smart person. You know that even if you leave the Four Seasons realm with the extraordinary treasure pill, you may not be able to protect yourself. Because as long as the cultivator here brings the news out, the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit will not let you leave easily. They won't go as far as to bully the weak and rob you, but they will definitely ask you to hand over the extraordinary treasure pill and then give you some compensation. However, instead of passively accepting compensation from others, it is better to take the initiative and try to obtain the greatest benefits. He finally concluded. Am I right? Yang Kai stared at Wu Chang in amazement, seemingly dumbfounded. After a while, he clapped his hands and praised, I really didn't expect brother Wu Chang to be such a clever person. His words undoubtedly confirmed what Wu Chang had said. In fact, Yang Kai really did think so. The extraordinary treasure pill was indeed extremely precious. If possible, Yang Kai really wanted to take it away and find an opportunity to exchange it for some other precious items that would be useful to him in the future. He believed that no one, no sect, would be willing to refuse the extraordinary treasure pill, not even Star Soul Palace. However, as Wu Chang said, even if he took the extraordinary treasure pill out of the Four Seasons realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to take it away. How could the people from the Emperor realm outside the exit allow him to do so? The most ideal ending was nothing more than for the people from the Emperor realm to divide up his extraordinary treasure pills and then compensate him with some benefits. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. His own things should be his own. Even if he suffered a loss, he could not let others interfere. So that's what he was planning. Xiaxia showed a look of sudden realization. Before this, he had been puzzled by Yang Kai's self-seeking approach, but now it seemed that Yang Kai wasn't looking for trouble at all. He had clearly planned this all along, so he stood up to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and then took it all for himself, using it as a bargaining chip to exchange for something with everyone else. All of this was part of his plan. And the implementation of this plan required extremely harsh conditions. First, one needed to have great confidence in their own alchemy skills and be able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. If one didn't have this confidence and failed, how could there be any future developments? Second, one needed to have great confidence in one's own strength. One didn't need to be able to defeat everyone here, as long as one had the ability to escape and survive. And now, it seemed that Yang Kai had obviously fulfilled both requirements, proving that his plan was flawless. He had the ability to refine the extraordinary treasure pill and the ability to escape under the watchful eyes of so many masters. All the initiative was in his hands. On the contrary, those who originally had unrealistic fantasies about the extraordinary treasure pill had been toyed with by Yang Kai. While Yang Kai was concentrating on alchemy, no one would have thought that things would turn out like this, right? If they could predict the future, no one would have waited for Yang Kai to continue with his alchemy and would have already rushed to snatch the extraordinary treasure lotus. This fellow, the things he did were simply infuriating to both man and God. However, it made people admire his courage and boldness. This kind of action. It was the same as making an enemy of everyone. If one wasn't careful, the result would be eternal damnation. Without courage and boldness, who would do something like this? Considering all this, Xiaxing's face changed again as he secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so cunning. After he refined the extraordinary treasure pill, he first gave one to Lan Sun, ostensibly because Lan Sun had provided him with a jade blood mushroom. They had an agreement before, but in reality, he probably didn't want to be enemies with Lan Sun, right? After all, Lan Sun's identity was very special, and no one wanted to have any conflict with her. At that time, even if there was no jade blood mushroom, Yang Kai would have thought of another way to get Lan Sun to accept the spirit pill, such as testing the quality and effects of this extraordinary treasure pill. Once Lan Sun took the extraordinary treasure pill, it was impossible for her to embarrass him again. She had to put in a few good words for him if it was within her power. This was equivalent to giving himself a layer of protection. In an instant, the words "cunning old fox" flashed across Xiaxing's mind. Enough idle chatter. Wu Cheng spoke again, his tone cold. What do you want in exchange? Just state it. What do I want to exchange for? Heh heh heh. Yang Kai laughed but didn't say anything. That despicable expression and tone made people want to go up and beat him up to vent the anger in their hearts. I'm very curious about another thing. Zhuangbu Fan, who had recovered from the aftermath of competing with Yang Kai in Source Qi, stood up with a ruddy complexion, looked at Yang Kai, and asked, Brother Yang, that extraordinary treasure pill, how many are left? As soon as this question came out, Xiaochen couldn't help shouting, and this Xiao was also asking, how many extraordinary treasure pills are left? There was a limit to the total number of spirit pills a furnace could produce, even with the Star Boundaries alchemy techniques. Even if an emperor-grade alchemist refined a spirit pill, there would only be a maximum of 9 spirit pills. Because 9 was the limit, any more than that was impossible. In other words, that furnace of extraordinary treasure pills could only produce a maximum of 9, and this was the ideal situation. In fact, depending on the grade of an alchemist, the state they were in when refining, the pill condensing technique, and the age of the herbs, it was basically impossible for an alchemist to produce 9 spirit pills in a single furnace. No matter how good an alchemist was, it was rare for them to achieve such a perfect state. The grade of extraordinary treasure pills was not low, and Yang Kai's alchemist level was not high, so in any case, it was impossible for there to be 9 extraordinary treasure pills in a single furnace. It was very likely that there would only be 4, 3, or even 2. Before exchanging with Yang Kai, at the very least, one should inquire about the number of items to be exchanged. This was the most basic principle. But when Yang Kai heard this, he grinned and said, how many are there, heh heh heh. Zhuangbu Fan's face darkened as he stammered, Brother Yang, don't make trouble. I'm asking you a serious question. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, then I'll count. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Zhuangbu Fan nodded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Kai really opened the alchemy furnace and looked down. The moment he opened the pill furnace, countless divine senses shrouded him from all directions, wanting to see what was inside. But before these people could see clearly, Yang Kai closed the alchemy furnace, glanced around with a displeased expression, and coldly snorted, originally, telling you how many spirit pills there are isn't a big deal. But your sneaky attempts to peep really disgust this Yang, so this Yang has decided. Yang Kai paused for a moment, whetting everyone's appetite. I won't tell you. Yang Kai declared loudly. Bastard. Little brat, you're playing with us. I didn't go peeping. Brother Yang, can you tell me quietly? Yang Kai's pair of cold eyes swept around as he pointed in several directions and said, those who scolded me just now can scram. No matter how generous your conditions are, I won't exchange the extraordinary treasure pills with you. As soon as these words came out, the faces of several cultivators turned ugly as they hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy. Kai Yang snorted from his nostrils, and under everyone's gaze, he did something that made everyone turn pale with fright. Yang Kai reached into the alchemy furnace, grabbed it, and pulled it out, revealing an extraordinary treasure pill in his hand. This spirit pill was exactly the same as the one he had given to Lan Sun before, seemingly indistinguishable. Then, Yang Kai opened his mouth and threw the extraordinary treasure pill directly into it. Asterisk crunch crunch, asterisk a crisp sound rang out as Yang Kai chewed on the extraordinary treasure pill like he was eating candy. At the same time, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he shook his head from side to side. The beauty of this scene was not something that could be described to outsiders. Everyone was shocked, and they were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Asterisk gudong, asterisk after a while, accompanied by the sound of swallowing, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief, patted his belly, and said with a satisfied look, comfortable. Only then did he look at the crowd again, the corners of his mouth rising into a subtle arc as he said, no matter how many extraordinary treasure pills there were before, now that one is gone, there aren't many left. If any of you want an extraordinary treasure pill, please come forward and exchange with this Yang. First come, first served, last come, last come. Yang Kai's demeanor and tone were like that of a street vendor, his tone full of strong provocation and bewitchment. At the end, he added, as for the exchange. And, let's use what you obtained in the Four Seasons realm. If this Yang takes a fancy to it, he will exchange with you, if not, it's useless to force it. This trade is voluntary, so please do as you please. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted his alchemy furnace, slowly descending from mid-air and pushing his space principles, forming a special broken world 300 meters around him. Void cracks loomed and lingered around, causing the power of the void to fluctuate erratically. Any cultivator who tried to break into this broken world would inevitably be strangled by the space principles. Of course, one could also forcibly break through like Luo Yuan, but in that case, Yang Kai would definitely escape. With this lesson in mind, no one was interested in attacking Yang Kai again. I'll do it, I'll do it. Damn, let me go first, if any of you dare snatch from me, this father will kill your entire family. This old lady is a woman, you want to squeeze? Who touched my butt? If you have the guts to stand up, this old lady promises not to beat you to death. In an instant, the scene became chaotic as everyone swarmed over, pushing and shoving each other, creating a lively scene. On the contrary, those masters who had been famous for a long time and were confident in their status all stood quietly in place, not joining in the fun. It wasn't that they didn't want to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with Yang Kai, but mainly because rushing forward at this time would damage their image too much. However, looking at their expressions, all of them were clearly anxious. After all, they didn't know how many extraordinary treasure pills Yang Kai still had in his hands, let alone what Yang Kai wanted to exchange for. If they were too late, they would be left with nothing. Come one by one, if anyone dares to break in, don't blame me for showing no mercy, Yang Kai coldly snorted as he sat in the middle of the broken world. As soon as these words fell, a clear gap appeared in the world filled with space principles, allowing one person to pass through at a time. When the cultivator standing at the front saw this situation, his eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, he took the lead and rushed in. After he entered, the gap immediately closed again, blocking the others outside. The hubbub suddenly stopped as everyone stared at the cultivator who was the first to enter, their faces filled with uneasiness. After this person entered the broken world, he looked around and determined that the drifting void cracks around him would not cause him any harm before straightening his clothes and striding towards Yang Kai. When he arrived, he squeezed out a smile on his face, cupped his fists, and introduced himself. This one is from the Qi province's Chong family. I'm not interested in where you're from or what your name is. Yang Kai rudely interrupted him and said with a blank expression, "Take out your harvest in the Four Seasons realm and let me see if there's anything that will make my eyes light up." "Yes, yes, yes." The man surnamed Chang nodded repeatedly, not caring about Yang Kai's rudeness. While speaking, he quickly took out a few items from his space ring and presented them to Yang Kai, then waited nervously without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at them for a moment before looking up at him and asking, "Is this all you got this time?" The man surnamed Chang heard this and said, "That's right, it's all here." "Okay, you can pack up your things and go out." Yang Kai waved at him. The man surnamed Chang's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Brother Yang, can you be more careful? Get out." Yang Kai waved his hand again without any explanation, sending out a surge of space force. He directly teleported this person outside and shouted, "Next." After that person came back to his senses, he found that he was already standing far away from Yang Kai and could not help but feel annoyed. He beat his chest and stomped his feet, secretly hating himself for not taking advantage of this great opportunity and hating Yang Kai for being so heartless. On the contrary, the others all showed a gloating look at him. Not to mention the reactions of these people, Wu Chang, Xiao Chen, and the others had extremely solemn expressions. Because they could tell from the move Yang Kai just showed that Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space had reached an incredible level. Not only could he teleport himself, but he could also teleport others away. Of course, the premise was that the other person had to be in the special world he created, but even so, it was enough to shock everyone. Just how did someone from the First Order Tao Source realm cultivate to be able to grasp the mysteries of space to such an extent? With such a divine technique, who in the Tao Source realm could kill him? Just as everyone's expressions changed, another person passed through the crack and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai. This person was a woman, and it was unknown which sect she came from. She was enchanting and charming. She was also dressed very generously, with large patches of snow-white skin exposed. Her chest rose and fell fiercely, making people dizzy. She walked in front of Yang Kai and smiled charmingly, not in a hurry to take out something to exchange with Yang Kai. Instead, she said sweetly, "Little brother, I didn't have much to gain here, what should I do?" Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at her, a pair of lustful eyes staring at her chest as he grinned meaningfully. "Then what do you want to do?" "I don't know, that's why I asked you." She responded in a coquettish voice as she slowly squatted down, exposing the scenery of her chest even more thoroughly. "Girl, you're trying to seduce me." Yang Kai gulped as he reached out and touched the woman's soft little hand. "Hateful." The woman glared at Yang Kai coquettishly. She was not in a hurry to retract her hand. Instead, she revealed a bashful expression, which made people's hearts flutter and their appetites whet. At the same time, a faint fragrance was emitted from this woman's delicate body. It was very faint, but it seemed to have a magical effect. It was able to make a man's blood boil and cause traces of ripples and endless thoughts to surge out from the depths of his heart. "Shameless!" Lan Sun spat in disdain from far away. "Shameless!" Morong Xiaoxiao also spat. "What a disgrace!" Xiaoxing gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing red as he glared at Yang Kai and said angrily, simply enviable. "Little brother." The woman seemed to want to display some of her unique skills, but as soon as these words left her mouth, her expression changed drastically. She stood up and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly and angrily. What she saw was Yang Kai holding a space ring in his hand. He was releasing his divine sense to investigate its contents. When the woman lowered her head, her pretty face became even uglier because she found that the space ring she was wearing on her hand had disappeared at some point. She didn't know how Yang Kai had taken it off without her noticing. "Sure enough, there's nothing good here," Yang Kai muttered before throwing the space ring to the woman. The woman caught it, her breasts heaving up and down in a spectacular display as she ground her teeth. But that set of underwear is quite unique, it seems there's something mysterious about it. Everyone should find some time to sit down and study it." Yang Kai looked at the woman with a lecherous expression and said with a smile. "Who wants to study it with you? You rogue, scum." The woman's face turned red with anger as she stomped her foot, turned around, and rushed out. Under everyone's mocking gazes, she didn't want to stay here a moment longer and flew directly towards the exit. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "If you don't want to study it, then forget it, why are you scolding me?" Yang Kai put on an innocent expression, but soon, his expression became serious again and he shouted, "Next." Immediately, another person rushed in. Time flew by, and soon half an hour passed. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, there were already more than 30 cultivators who wanted to exchange extraordinary treasure pills with him, but until now, no one had achieved what they wanted. Originally, everyone was worried that they would be disappointed if they arrived too late, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry about this at all because what Yang Kai needed was definitely extremely rare. Otherwise, at least one of the 30 or so cultivators would have been able to meet his requirements. After realizing this, the remaining cultivators were no longer in a hurry. Instead, they were secretly calculating what they should take out to satisfy Yang Kai's appetite in exchange for extraordinary treasure pills. Although Yang Kai had said before that he wanted everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm, everyone present was a Dao Source realm cultivator, so which one of them didn't have good things in their space rings? As for where those things came from, Yang Kai couldn't tell. As such, the later cultivators not only took out all their gains from the Four Seasons realm, but also selectively took out precious items from their space rings, hoping to catch Yang Kai's eye. The value of these items was not low, and some of them even made Yang Kai's eyes light up, but he still resisted the urge to exchange for them. Because there were not many extraordinary treasure pills, he had to exchange them for what he needed the most. The tribulation fruit. What he needed the most was this. Since he made up his mind to take the extraordinary treasure pills for himself, Yang Kai was ready to exchange them for the tribulation fruit, otherwise, he would not have made such a strange request, asking everyone to exchange their gains from the Four Seasons realm with him. Previously, in the Winter Territory, although he had found the tribulation fruit tree, someone had already taken the spirit fruit. Now, all the cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm were basically gathered here, so if there were no accidents, the tribulation fruit must be in the hands of someone here. In order to exchange for the extraordinary treasure pills in Yang Kai's hands, it was absolutely impossible for that person to keep it for themselves. In other words, the tribulation fruit would appear in front of Yang Kai sooner or later, so all he needed to do was wait patiently. "Big brother, take a look at these things and see if there's anything you want." Just as Yang Kai was contemplating, a woman walked up to him, stood in front of him, and then took out some things from her space ring and placed them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, his eyes moving over these things. He had done this kind of thing many times before, and it had always ended in disappointment, but this time. Yang Kai raised his brow and stared straight at one of the things, his heart throbbing. This thing was not the tribulation fruit, but something else that he cared about very much. After seeing this thing, one of his previous speculations seemed to have come true. Yang Kai was surprised in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face, quickly turning his eyes away and beginning to examine the other things the woman took out. There were more than a dozen spirit herbs, although rare, they weren't too rare. There were 7 or 8 monster cores, all of good quality, but not very high grade. There was also a red stone that had an ordinary surface, but if one used their divine sense to examine it, they would be able to feel the heat it contained. Yang Kai immediately had an idea, looked at the red stone, and exclaimed, "Fire spirit stone." The woman was startled and involuntarily stepped back a few steps before stabilizing herself and looking at Yang Kai excitedly. "Do you need this thing?" She had originally come here with a tentative mentality to exchange with Yang Kai and didn't have high expectations. After all, before her, more than 30 people had come here in high spirits only to return in disappointment. Before she knew what Yang Kai needed, the initiative of this exchange was completely in Yang Kai's hands. Whether others could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill or not would depend on their luck. But what she hadn't expected was that Yang Kai would show great interest in the stone she took out, giving her a glimmer of hope for an exchange. If that was the case, she had a chance to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill. On the other side, the onlooker's cultivator couldn't help looking shocked. After all, it was only now that Yang Kai showed such an expression. The people who had gone into exchange with him before had only seen disappointment and impatience in front of him. For a time, everyone was curious, wanting to see what this woman had taken out that could arouse Yang Kai's interest. But they couldn't see Under the influence of space principles, the shattered world was filled with a large number of void cracks, and anyone who tried to pour their divine sense into it would be swallowed up by these void cracks and disappear. Xianxia looked up at the woman and found that she was sweet and cute, with a round face and a petite figure. She was quite attractive, but her cultivation wasn't high, only a second-order Tao source realm, so Xianxia didn't know which sect she came from. Perhaps it was because Xianxia had done very bad things to another woman before, making lewd remarks, so when this round-faced woman saw Xianxia looking at her at this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous and wary. She hurriedly said, "I accidentally picked this up in the territory of the Summer family." "This is a good thing." Xianxia nodded repeatedly, "I am indeed interested." "Really?" The round-faced woman showed a look of surprise, "Then can we?" "No." Xianxia shook his head. "Ah." The round-faced woman immediately showed a disappointed expression. "Xianxia, enough is enough." For some reason, Luo Yuan suddenly shouted from outside, seemingly very dissatisfied with Xianxia. "What are you shouting for?" Xianxia rolled his eyes, "It's none of your business." After scolding Luo Yuan, Xianxia turned back to the round-faced woman and asked seriously, "You know what an extraordinary treasure pill does, right?" The woman nodded and said, "I know." "Then I think you understand how precious it is." The woman nodded again. Xianxia smiled and said, "Then do you think a trivial piece of fire spirit stone can be exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill?" An awkward expression appeared on the woman's face as she pursed her red lips and whispered honestly, "I can't." "That's right. The value of the two is not on the same level at all. Although I am somewhat interested in your fire spirit stone, this is obviously a losing trade." Xianxia chattered for a while before finally shrugging, "Even a fool wouldn't do such a thing, right?" "Then do you want anything else?" "I can give you something else," the round-faced woman hurriedly said. The round-faced woman hurriedly said. She wasn't an idiot and naturally understood the meaning behind Xianxia's words. Xianxia had only said that such an exchange would be a loss, but he didn't say it was impossible. She immediately understood that Xianxia wanted to exchange for more items, so she grit her teeth and said, "I can give you all of these things." "Oh?" Xianxia raised his brow and showed a hesitant look, as if he was considering something. In all fairness, the value of the things this round-faced woman took out was not low, but it was still a bit difficult to exchange them for an extraordinary treasure pill. However, if the thing Xianxia was interested in had the effect he guessed, that thing alone was enough to exchange for an extraordinary treasure pill. "Is this still not enough?" The woman seemed to be very eager to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, but seeing Xianxia show a hesitant look, she couldn't help asking. Seeing this, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. "If Miss can compensate me with some source crystals, then this. Then this transaction." Before Xianxia could finish speaking, the round-faced woman reached out and touched her space ring. The next moment, a large pile of source crystals appeared in front of Xianxia, piling up into a small hill. Roughly counting, there were at least a few 100,000 source crystals. "These are all the source crystals I have. I didn't leave a single piece behind," the woman said. "All right." Seeing this scene, Xianxia immediately smiled and said, "Since young lady is so sincere, I'll exchange it for an extraordinary treasure pill." "Really?" The woman's voice trembled, and she almost cried tears of joy. She looked at Xianxia with gratitude and surprise, as if she couldn't believe that happiness had come so suddenly. After all, so many people had failed before her, but she had succeeded in making the deal. Moreover, she did not have much hope before. This was truly an unexpected surprise. She was simply unable to control herself, and she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand. Xianxia had already reached into his alchemy furnace, took out an extraordinary treasure pill, and handed it to the woman. "If I say we'll exchange, naturally we'll exchange. Why would I lie to you?" Only then did the woman stretch out her small hands. Trembling, she took the round white spirit pill and held it in her palm, as if she was afraid it would melt, carefully examining it in front of her eyes. Xianxia began to tidy up the various things and source crystals the woman had taken out, stuffing them all into his space ring. When he picked up a yellow bead, he quietly poured his source chi and divine sense into it but found that it did not respond at all. Immediately, Xianxia was overjoyed and quietly put away the bead. At the same time, the surrounding cultivator was in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the round-faced woman's back. Although they did not see what this woman had taken out to make a deal with Xianxia, everyone saw that she had obtained an extraordinary treasure pill. They did not dare to have any ideas about the extraordinary treasure pills in Xianxia's hands, but this woman was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so she naturally became a target for those with ulterior motives. At this time, Xianxia had also finished tidying up. He glanced around at the surrounding cultivator before glancing at the round-faced woman and suddenly sighing, "Young lady. Does this big brother have any other instructions?" The round-faced woman seemed to have just recovered from her joy and asked in amazement. "I just want to tell you one thing." Xianxia smiled lightly. "What is it?" "An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin," Xianxia said sternly. The woman was stunned for a moment, but soon understood and looked at Xianxia gratefully. "Many thanks for the reminder." Xianxia nodded and said, "Since you understand, I advise you to take this extraordinary treasure pill now. As I said before, this extraordinary treasure pill has a wonderful effect and does not need to be taken at a critical moment to break through. On the contrary, the earlier you take it, the better its effect. You are only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator now, so this is the best time to take it. If young lady is not worried, this Yang can stand guard for you for a while, it won't delay anything." "No need, no need." The round-faced woman quickly waved her hand and muttered, "This extraordinary treasure pill. I have other uses for it." A strange light flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he nodded lightly. "Then please, young lady. Thank you for being willing to exchange the spirit pill with me. You are a good man." The round-faced woman smiled sweetly at Xianxia before turning around and walking out. Looking at her back, Xianxia wore a helpless expression. He had already said what he needed to say, but the other party did not appreciate his kindness and instead insisted on taking the extraordinary treasure pill away, which would obviously cause some trouble. In fact, the best way was to directly take the extraordinary treasure pill after exchanging for it so that others wouldn't try to snatch it away. Or, if one had the ability of Wuchang, Shaoqin, then no one would dare to have any ideas about them. Xianxia seemed to have a premonition that this round-faced woman's future was bleak. Just as he had expected, before this woman had even walked out of the shattered world he had created, some cultivators had already set their eyes on her with ill intentions. Although it was disgraceful to bully the weak in front of so many people, this matter was related to the extraordinary treasure pill and the hope of ascending to the emperor realm in the future. So these heavens' prides from the various great sects and families temporarily put aside their pride and were prepared to attack this round-faced woman as soon as she came out. The round-faced woman also seemed to realize something and her petite body suddenly filled with a kind of courage that seemed to be unafraid of death. With a flick of her hand, a ribbon-like artifact wrapped around her arm as she walked forward and shouted, "Brother, senior sister, little sister doesn't want to fight with you. If it's convenient, please make way, many thanks." Her words were sincere and her demeanor was awe-inspiring. There were indeed a few people who felt moved and showed sympathetic expressions, but most of them remained indifferent and continued to stare at her coldly. In the time it took for her to say these words, she had already walked out of the area covered by Xianxia's space principles. In an instant, loud shouts rang out one after another. "Hand over the extraordinary treasure pill. Hand over the spirit pill and we'll spare your life. Little girl, cooperate with me obediently and you'll suffer less, otherwise don't blame me for showing no mercy." Accompanied by these voices, at least a dozen cultivators rushed towards the round-faced woman in an instant. The moment these people moved, they summoned their artifacts and secret techniques and blasted them in all directions, intending to stop the others from advancing while they themselves approached the round-faced woman at an extremely fast speed. A trace of panic flashed across the round-faced woman's pretty face, but at the critical moment, she pushed her source chi fiercely and the ribbons on her arms shook, condensing a five-colored halo that wrapped around her body and transformed into a streak of light that shot out. She obviously didn't intend to fight with these people and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This was the best course of action. But she was obviously too naive. With so many people attacking her, how could she resist? Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk after a series of muffled bangs, the round-faced woman's figure was directly revealed, and with a short groan, her petite body fell to the ground like a meteor. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen streams of light chased after her, all of them showing greedy and excited looks on their faces. The round-faced woman suddenly showed a look of despair. A moment later, she fell to the ground, and although she wasn't seriously injured, she obviously wasn't in a good condition. After struggling a few times, she finally stood up, but it was already too late. A few guys with fast movements had already closed in on her. The fastest one among them was holding a sharp sword, which he ruthlessly slashed towards her right hand. This person's attack was extremely ruthless, without the slightest bit of mercy, as if he wanted to directly cut off the round-faced woman's hand that was holding the spirit pill. At the critical moment, the woman screamed as her face turned pale. With her second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to avoid this killer move, so losing an arm was inevitable. On the other hand, the person who attacked just now had a cruel grin on his face, as if he could already see the scene of him obtaining the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as he could obtain the extraordinary treasure pill, he would eat it immediately, cutting off any hope of others snatching it away. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he secretly pushed his space force, preparing to help the woman at the critical moment. But right at this moment, a figure appeared like a ghost before the round-faced woman. That figure was extremely heroic, and it was like a tall mountain that withstood all the violent storms that assaulted it, causing the round-faced woman who was hiding behind it to feel an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. It was like a harbor that protected her. Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at this figure with a look of surprise. He hadn't expected that at this critical moment, this person would actually take action. Could it be, he was also eyeing the extraordinary treasure pill? Just as this thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind, this person suddenly stretched out his hand. His movements were not fast, but they gave off a very strange feeling. The face of the cultivator holding the sword that was slashing towards the round-faced woman changed greatly, giving birth to the illusion that he was shrouded in death. He wanted to avoid this big hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't succeed. From the perspective of others, it was as if he was the one slamming into this big hand. After a short while, the big hand directly grabbed the neck of the sword-wielding cultivator, and under this man's horrified gaze, the owner of the big hand grinned fiercely as he exerted force with his fingers, causing a tsunami-like source chi fluctuation to surge out, rolling up a tide of death. Kacha. With a crisp sound, the neck of the sword-wielding cultivator was directly crushed and his head drooped softly. C. A series of gasps rang out as all the cultivators who were rushing towards the round-faced woman stopped in their tracks, staring at the owner of the giant hand in horror, their faces filled with shock. All of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators, but the owner of this big hand had just stretched out his hand and squeezed, ending the life of one of them. This kind of brutal and violent method of killing, coupled with absolute strength, was naturally shocking. Luo Yuan. Someone shouted loudly. If Luo Yuan from the octagonal door was not famous before, then after this experience in the Four Seasons realm, his reputation and prestige were enough to stand side by side with the heavens' prides of other top sects. And he indeed had the strength and capital to back it up. To a certain extent, Luo Yuan and Wu Chang were the same kind of people, both cruel and violent, both of whom no one wanted to provoke. At this moment, seeing that it was Luo Yuan who stood in front of the round-faced woman and killed one of them as an example to others, how could the remaining cultivators dare to act rashly? The extraordinary treasure pill was precious, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Luo Yuan, you also want to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill? This was the question that almost everyone had in their hearts. If that was really the case, then... If this was true, then Luo Yuan would be the biggest enemy of these people. If they couldn't deal with Luo Yuan, they wouldn't be able to snatch the extraordinary treasure pill. This was also very likely. The extraordinary treasure pill was so precious that anyone would covet it, so it was reasonable for Luo Yuan to try to snatch it. Xiao Chen, Wu Chang, Xia Sheng, and the others did not make a move because they were concerned about the face of their sex and also because they disdained to do so. But Luo Yuan was different. The octagonal door he came from was not a great sect, so he did not have such scruples. He himself was not famous before, so it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. For a moment, everyone's expression turned gloomy as they cursed inwardly. However, However, the development of the situation shocked everyone. Luo. Brother Luo. A weak voice sounded from behind Luo Yuan, belonging to the round-faced woman who was still in shock. Brother? Could it be? No way. At this moment, the cultivator who had attacked the round-faced woman earlier were all sweating profusely. Their faces were pale, and a few of the more timid ones were even trembling. From the way the round-faced woman addressed Luo Yuan, everyone vaguely realized that these two seemed to be from the same sect. In other words, the round-faced woman was also a disciple of the octagonal door. Bullying his junior sister in front of Luo Yuan. How could this matter, be left at that? But in this way, everyone suddenly understood why Luo Yuan had taken action at the critical moment. Not only had he taken action, but he had also ruthlessly killed one of them. For a time, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator turned ugly as they looked at each other, feeling uneasy. Brother Luo, this one did not know that this girl was from the same sect as you. If this one has offended you, please forgive us. One of them squeezed out a smile. He cupped his fists and said to Luo Yuan. Brother Luo, this is a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding. Yes, if we had known that this girl was related to Brother Luo, we would not have dared to attack her. The group of people began to clamor, fearing that Luo Yuan would settle accounts with them later. Luo Yuan's eyes swept across the crowd coldly as he shouted, "Scram! A bunch of trash." Although these words were not pleasing, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly fled in dejection. Brother Luo. On the contrary, the round-faced woman did not show the slightest joy after being rescued. Instead, she stared at Luo Yuan's back uneasily and called out softly. Didn't I say so? Luo Yuan turned around and looked at her coldly. After entering the Four Seasons realm, I am me and you are you. Don't make trouble for me, did you forget? No. The round-faced woman waved her hand quickly, as if she wanted to explain something, but when she met Luo Yuan's emotionless eyes, she could not help lowering her head and biting her red lips. I'm sorry. If there's a next time, you're on your own. Luo Yuan coldly snorted. I know, the round-faced woman still lowered her head, her small hands wringing the corners of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. Humph, you're on your own. Luo Yuan coldly snorted and turned to leave. Wait. The round-faced woman quickly reached out and grabbed Luo Yuan's clothes. What else do you want? Luo Yuan frowned and shouted impatiently. This is for you. The round-faced woman raised her head, squeezed out a smile on her face, and handed the extraordinary treasure pill she had exchanged with Xianxia to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's expression froze in an instant as he stared blankly at the round-faced woman. As a gentle breeze blew, the crowd on the top of the mountain fell silent. So it's a gift. Xianxia looked at this scene and muttered in his heart, and it's a gift to Luo Yuan. When the woman exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill from him earlier, she said that she had other uses for it. Xianxia did not know what she wanted to do at that time, but now it seemed that everything was clear. She had not exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill for herself, but for Luo Yuan. Moreover, from beginning to end, she had never expressed such an intention. Even when she was besieged by many people, she did not ask Luo Yuan for help, but after she was safe, she was willing to hand over the spirit pill, which all Dao Source Realm masters coveted, directly to Luo Yuan without any reluctance or attachment. She looked at Luo Yuan with a soft gaze, her beautiful eyes filled with deep and clear love and worship. Her expression and demeanor told everyone that for Luo Yuan, she was willing to give up everything. What was an extraordinary treasure pill worth? At this moment, this round-faced woman seemed to burst into a dazzling light, one so dazzling that Luo Yuan could not open his eyes, causing the corners of his eyes to twitch constantly, making it impossible for him to look straight ahead. Ah, another lost woman who is unable to extricate herself from the web of love. Who can save her? Xiaxing lamented. Morong Xiao, who was standing next to him, was already moved, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, but it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Humph, there is nothing to worry about in this world. Xiao Bai muttered coldly. Big brother. Morong Xiao glared at him. Haha. On the other side, Lan Sun also seemed to feel something and pursed her lips into a smile, I really didn't expect someone like Luo Yuan would have so many admirers. She must have used some kind of disgraceful means. Xiaochen said sourly as he looked at the round-faced woman regretfully. It's a pity that she fell in love with someone like Luo Yuan. This woman must be blind. What's wrong? Lan Sun turned her head and glanced at him. According to what you're saying, it's good that she fell in love with you? That's not what I meant, Your Highness, don't you understand? Xiaochen quickly looked at Lan Sun tenderly and solemnly said, if I can get the extraordinary treasure pill, I will definitely. I've already taken one. Lan Sun didn't wait for him to finish his cheap talk and interrupted him impatiently. Xiaochen said awkwardly, I just wanted to express that. What do you mean? Under everyone's gaze, after a long silence, Luo Yuan shouted coldly. No, nothing. The round-faced woman didn't know why Luo Yuan looked angry and couldn't help panicking as she tried to explain, I just want to give this extraordinary treasure pill. Give it to me? Luo Yuan sneered. The round-faced woman nodded heavily. Ridiculous. Luo Yuan didn't show any gratitude at all and instead laughed, what? Do you think that by giving me an extraordinary treasure pill here, you can restrain me? Saying so, his face suddenly became stern as he shouted, remember, I, Luo Yuan, will not be restrained by anything or anyone. Not you, not the octagonal door, not anyone. I, Luo Yuan, will stand at the peak of this world, rule the world, and show disdain for all heroes. That's not what I think. The round-faced woman was so anxious that tears began to well up in her eyes as she hurriedly said, There's no need to explain anything, I won't accept this extraordinary treasure pill. Even without this spirit pill, with my aptitude, I am more than enough to break through to the Emperor realm. Luo Yuan coldly snorted, you'd better not have any crooked ideas, otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our friendship. Hearing this, the round-faced woman finally burst into tears. Although she was silent, 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace, her beautiful eyes filled with innocence and heartache. Bastard! Xiaoxing saw this and couldn't help cursing. The approach of this round-faced woman was simply tragic. After all, as a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the extraordinary treasure pill had a huge effect on her. If she took it here, her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future would definitely be greatly increased. This was a major event related to her future. However, she didn't think about taking it herself and instead wanted to give it to Luo Yuan directly after exchanging for the extraordinary treasure pill. Even before this, in order not to cause trouble for Luo Yuan, even if she was in danger, she didn't call for help. Putting herself in the other party's shoes like this woman's love for Luo Yuan was obvious. If it were an ordinary man, they would have already been moved to tears at this moment. Even if they were a block of wood, they would still be moved. However, Luo Yuan only had a fierce and nasty attitude, which naturally made Xiaoxing extremely dissatisfied. Even if Luo Yuan didn't want the extraordinary treasure pill, there was no need for him to speak so decisively. Scum! Morong Xiaoxiao cast a contemptuous look at Luo Yuan without hesitation. This plot is really full of ups and downs. Xiaochen smiled slightly, seemingly taking pleasure in Luo Yuan's misfortune. Luo Yuan said again, in order to prevent you from causing me any more trouble, this spirit pill, you eat it first. Saying so, his figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of the round-faced woman, reached out his hand, pinched her chin, took out the extraordinary treasure pill with his other hand, and threw it into her mouth. Coo. The round-faced woman swallowed the spirit pill and could not help taking a few steps back, constantly coughing and pounding her chest, seemingly trying to spit it out. But it was too late now. After the spirit pill entered her mouth, it directly turned into a sweet liquid that flowed into her stomach. She tried hard for a while, but to no avail. She raised her head in despair. In front of her, Luo Yuan was nowhere to be seen. He's gone, Lan Sun looked at the round-faced woman and sighed slightly, he's heading towards the exit. The round-faced woman heard this and turned her head to look, only to see a stream of light rushing towards the exit. Luo Yuan didn't even bother to make a deal with Yang Kai, as if to prove what he had said before, that with his aptitude, even without the extraordinary treasure pill, he could still ascend to the Emperor realm. Brother Luo. The round-faced woman shouted, grit her teeth, stomped her foot, and chased after Luo Yuan. At this time, no one tried to embarrass her anymore. First of all, she was a disciple of the octagonal door and had a brother and sister relationship with Luo Yuan. The guy who had died at Luo Yuan's hands before was a good example. Second, the extraordinary treasure pill had already been taken, so what was the point of embarrassing this woman? Was she supposed to spit out the spirit pill? A small episode came to an end just like that. Is it like he said? Does he not want to be bound by others' favor, or does he not want to snatch an opportunity that belongs to someone else? Yang Kai sat in place, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Of all the people present, perhaps everyone only saw Luo Yuan's ruthlessness and ferocity, but Yang Kai saw something else. Previously, when he was making a deal with the round-faced woman, Luo Yuan had shouted at him from a distance, telling him to stop. Yang Kai didn't understand why Luo Yuan did this at the time, but now he thought about it. It was obvious that he was helping the round-faced woman as a fellow disciple. If Luo Yuan was really that heartless, then there was no need for him to say those words. He could have just let the round-faced woman make a deal with Yang Kai and just watched from the sidelines. However, how could someone like Luo Yuan, who had a transcendent cultivation and an arrogant temperament, accept gifts from others? Especially when this person was his junior sister from the same sect, a junior sister who loved and worshipped him. Yang Kai felt that if he were in Luo Yuan's shoes, it would have been impossible for him to accept this extraordinary treasure pill. A real man should be like this. Putting aside Luo Yuan's bad attitude towards his junior sister, Yang Kai actually quite appreciated his decisive approach. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook his head and thought to himself, why do I have to worry about other people's business? Thinking of this, he shouted, next. Perhaps it was because the deal with the round-faced woman had given the remaining cultivators some hope. As soon as Yang Kai said those words, the other cultivators started to have hope. Hearing this, the other cultivator swarmed forward. All of them wanted to be the first to rush to Yang Kai. However, under the influence of the space principles, only one person could achieve what they wanted. Unfortunately, the final result disappointed this person. After Yang Kai checked the things he took out, he waved his hand and told him to scram. The next dozen or so people did the same. Yang Kai also took a moment to look around and found that there weren't many people left. This made him secretly anxious because he hadn't seen the tribulation fruit he wanted so far. He didn't know if it was because someone else had a great use for it and hadn't taken it out, or if the person who took the tribulation fruit hadn't come here yet. If he couldn't obtain the tribulation fruit on this trip to the Four Seasons realm, he really didn't know how to explain it to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Yu was still waiting for the tribulation fruit to save her life. Without this spirit fruit, the little girl would only live for a few more months at most. Should I directly ask to exchange the tribulation fruit for an extraordinary treasure pill? Yang Kai hesitated in his heart. If he really made such a request and the person who took the tribulation fruit was here, he probably wouldn't refuse. However, if no one was here and the news spread, it would be disadvantageous to him. At that time, someone would definitely make a big deal out of it and plot against him. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suppressed this idea and continued to trade with others calmly. After an hour, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Because all the cultivator who came here had already made a deal with him, but he still hadn't seen the shadow of the tribulation fruit. The ominous premonition had come true. The only ones who hadn't made a deal with him were the few people from Azure Sun Temple and the few famous masters who had been watching for a long time. They had been watching and didn't compete with others. At this time, Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer and shouted, "Who wants to go first? I won't hide it from you, there are only 4 extraordinary treasure pills in total. In other words, this Yang only has one left." Among them, he took one for himself, gave one to Lan's son, and traded one to the round-faced woman. If there were really only 4 pills, there would only be one left. While speaking, Yang Kai picked up his black jade furnace and shook it slightly. In an instant, a crisp tinkling sound came from the black jade furnace. Inferring from the sound, there was indeed only one pill inside. After the pill was formed, all of Yang Kai's actions were under the eyes of everyone, so he had no opportunity or time to hide the spirit pill, so everyone believed his statement. Since there is only one left, this Xiao won't be polite. Xiaochen had been waiting for this for a long time. Xiaochen had been holding back for a long time, but now that it was finally his turn, he couldn't wait to jump out and strode towards Yang Kai. As he walked, a confident smile hung on his face, as if he was determined to obtain the last spirit pill. Not long after, he arrived in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "Brother Xiao, please." Xiaochen sneered as he took out something from his space ring and whispered, "Boy, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Obediently take out whatever you want and then hand over the extraordinary treasure pills to this Xiao. That way, everyone will be happy." Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at him. Xiaochen put on a fake smile and continued, "The things this Xiao has taken out are not things that just anyone can see. There should be something you want." He had the capital to say such things. After all, not only did he come from Star Soul Palace, the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, but he was also an elite disciple and the son of Silver Star envoy Xiao Yang. How could he not have good things on hand? The things he took out were indeed rare treasures. Whether it was artifacts or pills, they were all rare treasures. There were even secret arts and secret books. There was a dazzling array of treasures. Yang Kai didn't even look at these things and simply looked at him and asked, "Brother Xiao, have you been to the Winter Territory since you came to the Four Seasons realm?" Xiaochen was puzzled by this question and didn't know why Yang Kai was asking this, so he replied impatiently, "No, this Xiao has been accompanying Her Highness the entire time. The princess said that the environment in the Winter Territory was very harsh. If you haven't, you can pack up your things and leave." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and waved his hand. "What did you say?" Xiaochen's face suddenly became gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely, the threat in his voice self-evident. "Didn't you hear me clearly?" Yang Kai grinned, then stretched his neck, leaned in front of Xiaochen, and shouted, "Brother Xiao, you can scram. Now." After saying that, he shrank back and smiled slightly, "If you still can't hear me clearly, then I can't do anything about it." Xiaochen's expression changed in an instant, his face alternating between red and white as he shouted in a low voice, "Boy, have you thought about it clearly?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was yelled at by Yang Kai. Naturally, he lost a lot of face. The most important thing was that everyone knew that he didn't have what Yang Kai wanted. If he continued to pester him, everyone would know that he was bullying others. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any face at all. Scram. Yang Kai curled his lips unceremoniously and pushed his space principles towards Xiaochen, trying to squeeze him out of this broken world. Yang Kai had used this move to directly teleport a Dao Source Realm cultivator out, but when it came to Xiaochen, it was obstructed. An inexplicable principle strength lingered around Xiaochen, colliding with the space principles, causing Xiaochen's figure to flicker inexplicably. This situation lasted for 10 breaths of time before Xiaochen had to take the initiative to withdraw. If he continued to stay, he would really have to fight with Yang Kai. In that strange world, Xiaochen also felt a fatal threat, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. Jumping 300 meters away, Xiaochen stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, gnashing his teeth for a while. Huh. Seeing this scene, Lan Sun only felt ashamed and sighed before turning around and walking towards the exit. Seeing this, Xiaochen's face changed and he turned to Yang Kai and shouted angrily, "Boy, I'll remember you, you better pray you don't fall into my hands." Leaving behind these words, he chased after Lan Sun. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and instead looked at Xia Xing and the others with a smile and said, "Brother Xia, there really is only one spirit pill left, don't you want to come and take a look?" If possible, he wanted to trade the spirit pill to Xia Xing. In any case, he wouldn't take it out no matter what. The only result of taking it out was that it would be snatched away by those from the Emperor realm and given some random compensation. As for giving it away for free, Yang Kai hadn't thought about it. Firstly, he and Xia Xing weren't that close, and secondly, an extraordinary treasure pill was so precious that even if he gave it to Xia Xing wouldn't accept it, let alone dare accept it. If he really accepted this extraordinary treasure pill, he would owe Xia Xing a huge favor. Hearing this, Xia Xing smiled and said, "The few of us don't need it." Yang Kai was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Xia Xing said, "Brother Yang, you want that spirit fruit, don't you?" The thing he was referring to was naturally the tribulation fruit. It was no secret in Azure Sun Temple that Xianxia had entered the Four Seasons realm in search of the Tribulation Fruit. Before they set off, Gao Shuiting had told everyone that if anyone found the Tribulation Fruit, they should remember to leave it behind. Xianxia was looking for it and could exchange it with him. With Gao Shuiting's instructions and Xianxia's emphasis on everyone taking out their harvest in the Four Seasons realm before the exchange, Xiaxing naturally understood what he was looking for. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, Xianxia did not get what he wanted. Yes. Xianxia did not deny it and nodded slightly. The few of us don't have it, so we won't join in the fun. Xiaxing smiled and said, besides, if we really want to exchange it with you, I'm afraid you won't be able to refuse. At that time, the meaning of the exchange will change. Brother Yang, you should ask Wu Chang if he has it. Apart from Xiaxing and the others, only Wu Chang was left here. Hearing this, Wu Chang also took the initiative to stand up and looked at Xianxia. What spirit fruit do you want? Xianxia pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth, the tribulation fruit. Wu Chang frowned and said, I've never seen it. Even you don't have it. Xianxia could not help showing a disappointed look. At this point, he did not know whether the tribulation fruit in the winter territory had been picked or not. And where was it taken? It seemed that the main purpose of this trip to the Four Seasons realm could not be achieved. Xianxia suddenly had a headache. Although I don't have what you want, I still want to make this deal with you. Wu Chang said in a deep voice, you can't take that extraordinary treasure pill out, right? Of course not. Xianxia calmed himself down and grinned, if Brother Wu Chang wants to make this deal, it's not impossible. It's just that. I wonder what you can offer. This. As Wu Chang spoke, he took out a jade bottle and threw it at Xianxia. He didn't seem to be worried that Xianxia would take his things and run away. He trusted him so much that he threw the items to Xianxia first. Xianxia was startled when he saw this and quickly dispersed the space principles that had been lingering around him. Grabbing the jade bottle, he glanced at Wu Chang suspiciously. Open it and take a look. You'll naturally know. Impermanence said calmly. Xianxia opened the lid of the bottle and peeked inside. Suddenly, his face changed slightly and he shouted, Brother Wu Chang, you're so bold. Anitya sneered, I'll ascend to the Emperor realm sooner or later, so this thing is dispensable to me. You, on the other hand, are only in the first order Dao Source realm. He was still far from ascending to the Emperor realm. This thing will be of great use to you, it can save your life at a critical moment. Brother Wu Chang is right, Xianxia closed the jade bottle as he spoke. Xiaxing and the others were confused. They didn't know what Wu Chang had given to Xianxia that could move Xianxia so much. Morong Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, suddenly seemed to think of something and whispered, could it be that? What? Xiaoxing's curiosity was ignited and he asked Morong Xiaoxiao in a low voice. Xiaobai also showed an interested look and listened attentively. Morong Xiaoxiao whispered, the Emperor Authority Bead. Hiss. Xiaoxing sucked in a breath of cold air, that bastard Wu Chang actually has such a thing? As he spoke, a look of lingering fear appeared on his face as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If that guy had used the Emperor Authority Bead before, wouldn't I have died? The Emperor Authority Bead contained the full power of the Emperor Realm's attack. Although Xiaxing was strong, he wasn't confident that he could withstand such an attack and would either die or be seriously injured. After saying this, he asked with a puzzled look, that's not right, Xiaoxiao, how did you know that Wu Chang had the Emperor Authority Bead? Before Morong Xiaoxiao could speak, Xiaobai answered, because when Wu Chang obtained the Emperor Authority Bead, Xiaoxiao was right next to him. Xiaoxing heard this and his expression changed slightly, could it be, that this Emperor Authority Bead was obtained by Wu Chang in the Four Seasons realm? Morong Xiaoxiao nodded, didn't I tell you before that Brother Xiao and I entered the Flowing Time Temple? It was there that Wu Chang obtained the Emperor Authority Bead at the end. Were there any other treasures? Xiaoxing asked with great interest, what did you get? I obtained a drop of supreme divine water. Morong Xiaoxiao smiled, it was all thanks to junior brother Yang. If it weren't for him I wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. As for the others, Princess Lan Sun took a pseudo-emperor artifact, and that Gong Wenshan obtained an emperor aura. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. Xiaoxing looked up to the sky in grief and indignation, why can't I encounter such an opportunity? Xiao Bai squinted at him and said, you were the one who took the initiative to explore the spring territory, saying that it would be a beautiful place with beautiful weather and beautiful flowers. I was wrong, okay? Xiaoxing drooped his head, looking dejected, but he immediately became energetic again and said, that's not right, you said that Yang Kai helped you obtain supreme divine water, then what about him? Didn't he take anything? Junior brother Yang seems to have obtained a red bead, Morong Xiao replied. Morong Xiao replied, but we don't know what that bead is. Even Princess Lan Sun can't see its origin. A red bead. Xiaoxing heard this and frowned. While they were talking, Wu Chang impatiently urged, are you satisfied with this thing? Yang Kai held the jade bottle containing the Emperor Authority bead and grinned, indeed, this thing is really precious. It's a life-saving trump card, so I'm very tempted. After all, this was an Emperor Authority bead. Although Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he was proficient in space principles, his cultivation was still too low. In the star boundary, there were countless masters and dangers lurking everywhere. Perhaps he would encounter an opponent he couldn't match, so this Emperor Authority bead could serve as a safeguard. How could Yang Kai not be tempted? This thing was probably one of the most precious items in the entire Four Seasons realm. Even the Emperor Aura obtained by Gongwen Shan couldn't compare with it. Emperor Aura was only used to refine Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai had several Emperor artifacts, so the effect of Emperor Aura on him was almost zero. Are there any other conditions? Wu Chang frowned, understanding the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Let's hear them, as long as they aren't too excessive. I can accept them. Brother Wu Chang is quite straightforward. Yang Kai laughed. In fact, people like Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, apart from their temperaments, cooperating with them was actually quite pleasant because it wasn't too tiring to talk to them. They understood how to read others' expressions and guessed their thoughts. Yang Kai said, this thing is precious, but Brother Wu Chang also knows that it's just a consumable. It's gone after one use. Don't talk nonsense. I naturally know its benefits and drawbacks. Just tell me your conditions. Wu Chang interrupted Yang Kai before he could finish, directly cutting off Yang Kai's intention to raise the price. Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. Brother Yang, if you don't mind, I have a suggestion. This Xia has a suggestion. Xiaoxing suddenly interjected. What do you want to do now? Wu Chang looked at him unhappily. Xiaoxing said innocently, I'm just making a suggestion to Brother Yang. Whether he listens or not is his business, how can you blame me? Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, Brother Xia, if you have something to say, feel free to say it. N. Xiaoxing nodded, staring at Wu Chang with a burning gaze. Brother Wu Chang seems to have obtained a lot of star seals in the Four Seasons realm this time. Brother Yang can. At this point, Yang Kai showed a look of understanding, immediately understanding what Xiaoxing meant. Wu Chang frowned. Xiaoxing said, before coming here, Elder Gao said that all disciples who obtained extra star seals, after turning them in, they would be rewarded by the sect. The more you turn in, the greater the reward. Although Brother Yang is not a disciple of my temple, this sentence is also applicable. If you can obtain more star seals, it is not impossible to make a request to the temple and ask the temple master and the elders to help you find the tribulation fruit. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that this was a good idea. During this trip to the Four Seasons realm, he had failed to complete the expected task, but he could not return to Maplewood City to report to Qin Chaoyang. If he could ask the upper echelons of Azure Sun Temple for help, he might be able to obtain the tribulation fruit. In short, Yang Kai was tempted. Humph. Wu Chang coldly snorted, what? You want to use this method to reduce my Orthodoxy Temple's quota to enter the Shattered Star Sea? Does Brother Xia have so little confidence in his own sect? No. Xiaoxing smiled and said, I'm just thinking about Brother Yang, it's not like what you said. It doesn't matter. I don't care if the others from Orthodoxy Temple can enter the Shattered Star Sea, as long as I can enter. Oh? Xiaoxing raised his brow and said, Brother Wu Chang, are you implying that you only need to leave a single star seal? That depends on his intentions. Wu Chang turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Let me ask first, Brother Wu Chang, how many star seals did you obtain this time?" 5. Quite a few. Yang Kai praised before saying, "Well, since Brother Wu Chang is so sincere, this Yang will make this deal with you, but I still have a question." "Speak." Wu Chang said concisely. "How are you going to give me your star seal?" "Use a secret technique to transfer it." Wu Chang replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then why did you cut off my arm when I saw you outside the Flowing Time Temple? Do you know this secret technique?" Wu Chang asked disdainfully. "I don't," Yang Kai replied. "Honestly? Then cut it off." Wu Chang coldly snorted. "That makes sense, I have nothing to say." Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat. "Enough nonsense, let's complete the deal first." Saying so, Wu Chang's figure flickered and he directly appeared in front of Yang Kai, formed a seal with his hands, and surged with source qi. In the nameless valley, the scenery was still extremely bleak and the world energy was depleted. The oval-shaped light gate stood straight in the air, and from time to time, a cultivator would walk out from it, either beaming with joy, as if they had made great gains in the Four Seasons realm, or dejected, as if they were very dissatisfied with their gains. No matter what their previous expressions were, the moment they stepped through the light gate, everyone's expression changed greatly, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. There was no other reason, because at this moment, there were 6 masters from the Emperor realm standing in a row, all of them staring at the exit. Every time someone walked out from it, 6 divine senses belonging to the Emperor realm would envelop them. Who could withstand this kind of pressure? Fortunately, the 6 masters from the Emperor realm had no intention of harming anyone and were simply investigating, so the pressure came and went quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Many people didn't know what these 6 masters were doing, so after leaving the exit, they immediately hid to the side, but those who were more astute had already guessed why they were guarding the exit in such a manner. In this way, the 6 masters from the Emperor realm stared at the exit without blinking for most of the day. At a certain moment, a figure flashed out of the light gate that had been silent for a long time. The 6 masters from the Emperor realm immediately cast their gazes over. The figure was a little caught off guard, but his reaction was extremely fast, and in an instant, he urged his source qi and spiritual energy to resist the huge pressure. But in the next moment, he frowned and showed a puzzled look, because he found that the pressure was coming from in front of him. It turned out to be the elders of the various sects. "Good, good, good." Feng Ming of the Orthodoxy Temple looked at Wu Chang, who walked out of the Four Seasons realm. He kept repeating the word "good" with a smile on his face and said, "Wu Chang, you can go to the side." Wu Chang heard this and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes before he walked to the side and stood still. Following behind Wu Chang were 3 figures, Xianxia and the other 2 from Azure Sun Temple. As soon as he appeared, Xianxia said with a face full of sweat, "Master, what are you doing? Don't tell me, he's here to welcome us? How could this brat? If you keep talking, this king will throw you back." Xiao Yuyang coldly snorted. Xiaoxing shrank his neck and didn't dare to make a sound, quickly leading Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao to the side. After the 3 of them came out, about 10 breaths later, Yang Kai's figure appeared from the exit. Gao Shueting couldn't help but exhale softly and murmur, "We're finally out." "Is this the boy?" Xiao Yuyang turned his head and asked Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting gently nodded. "Very good." Xiao Yuyang laughed, "This king has been waiting for so long, I want to see if this little brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. While they were talking, he opened his hand and directly covered Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could stabilize himself, he felt a huge binding force descend upon him. The strength of that force was so strong that he couldn't even muster up the will to resist. In an instant, he was imprisoned in place. Immediately after, in the next moment, he was pulled directly in front of Xiao Yuyang. "What's going on?" Yang Kai exclaimed with a horrified look on his face. He thought he had been ambushed by someone. Looking over, Yang Kai found that the 6 Emperor Realm Masters in front of him were all staring at him with burning gazes. It was as if 6 perverts were staring at a naked girl. Even Gao Shueting was no exception. Yang Kai knew all 6 of these people. Needless to say, Gao Shueting and Xiao Yuyang, he knew the other 4. He had also seen them in Maplewood City. Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before he somewhat understood what was going on in front of him. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel a little powerless at this moment. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Yang Kai shouted. "Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you," Gao Shuiting comforted him. "If you have something to say, let's talk it out. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Don't bully a poor young man." Yang Kai chattered endlessly. "Boy, you're too noisy." Xiao Yang coldly snorted and reached out to grab Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could react, the space ring on his hand was snatched away. "Robbing?" Yang Kai was shocked and glared at Xiao Yang. Bullying the weak, bullying the weak. Is there no law in this world?" Xiao Yang's divine sense shuttled back and forth to investigate Yang Kai's space ring, but it didn't affect the operation of his thoughts. He just snorted disdainfully and caused Yang Kai's momentum to shrink. Xiao Yang sneered, "Law? Here, this king is the law. Do you have an opinion? If master thinks so." Yang Kai shrugged and said helplessly, "Then I can't do anything about it." "Very good." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on investigating. After a while, he frowned and threw the ring on his hand to Feng Ming, who was beside him. Feng Ming took it and did the same thing as well. At this time, Xiao Yang turned his gaze back to Yang Kai. His gaze was unfathomable, like a demonic abyss, causing people to shudder and not have the courage to look him in the eye. He seemed to want to look into Yang Kai's heart and dig out the secrets hidden in his heart. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable being stared at by him, as if millions of ants had crawled into his body. It was extremely itchy. Fortunately, he had seen the aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had also fought against 3 first-order Emperor Realm Masters, so Xiao Yang was a bit arrogant to think that he could suppress his will with just his gaze. Of course, Xiao Yang couldn't be blamed for this. How could an ordinary first-order Dao Source Realm Master think when stared at by him like this? Their consciousness would be in chaos and they would answer whatever was asked. However, Yang Kai had experienced great storms before. "Boy, this king sees that you are a smart person, so you should know why I have been waiting here, right?" Xiao Yang didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "I have some guesses." At this point, Yang Kai could no longer play dumb and could only say so. After saying so, he looked at Xiao Yang timidly and asked, "Is it for the extraordinary treasure pill?" "It's good that you know." Xiao Yang shouted. They had been waiting here for the extraordinary treasure pill. The cultivator who had come out of the Four Seasons realm earlier told them about the appearance of the extraordinary treasure lotus in the Four Seasons realm and how Yang Kai had refined it into a pill. After Xiao Yang and the others heard this news, they were naturally shocked. The extraordinary treasure pill was a heaven-defying spirit pill. If used well, an extraordinary treasure pill was enough to create a master in the Emperor realm. This matter was of great importance, so how could they not pay attention? If they weren't afraid of breaking the light door by entering the Four Seasons realm rashly, they would have already rushed in. How could they have given Yang Kai time to make a deal? After waiting here for so long and finally seeing Yang Kai, they naturally had to ask him clearly. "Where are the extraordinary treasure pills? Hand them over." Xiao Yang directly stretched out his hand to Yang Kai. "How could there be extra?" "They're all gone," Yang Kai shouted innocently. Xiao Yang put on his dignified posture again and said coldly, "You should know that your strength is low. If you're lying, this king should be able to tell, right?" "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Wu Cheng and Brother Xia." Yang Kai pointed. Wu Cheng and Xiao Xing's faces couldn't help twitching slightly. Although they were rising stars in the Dao Source realm and would be able to break through to the Emperor realm in the future, there was still a big gap between them and a veteran master in the Emperor realm like Xiao Yang. At this moment, Yang Kai was trying to shift the blame onto them, naturally putting them under a lot of pressure. "Good. Xiao Yu," Yang quickly said, "this king will ask you a question and you must answer honestly. If you dare to lie, I will send you back to the Four Seasons realm and make you stay there for the rest of your life." Saying so, he pointed to the light door that had not yet closed. Changing the topic, he revealed an amiable expression and said with a smile, "Of course, if you cooperate with me honestly, you'll enjoy great wealth and glory." Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, Kai Yang replied, "Is this what it means to be beaten with a stick and given with a sweet jujube?" Haha, Senior Xiao, please feel free to ask. This junior will tell you everything he knows. N. Xiao Yang showed a satisfied look and said, "Those extraordinary treasure pills were really refined by you? How could I lie in front of so many people?" Yang Kai said proudly, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Her Highness the Princess. She can testify for me." "I did, but this king still can't believe you are a Tao Source great alchemist." Xiao Yang said with some disbelief, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Forget it, let's not think about this for now. How many extraordinary treasure pills were refined in total?" 4. Where did they go? Princess Lansun ate one, a female disciple from the octagonal door ate one, I ate one myself, and the last one was given to Wu Chang. Oh? Hearing this, Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple raised his brow, showing a look of surprise as he turned to look at Wu Chang. Wu Chang nodded lightly to him. Feng Ming immediately grinned from ear to ear as he chuckled, "Senior Xiao, Wu Chang obtained an extraordinary treasure pill, which can be considered his own opportunity. I ask Senior Xiao to be magnanimous, ha ha ha." Xiao Yang glanced at him but ignored him, instead turning to Yang Kai and asking, "According to what you said, not a single extraordinary treasure pill was refined?" Yang Kai blushed with shame and said, "Master Xiao, refining that furnace of extraordinary treasure pills took me a lot of effort and I almost failed. Being able to refine 4 pills at the last moment was already a blessing from the heavens, what more do you want?" After pondering for a moment, he continued, "After the refinement, the spirit pills were all stored in my pill furnace and the transaction was carried out in front of everyone's eyes. All the spirit pills have indeed been consumed. Master Xiao checked my space ring before but didn't find anything, right?" Xiao Yang gently nodded and said, "Good, to be able to refine 4 pills, you have done your best with your strength. Extraordinary treasure pills are things that even an emperor-grade alchemist may not be able to refine. Since the whereabouts of the spirit pills have been determined, then, there's nothing to worry about." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression loosened. Xiao Yang sternly said, "I'll let you know that this king did not wait here to snatch your spirit pills. It's just that, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. With your cultivation, if you have extraordinary treasure pills on you, I'm afraid you'll be in constant trouble in the future." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, "Understood, I'll have to trouble Master Xiao." He knew that although Xiao Yang's words were pleasant to hear, his real purpose was to rob him of his extraordinary treasure pills. Of course, robbing wasn't the right word, as Xiao Yang would definitely compensate him. However, Xiao Yang was right. If Yang Kai really had extra extraordinary treasure pills on him, he wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. He wasn't afraid of a Tao Source realm cultivator, but what about those from the Emperor realm? The masters of the Emperor realm didn't need extraordinary treasure pills, but which the Emperor realm didn't have some junior disciples. The extraordinary treasure pill was just as attractive to them. At that time, there would be countless cultivators from the Emperor realm who would come after him to intercept him. But now, Yang Kai's consumption of all the extraordinary treasure pills he had refined had been confirmed by Xiao Yang and the other 5 masters from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai believed that no one would come to find trouble with Yang Kai in the future and try to obtain extraordinary treasure pills from him. From a certain standpoint, Yang Kai really should be grateful to Xiao Yang. At this point, Yang Kai's space ring had already been transferred to Gao Shueting's hand. The other 5 had also finished checking it but couldn't find anything, so Gao Shueting didn't waste any effort and directly returned the space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai put the space ring back on. Then, he looked at Xiao Yang and said, "Master Xiao, if there's nothing else, Junior will withdraw first." N. Xiao Yang gently nodded. After saying so, he looked at him and said, "This king has a suggestion, but I don't know if you'd like to listen. I am honored that Master Xiao is able to give me some pointers." Yang Kai quickly said seriously. Seeing him so tactful, Xiao Yang's expression couldn't help calming down as he quickly said, "Biting off more than you can chew." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. With a thoughtful expression, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master, for your advice. I know what to do now. That would be for the best, you can withdraw. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Yang Kai then went out and came to the place where the disciples of the Azure Sun Temple gathered and found a place to sit. At this moment, in the Nameless Valley, many cultivator groups were grouped into sects and families. He rested for a while. However, looking at the number of people, it was at least a third less than what it was 33 days ago. The cultivator who did not appear here had obviously encountered something unexpected in the Four Seasons realm. In this world, every mystic realm, every training ground, was accompanied by a corresponding risk. As for the cultivator's path of growth, it was always wandering between life and death. This was the fate that every cultivator had to face, a fate that every cultivator could not avoid. A cultivator's cultivation was like a big wave washing away the sand, filtering down layer by layer until the last one was the strongest. While Yang Kai was resting, Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu came over to say goodbye to him. This time, only the two of them from the Blue Feather sect came to the Four Seasons realm to train, but their luck was pretty good. Although they didn't get much opportunity or gain, the two of them finally returned safely. Now, the Four Seasons realm was about to close. The two of them naturally had to return to the Blue Feather sect. Yang Kai chatted with them for a while before watching them leave. He didn't waste his time telling Bian Yuqing not to tell Wu Mengshan about him, because he knew that after Bian Yuqing returned, she would definitely tell Wu Mengshan everything that happened on this trip. When the time came, the information about him would definitely leak to Wu Mengshan. Yang Kai was quite afraid of this guy. He could only secretly make up his mind that before he became strong enough, he would never meet this old man, lest he be tricked by him. After another hour or so, accompanied by a humming sound, the light gate at the entrance to the Nameless Valley slowly disappeared. The Four Seasons realm was considered to be completely closed, and who knew when it would open again. At this time, the trip to the Four Seasons realm was completely over, and many cultivator from sects and families left one after another. After Gao Shueting said goodbye to Xiaoyang, she also summoned her ship and rushed back with the disciples of Azure Sun Temple. Azure Sun Temple didn't lose much this time. Except for Yang Kai, who was an outsider, they had 19 disciples when they came, and only 4 of them went back. Such a loss was within Gao Shueting's acceptable range, and it was much smaller than the losses of other sects. But in the end, people died, so on the way back, the disciples were not in a very good mood. They just sat quietly and rested, consolidating their gains in the Four Seasons realm. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly heard Gao Shueting's call. He quickly opened his eyes and looked over, only to see Elder Gao of Azure Sun Temple standing on the deck of the ship with her back to him. Her long hair and clothes were fluttering, as if she was looking at the scenery in the distance. Her beautiful back added to the beauty of this world. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect and quickly got up and walked towards her. When he stood not far behind Gao Shueting, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "What orders does Elder Gao have?" "Gao." Shueting didn't answer, but said leisurely, "Do you understand what Master Xiao said to you before?" Yang Kai pondered slightly and said, "Master Xiao probably means that I should choose between the martial Dao and the alchemy Dao." "That's right." Dao Shueting nodded slightly, and her beautiful face turned around at this moment, staring at Yang Kai with shining eyes, and said, "Your aptitude in both the martial Dao and the alchemy Dao is extraordinary. In time, you will definitely achieve great things in one of these two territories, and perhaps reach heights that I can't reach. However, a person's energy is limited. When you choose the martial Dao, you will have to abandon the alchemy Dao, and vice versa. You can't use your energy in both territory at the same time. Master Xiao has taken great pains. This junior understands." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "It's good that you understand. I have nothing else to say." "Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai bowed slightly. He was very surprised that Gao Shueting had called him over just to say this. But in this way, he felt a little moved. He wasn't a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, but Gao Shueting still cared about him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing to him. Yang Kai had just turned around when he suddenly heard a voice behind him, "Are the extraordinary treasure pills really gone?" Yang Kai quickly turned his head, but what he saw was Gao Shueting's back to him. She didn't move, as if she hadn't said those words. He stood in place and frowned for a while, but didn't dare to speak again. He could only return to his seat and continue to sit cross-legged. This woman couldn't have seen through me, right? A woman's intuition is really terrifying, Yang Kai thought to himself. A few days passed. On this day, in the Azure Sun mountain range, a beautiful ship sped past. Many Dao Source Realm cultivators standing on the ship had just recovered from the sadness of losing their companions. They all stood up and looked at the familiar scenery below. Wahahaha. I, Xiaosheng, am back. Xiaosheng put his hands on his waist, as if he was afraid that others didn't know, and laughed loudly. His voice followed the ship as it moved forward, rolling over the mountain range. The Azure Sun Temple disciples below were so shocked that they quickly looked up. Can you be more mature? Xiao Bai looked at him coldly with a look of disdain. Xiao Bai, you should be happy when you're home. Come, shout with your big brother. Xiaosheng said as he walked over to Xiao Bai and put his arm around his shoulder. Who wants to shout with you? Xiao Bai's forehead bulged. So embarrassing. Morong Xiaoxiao's face turned red. Humph. Xiao Bai coldly snorted and squinted at Xiaosheng. Look at the big brother of other sects. Look at Wuchang and Luo Yuan. Each and every one of them is cold and ruthless, making their junior brothers and junior sisters feel safe and reliable. But what about you? You're not serious at all. How can you be a big brother? So you want to be a cold brother? At this moment, Xiaosheng's expression suddenly became solemn. His eyes emitted a cold light, and his cheeky smile disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced with a condescending attitude, as if he was the only one in the world. At this moment, Xiaosheng's temperament underwent an earth-shaking change. If other sects' brothers can do it, then this brother can naturally do it too. He said solemnly. Morong Xiaoxiao was stunned. Her small mouth formed a circle as she covered it with her small hands. Her beautiful eyes trembled. Do you feel very reliable and safe? Xiaosheng stared at her and asked in a powerful and low voice, do you want to abandon everything and throw yourself into your big brother's broad chest and strong arms? Morong Xiaoxiao pursed her red lips and said timidly, brother, your murderous aura is leaking. Don't make trouble. Gao Shueting glanced at Xiaosheng and said lightly, if the upper beam is not upright, the lower beam will be crooked. Don't learn from our temple master. Be careful that you won't be able to find a woman in the future. Is that so? Xiaosheng immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if he had received a huge blow. After thinking seriously for a moment, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he muttered in a low voice, that's right. Other sect masters and palace masters have groups of wives and concubines, and enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives, but our palace master is an old bachelor. His face turned pale, as if he had seen a very terrible scene. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at Gao Shueting. Elder Gao, temple master is so pitiful, have you ever thought? Ah, here it comes again? Before he could finish speaking, Gao Shueting suddenly flicked her sleeve and threw him off the ship. He let out a long scream as he was tossed far away. If you don't ask for it, you won't die. Xiao Bai didn't have the slightest sympathy for him and instead coldly snorted. Morong Xiaoxiao turned around worriedly. She wanted to plead for Xiaosheng, but when she met Gao Shueting's eyes, she was so scared that she swallowed her words. On Azure Sun Temple's main peak, Myriad Saints Peak, the ship slowly descended, stirring up monstrous waves. Below, Temple Master Wen Zishan, Deputy Temple Master Qiu Ran, Elder Chen Qian, and the others who had already received the news were all waiting solemnly. Before the ship landed, several divine senses from the Emperor realm had already swept over the ship. In an instant, all the masters had a clear understanding of the losses of the disciples on this trip. Although several elite disciples were lost, fortunately, the people they had high hopes for had returned safely, so everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, their solemn expressions becoming slightly more relaxed. A moment later, the ship landed. The disciples jumped down from the ship as Gao Shueting made a hand seal and put away the ship. Ha ha ha, little Shueting, I haven't seen you for so many days, I've missed you so much. Come, let uncle hug you first. Wen Zishan laughed as he opened his arms and strode towards Gao Shueting. Zing, sword chi whistled as killing intent appeared. Wen Zishan stopped 3 feet in front of Gao Shueting with cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, a cherry blossom sword was pressed against his neck. Dao Shuiting's face was frosty as she held the sword and looked at him coldly. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill you. Wen Zishan did not dare to move. Sigh. Xiaoran held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Temple Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. I'm just kidding. Wen Zishan chuckled awkwardly as he leaped back and floated back to his previous position. His expression changed as he said solemnly, then, this Temple Master congratulates all of you on your safe return. You are all future mainstays of the temple. You are all future pillars of the temple. You have all worked hard on this trip. The disciples did not speak and just looked at him quietly. Gao Shuiting also slowly put away her sword. This temple master will remember all of your merits, and the deaths of several fellow disciples are not meaningless. Now, those of you who have extra star seals, follow this temple master. Everyone else can go back and rest. Yes. Once the order was given, everyone responded in unison. In the blink of an eye, only 4 or 5 of the dozen people left. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them. He found that in addition to himself, Xiao Baiyi, Morong Xiao Xiao, and another young cultivator who was a second-order Dao source realm but could not name. Although this cultivator was also a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had entered the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai did not interact much with him on the way back. So he did not know him. But judging by this person's temperament and demeanor, he should not be difficult. Where's that kid Xiaoxing? After a while, Wen Zishan looked at Gao Shuiting suspiciously. He didn't see Xiaoxing here, and his expression changed slightly. He thought that Xiaoxing had met with an accident in the Four Seasons realm. Even Xiaoran had thought so. His face could not help but his face. Xiao, up. He got of course, and up read up saint. While they were talking, a figure flew over from far away, shouting as he flew, wait for me. After a while, Xiaoxing landed in front of everyone and looked at Gao Shuiting with a sad face. He said pitifully, Elder Gao, please let this disciple know before you make a move next time. This disciple was not mentally prepared at all. Kid, what are you doing? Wen Zishan reached out and hit Xiaoxing with his chi. Xiaoxing's neck shrank. Temple Master, what are you doing? Xiaoxing covered his head, feeling wronged. Wen Zishan snorted coldly, look at you, you've angered Elder Gao. Can't this Temple Master teach you a lesson? Xiaoxing blinked and looked speechless. Alright, since you're here, then come with this Temple Master. Wen Zishan glanced at Yang Kai and said, you come too. After a while, in the main hall of Myriad Saints Peak, many elders of Azure Sun Temple took their seats, while several disciples and Yang Kai stood in the middle. Directly above, Wen Zishan looked down with a smile and said, Elder Gao, you're the leader of this trip to the Four Seasons realm, so you should know the details very well. So, please tell us, how many star seals did these people get? Dao Shuiting heard this and said calmly, although I haven't compared them with other sects, judging from the number of star seals these disciples obtained, this trip should be considered a good harvest. Speaking of this, she turned her pretty face and said, Xiaoxing obtained 4 star seals, Xiao Baiyi obtained 2, Morong Xiao Xiao obtained 2, and Chen Muji obtained 2. Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the second-order Dao Source Realm young man was called Chen Muji. She paused for a moment and said, there are 3 other disciples who obtained 1 each, but they are not here. Wen Zishan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Before they set off, Azure Sun Temple had said that any disciple who obtained a star seal in the Four Seasons realm would be eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Therefore, the 3 disciples who only obtained 1 star seal kept their star seals and did not need to come here to turn them in. Those who came here were those who obtained extra star seals. What about this kid? Wen Zishan turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Gao Shuiting's expression became a little complicated. After pondering for a while, she opened her red lips and said, 7. What? Did I hear wrong? So many? Even though everyone present was a master from the Emperor realm and had extraordinary mental fortitude, when they heard that Yang Kai had obtained 7 star seals, they couldn't help but be surprised. All of them looked at him in surprise, looking him up and down, as if they wanted to re-evaluate him. After all, the eldest disciple of the temple, Xianxia, had only obtained 4-star seals, and that was with a powerful cultivation base in the third-order Dao source realm. Yang Kai was only a first-order master, so how did he obtain 7? This kid's luck is too good, isn't it? Everyone thought so in their hearts, secretly thinking that Yang Kai's luck was heaven-defying. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to obtain so many star seals. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai remained calm. 7-star seals were indeed all he had obtained in the Four Seasons realm. The first one was the diamond-shaped star seal obtained in the Two Seasons mountain range. At that time a monster beast was chased by Wu Chang and the others. It panicked and ran to Yang Kai, but was killed by him in one move. After that, Yang Kai never had a chance to obtain another star seal. It wasn't until he protected the extraordinary treasure lotus and killed 2 cultivator that he obtained 2 more. At the last moment, he made a deal with Wu Chang and obtained 4 more from him. Being able to obtain so many star seals was partly due to luck, but strength was also a necessary guarantee. From a certain point of view, star seals were not easy to obtain because there were not many of them. If Yang Kai hadn't killed 2 cultivator and made a deal with Wu Chang, he wouldn't have obtained so many star seals. Perhaps, when the exit of the Four Seasons realm closed, he would only have obtained the first one. There are some reasons that I will explain to you later, but he did obtain 7 star seals alone. Gao Shueting said. The reason she was talking about was naturally related to the extraordinary treasure pill. Wen Zishan nodded lightly and nodded before smiling. Good, good, good. When the Shattered Star Sea opens, 19 people from my temple will be able to enter. How satisfying. If the experience in the Four Seasons realm was just a small matter, then the Shattered Star Sea was a place to test one's martial Dao and heavenly way. That kind of place was not a place that just anyone could enter. First of all, one must have a star seal as proof, and second, one must have the strength to pass through the entrance of the Shattered Star Sea. In other words, even if one had a star seal, those without strength would still not be able to enter. Of the 19 spots in Azure Sun Temple, it was unknown how many would be able to enter. However, this number had indeed surpassed many sects and forces. Wen Zishan was naturally overjoyed. This is a sign of the prosperity of my temple. Qiuran muttered in a tone like a charlatan, reaching out and stroking his snow-white beard as he spoke, feeling very relieved. There's no time to lose, little Qian, collect their extra star seals, Wen Zishan said as he cast a glance at Chen Qian. Chen Qian understood, got up slowly, and stretched out her hand, summoning an incense burner-shaped artifact. It was unknown what this artifact was used for, but its grade was not low. The runes on the surface of the incense burner were faintly discernible, making it look extremely mysterious. She strolled to the front of the crowd, stood in front of the disciple named Chen Muji, and said softly, "Just relax." "Yes." Chen Muji responded, took a deep breath, and his expression immediately calmed down. Seeing that he was ready, Chen Qian immediately held the incense burner with one hand and formed a seal with the other, poking Chen Muji a few times. Accompanied by a muffled groan, Chen Muji took a few steps back, his face slightly pale, as if Yuan Qi had been seriously injured. But at the same time, a stream of light suddenly shot out from his body. Chen Qian reacted quickly and stretched out her hand to beckon the stream of light, immediately binding it with an invisible force and dragging it into the incense burner. Yang Kai watched in amazement. At that time in the Four Seasons realm, when he made a deal with Wu Chang used a secret technique to force out his excess star seals, allowing Yang Kai to obtain them. But now, it seems that in addition to this method, there was also a way to forcibly strip star seals. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt that he had to be more careful when he walked the star boundary in the future. Otherwise, if he encountered someone with ulterior motives, they might have ideas about his star seals, which would cause him a lot of trouble. Next, Chen Qian did the same thing, stripping out the excess star seals of Xiaoxing, Morong Xiaoxiao, and Xiaobai one by one. Yang Kai could clearly see that no matter how strong these people were, once their star seals were stripped, they seemed to be injured. Even Xiaoxing could not help but tremble, his face slightly pale. It seemed that this method of forcibly stripping star seals should have some drawbacks. Not long after, Chen Qian arrived in front of Yang Kai. This elder Chen was not tall, her figure was very petite, and when she stood in front of Yang Kai, she was even shorter than him by a head. She looked up at Yang Kai and said lightly, "If you are ready, I will begin." "Wait a minute," Yang Kai suddenly said. "What's wrong?" Qin Qian frowned and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing what he wanted to do. The others also looked at him. Yang Kai looked calm as he turned to look at Wen Zishan and cupped his fists. "This junior can turn in his star seals. After all, this is what we agreed on before. You only need to leave one for me, but before that, this junior has something to ask Temple Master Wen." "Oh?" Wen Zishan smiled and nodded. "Tell me, what is it that this Temple Master needs to answer?" Yang Kai said, "Elder Gao said before that the extra star seals must be turned into the temple. This junior's quota to enter the Four Seasons realm was provided by the temple, so there is nothing wrong with handing over the extra 6-star seals to the temple." After a pause, he continued, "Elder Gao also said that after turning in the star seals, the temple will give a corresponding reward. So that's what it is." Wen Zishan smiled and said, "You can rest assured. Although you are not a disciple of the temple, we will not bully you. We will give you whatever reward you deserve." "Then can I make a request?" Yang Kai asked. "What request do you have? Let's hear it." Wen Zishan looked at him with interest. Temple Master Wen should still remember why this junior entered the Four Seasons realm, right? Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Wen Zishan thought for a moment and said, "For the tribulation fruit? By the way, I haven't asked you yet, did you gain anything from this trip?" Yang Kai shook his head, "No. However, I found a tribulation fruit tree in the winter territory. There should have been a spirit fruit on it. Unfortunately, I don't know who got there first. That is indeed a pity." Wen Zishan also showed a regretful expression. "This junior wants to make a request. I want to ask the temple to help me find that spirit fruit. If Temple Master Wen can agree, I will give you all 6-star seals." Yang Kai said solemnly. The experts from the Emperor realm couldn't help but frown when they heard this. It wasn't that Yang Kai's request was unreasonable, it was just that it was too difficult. At that time, there were so many sects and clans that had entered the Four Seasons realm, almost all of the southern territory. No one had seen who had picked the tribulation fruit in the winter territory. If the Azure Sun Temple were to search for it, it would take a lot of manpower and energy to find out. But even if they managed to find out, they might not be able to obtain it. The other party would definitely put forward some conditions in exchange. In other words, the Azure Sun Temple must pay a certain price to hope to get the tribulation fruit. If the disciples of some small sects or families obtained the tribulation fruit, it would be fine. The Azure Sun Temple only needed to exert a little pressure, and the other party would not comply. What he was afraid of was the Orthodoxy Palace and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Even if a disciple of a sect like Star Soul Palace obtained it, at that time, it would not just be a matter of a spirit fruit, but a matter between two great sections. If it was not handled well, they would owe a huge favor. There were all kinds of interpersonal relationships. The interests of the sects involved. Yang Kai might not have thought of it, but how could the higher-ups of the Azure Sun Temple not think of it? So after Kai Yang made this request, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai did not urge them and just waited quietly in place. After a long time, when Zishan spoke, "If I remember correctly, the tribulation fruit was not what you needed, but was entrusted by someone else, right?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Since you couldn't get it in the Four Seasons realm, you have tried your best. Why are you still begging? You can put forward a condition that is beneficial to you. For example." At this point, when Zishan suddenly showed a touch of strange danger, and his tone was full of strong temptation as he said in a low voice, "Let this temple master take action and enlighten you and improve your cultivation by a lot." Yang Kai frowned and said, "I was entrusted by someone, so I have to be honest." "Temple master, why are you testing me?" Haha. When Zishan was exposed, but he was not embarrassed and just smiled and said heartily, "Well, this temple master promises you that the temple will help you find the tribulation fruit. It must be found within 3 months. Yang Kai said solemnly, "If it takes too long, I'm afraid that side won't be able to hold on." 3 months is enough. When Zishan smiled slightly and turned to look at Qiu Ran, Deputy Temple Master, Master, you are in charge of this matter. You must bring the tribulation fruit to this boy surnamed Yang within 3 months. Qiu Ran stood up and cupped his fists, subordinate obeys, Temple Master. After speaking, he left the hall directly, as if he was about to send someone out to search for it. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the help of a powerful sect like the Azure Sun Temple, their chances of finding the spirit fruit would definitely increase greatly. If even the Azure Sun Temple could not find it, Yang Kai really had no other way. At that time, he could only go back to Maplewood City and inform Qin Chaoyang. Is this good? When Zishan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai gently nodded and turned his gaze to Chen Qian. Thank you, Elder Chen. Chen Qian did not say a word. Her divine scent swept over Yang Kai as she held the incense burner in one hand and made a few seals with the other, pointing at Yang Kai several times. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt a surge of heat in his body. His arm was hot as if something had shot out. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of discomfort rose in his heart. He could not help but groan as his body shook slightly. Huh. Seeing this, Wen Zishan could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Because everyone before Yang Kai, when their star seals were forcibly stripped from their bodies, their reactions were more or less a little uncomfortable. Morong Xiao, Xiao Bai, and Chen Muji even took a few steps back. Although Xiaoxing did not retreat, his face was pale. Although Yang Kai was the same as Xiaoxing, 6 star seals were stripped from him. And it was only with the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm, yet he was still standing straight in place. That was enough to make people wonder. The others obviously noticed this as well and couldn't help but look at him with interest. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk 6 rays of light soared into the sky, but they were directly bound by Qin Qian and dragged into the incense burner. After everything was done, Qin Qian said softly to Yang Kai, I left you a 5-pointed star seal. If you really enter the Shattered Star Sea, use it well. Many thanks, Elder Chen. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the tumbling blood in his chest. Among the 7 star seals he obtained, the highest grade was a 5-pointed star seal, which he had obtained from a trade with Wu Chang. Like the 6-pointed star, 7-pointed star, 8-pointed star that Lan Sun mentioned before, Yang Kai had never even seen one before, so he did not know if such a level of star seal really existed in this world. Anyway, overall, Yang Kai was still very satisfied with the final result. Qin Qian really thought about it for him and did not leave him a random one, but the highest level one. Yang Kai did not know the difference between the different levels of star seals for the time being, but now was not the time to ask. Anyway, he was going to stay in Azure Sun Temple for a while, so he was only going to find an opportunity to ask someone clearly. You guys have worked hard, go and rest. When Zishan waved to the few Dao Source realms and said, as for the reward from the temple, let us discuss it and tell you another day. Yes. Xiaoxing and others responded in unison, then bowed and left the hall. After everyone left, Elder Di Rong of Azure Sun Temple muttered, he's a good seedling. Although he said this without rhyme or reason, everyone present understood what he meant. The person he was referring to was naturally Yang Kai. It seems that you have also noticed, when Zishan smiled slightly, this boy surnamed Yang, is a little different. I think Elder Gao and Elder Chen understand this point the best. At that time on Soaring Swallow Peak, when he fought with Shui, both elders saw it from beginning to end. Qin Qian nodded, yes, Shui was not his opponent at all. He is not just a little different, he is 1 in a billion. Gao Shueting said in a deep voice. Oh? Elder Gao has such a high opinion of him? You're exaggerating. Di Rong turned to look at Gao Shueting and said disapprovingly. If you knew what he did in the Four Seasons realm, you wouldn't think so, Gao Shueting replied lightly. When Zishan smiled and said, what do you mean by that? Did he do something earth-shattering in the Four Seasons realm? He refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills, does that count? Gao Shueting turned to look at him. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's face changed. Extraordinary treasure pills. Di Rong shouted, the legendary pills that allow one to reach the Emperor realm after taking them? I don't know if the rumors are true or not, but he did refine the extraordinary treasure pills. So, the extraordinary treasure lotus was born in the Four Seasons realm this time? Wen Zishan raised his brow. Yes. Dao Xueting nodded and told them everything she knew, including why Yang Kai had so many star seals. After listening, several people from the Emperor realm fell into silence. Although this boy's cultivation is only in the first order Dao Source realm, not only is his strength amazing, but he's also a Dao Source grade alchemist? Di Rong muttered with a brilliant expression. He's not an ordinary Dao Source grade alchemist. Chen Qian whispered, he refined 4 pills in 1 furnace. To be able to do this, he has to be at least a Dao Source grade mid-rank or even high-rank alchemist. Alchemists who have just entered the Dao Source grade can't do this. Elder Gao said that he's 1 in a billion. It's quite accurate. Wen Zishan quickly said, among the rising stars of the Dao Source realm, I'm afraid that no one in the entire star territory can compare to him except for the last disciple of the wondrous pill grade emperors, right? There may be people with better aptitude than him in the martial Dao, and there may be people with better aptitude than him in the alchemic Dao, but there is probably no one who has both. Temple Master, with such a good seedling, have you never thought of accepting him into the sect? This boy seems to have an unorthodox background, right? Di Rong suggested eagerly. Wen Zishan smiled when he heard this. It would be great if such a good seedling could join the temple, but it still depends on the other party's intentions. However, it's not impossible to give it a try. Having said that, he turned to look at Gao Xueting and said, Elder Gao, among us, you know him the best, so you'll be in charge of this matter. I don't know him well either, Gao Xueting replied calmly, but since the temple master has given the order, this subordinate will give it a try. Wen Zishan nodded slightly and changed the topic, then, let's discuss what kind of reward should be given to those disciples. On Azure Sun Temple's soaring Swallow Peak, Yang Kai returned to this place. The palace that was damaged in the battle with Shui last time had been repaired. After Yang Kai entered, he activated the barrier and rested for half a day before he began to check his gains from this trip to the Four Seasons realm. Although he did not obtain the tribulation fruit in this trip to the Four Seasons realm, his overall harvest was not small. Not to mention the monster beasts' monster cores of different grades, the spirit flowers and rare grasses transplanted into the small sealed world's medicine garden were already considered a great harvest. Most of these spirit flowers and rare grasses were of the ice attribute. After all, when Yang Kai was in the Four Seasons realm, he spent the most time in the winter territory, and Little Snowflake led the way there. It could be said that at least 1/10 of the treasures in the entire winter territory fell into his hands. These spirit flowers and rare grasses were all picked by Yang Kai at that time and immediately transplanted into the medicine garden. The medicine garden in the small sealed world had a special environment and excellent growth conditions. There was also a supreme treasure like the immortal tree that exuded amazing vitality. There was no need to worry about these flowers and rare grasses losing their vitality. On the contrary, their growth cycle in the medicine garden was greatly shortened. After planting in the medicine garden for a year, the medicinal age of these flowers and grasses would be at least 100 years. In addition to these, there was also the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. Although this thing was useless for martial arts cultivation, it had a miraculous effect in a certain aspect. If it could be refined into the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill, it would definitely make countless cultivators scramble for it. Take 1 pill. To those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan, they could allow their body's condition to return to a few decades ago, or even a few hundred or 1,000 years ago. Especially women of all ages. Who wouldn't want to be younger? Although the effect of the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill was not as good as the legendary youth-retaining pill that could make one's face look youthful forever, the two had different effects, and it was hard to compare which was better. If an old woman with a face full of wrinkles had to choose, she would definitely choose the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill over the face-preserving pill because the face-preserving pill had no effect on her face. However, the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill could restore her vitality and youth. If a young and beautiful woman had to choose, the face-preserving pill would undoubtedly be more attractive. Yang Kai secretly planned to find an opportunity to collect herbs after leaving Azure Sun Temple and refine the Flowing Time Great Emperor pill. Who knows, it might have some miraculous effect at a critical moment. In addition to these, It was just a bunch of messy stuff. These things included the spoils of war obtained by Yang Kai after killing people. There were also the spirit energy cores obtained from killing the puppets in the Flowing Time Temple, which were not of much use to him, so he could find an opportunity to exchange them for source crystals. After a short while, a jade bottle appeared in Yang Kai's hand. He opened the bottle cap, and a pill-like thing immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Emperor Authority Bead. It was the Emperor Authority Bead obtained from Wuchang. The Emperor Authority Bead contained the full power of a master from the Emperor realm. Its power was unimaginable, and the difficulty of refining it was immeasurable. Generally speaking, only second-order Emperor realm masters were qualified to refine such a thing, and it was usually used as a life-saving consumable for their juniors. Every time an Emperor Authority Bead was condensed, the master from the Emperor realm would be weakened for a period of time. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Emperor realm was not willing to refine such a thing. Even if they were willing to refine it, it was only occasionally and in small quantities. Therefore, even in the entire star boundary, Emperor Authority Beads were rare treasures. And this Emperor Authority Bead was obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. It was something left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperors. Although it was unknown when the Flowing Time Great Emperor refined it, its value and grade were definitely far beyond ordinary Emperor Authority Beads. Perhaps it contained the power of great emperors or even a third-order Emperor realm master. All in all, this was indeed a life-saving trump card. At a critical moment, even if he was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, a master would be able to turn the situation around. Yang Kai carefully put it away in an easily accessible place in his space ring before turning his gaze to the other 3 beads in front of him. These 3 beads, regardless of size or shape, were exactly the same. The only difference was the color of each bead. One was fiery red, which Yang Kai obtained from the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, there were so many good things in the temple, and Lan Sun had basically identified all of them, but she could not see through the origin of this fiery red bead. She did not even know what it was used for. Yang Kai also remembered what Xianxia Divine Spirit had asked Zhang Ruaxi to tell him: if he could enter the deepest part of the temple, he had to take the most useless thing. At that time, among the few treasures, besides this fiery red bead, everything else was useful. Whether it was the Pseudo-Emperor Artifact, Supreme Divine Water, Emperor Aura, or Emperor Authority Bead, they were all rare treasures in the outside world. So, Yang Kai went straight for this bead. No one competed with him for it, allowing him to obtain it easily. The second bead was green in color, which Yang Kai obtained from the ice lake in the winter territory. The third bead was the one he exchanged from the round-faced woman at the octagonal door. At that time, if the round-faced woman had not taken out this bead, Yang Kai would not have exchanged the extraordinary treasure pill. This third bead was pale yellow in color, like the color of a withered leaf. It gave people the feeling that hundreds of flowers had withered and the autumn wind was rustling. 3 beads, 3 different colors, but no matter which one Yang Kai poured his source chi or divine sense into, there was no reaction. Their colors were distinct and clear at a glance. Combined with the 4 seasons realm, it was easy to associate them with spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The emerald green color undoubtedly represented spring, which was full of vitality. The dazzling fiery red light obviously represented summer, and the bleak light yellow color obviously represented autumn. With one of the 4 seasons missing, only the bead of winter was missing. Yang Kai secretly estimated that if he could find the last bead of winter, he might be able to unlock the mysteries contained in these 4 beads, but now that the 4 seasons realm was closed, even if he wanted to go in and search for it, it would be impossible. After observing for a while, Yang Kai sighed and put away the 3 4 seasons beads. He didn't know what to call these beads, so he decided to give them the name 4 seasons beads in his heart. In this life, if he was fated, he might be able to find the last bead, but if he wasn't, he might never see it again. In the vast star boundary, how difficult was it to find a single bead of winter? Overall, Yang Kai's harvest this time wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. Not to mention the benefits brought by the tempering of the principles of time he obtained from the stairs of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Emperor Artifact Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe obtained by Zhang Ruaxi. Yang Kai tidied up a little and threw all the things he didn't need into the small sealed world bead and gave them to his embodiment. These things included all kinds of spirit pills, minerals, and even artifacts he found in other people's space rings. In any case, the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques and supplemented with the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. As long as it had world energy, there was nothing it couldn't devour. Xianxia estimated that with the current embodiment, even if he gave it an emperor artifact, it would be able to swallow it and absorb it into its body to become stronger. After a while, Xianxia formed a series of hand seals and his figure flickered, directly entering the small sealed world bead. He swept the small sealed world bead with his divine sense and imprinted all the movements in his mind. The embodiment was cultivating without any suspense. The stone mongoose's body didn't know the meaning of fatigue, so it spared no effort in cultivating. The two living people in the small sealed world bead, Xianxia and Xianxia, each occupied a pavilion at the moment and sat cross-legged there. Perhaps it was because the sealed world bead had swallowed a lot of world energy from the spirit Qi last time, but Xianxia felt that the cultivation environment here was obviously better after coming in this time. It seemed that if there was a chance, he still needed to let the sealed world bead absorb a little more world energy from the outside world. At the very least, he would encounter a situation like the spirit Qi last time. He moved his divine sense slightly and deliberately concentrated the world energy in the small sealed world bead in the direction of the pavilions. This way, Xianxia and Xianxia could cultivate more efficiently. Xianxia had broken through to the First Order Origin Returning Realm in the Four Seasons Realm Spirit Qi last time, so she was still consolidating her cultivation. However, Xianxia didn't dare to underestimate her because of her weak cultivation. This time, when Xianxia brought Xianxia into the Four Seasons realm, he saw a lot of incredible things. He clearly remembered that when Xianxia was breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm, a huge, valiant phantom suddenly appeared behind her. That phantom had the figure of a woman, and it was as if Xianxia had been magnified countless times. That woman simply opened her mouth and absorbed the energy vortex in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia successfully broke through without any hindrance. Then, in the flowing time temple, when Xianxia was about to be unable to withstand the baptism of the principles of time, it was the divine spirit Xianxia who saved her life and gave her a pink cloud's phoenix robe. Xianxia wouldn't believe that Xianxia didn't have any secrets. Xianxia was a fierce beast. Even in ancient times, it was a famous existence. Any cultivator it encountered basically had no hope of survival. However, such a divine spirit was willing to save a cultivator like Xianxia. Xianxia obviously saw something in Xianxia that Xianxia didn't know. Also, why did the space spirit jade only react to Xianxia? What did the lightning-like images on the space spirit jade mean? It was just that Xianxia didn't know much about her own situation, so Xianxia couldn't ask her clearly. How could he underestimate someone who was so secretive that even Xianxia had to save him? Xianxia now only hoped that she could grow up quickly. Maybe when she became stronger, she would be able to figure out the mysteries of her own body unknowingly. Xianxia was cultivating, so Xianxia didn't disturb her. Instead, his figure flickered and he went directly to the loft where Xianxia was. When he appeared, there was no movement, but Xianxia seemed to have sensed something, causing her eyebrows to furrow slightly. After opening her beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but glare at Xianxia and say, "You should have told me when you came, you scared me to death." "I didn't know you were so timid," Xianxia grinned. "The Four Seasons realm is closed?" Xianxia asked thoughtfully. Xianxia nodded. "How was the harvest?" "So. Xianxia couldn't help but curl her lips. "It's obvious you don't mean it." "Did you get something good?" Xianxia smiled, a little. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and took out a white, flawless, rolling spirit pill, pinching it between his two fingers. "This is..." Xiaxi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at the spirit pill, revealing a blank look. Although she didn't recognize what this spirit pill was or what it was used for, she instinctively felt that this thing was something extraordinary. It was very likely to be some kind of rare treasure. "Do you want it?" Xianxi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he asked. "Based on our current relationship, and the fact that you can kill me at any time, plus the color and aroma of this pill, this shouldn't be a poisonous pill or a pill that's harmful to me, because you don't have to do that." In other words, this is the case. Is this spirit pill very useful to me? Hua Qingxi didn't immediately answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she carefully analyzed the situation. I'm already at the third order Dao Source realm, and I'm only one step away from the Emperor realm. There aren't many elixirs in this world that are of great use to me, and I've never seen or even heard of the elixir you have. As she spoke, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes gradually lit up. Then the only explanation is that this spirit pill is one of those legendary items. She couldn't wait any longer. I want it, I want it. Give it to me. Yang Kai, however, didn't immediately give it to her. Instead, he looked at her with a teasing expression and said, "Is it really okay for a woman to say such things? Go die." Hua Qingxi's face turned red from being teased. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Yang Kai and said, "Are you going to give it to me or not?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and stopped teasing her. Instead, he directly tossed the spirit pill over. Hua Qingxi happily caught it. First, she carefully observed it but couldn't figure out what it was. Then, she leaned forward and sniffed it, even sticking out her pink tongue and licking it gently. Is that necessary? Yang Kai's face darkened. Can't you just eat it? What kind of spirit pill is this? Hua Qingxi looked up and asked. An extraordinary treasure pill. As soon as these words came out, Hua Qingxi was stunned. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. You know? Yang Kai looked at her with slight surprise. After all, in the Four Seasons realm, there were many cultivators who didn't know about the extraordinary treasure lotus and the extraordinary treasure pill, and it was only thanks to Lan Sun's explanation. It was only after Lan Sun's explanation that everyone realized how precious it was. But Hua Qingxi's demeanor made it obvious she knew what it was at a glance. How could I not know? Hua Qingxi replied matter-of-factly, her voice trembling inexplicably, this is the famous extraordinary treasure pill, an extraordinary treasure pill that may not appear even once in 1,000 years. She wasn't exaggerating. Although the extraordinary treasure lotus might appear every once in a while, the extraordinary treasure pill was extremely difficult to obtain because if the extraordinary treasure lotus was not taken or refined into a pill within 3 hours after it matured, its medicinal efficacies would be exhausted. For an extraordinary treasure pill to be born, 2 conditions must be met. The birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus. At the same time as the birth of the extraordinary treasure lotus, a skilled alchemist must be nearby. Both conditions being met at the same time was almost a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, and even if they were met, the alchemist would still need to perform at a normal or extraordinary level, otherwise, if the refinement failed, everything would be lost. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before in history. An alchemist who was under too much pressure while refining an extraordinary treasure pill ended up failing and dying. From this, it could be seen how precious and rare the extraordinary treasure pill was. Sure enough, you know what's good for you, Yang Kai grinned. Where did you get it? Is there such a thing in the Flowing Time Temple? Hua Qingxi was still shocked and was unable to recover her composure for a long time. I refined it myself, Yang Kai replied. You're also an alchemist? Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly became strange. Can't I? Yang Kai responded unhappily before urging, what are you still holding on to? Eat it. You're now in the third order Dao Source realm, so if you take it, it won't be long before you break through to the Emperor realm. Are you really giving this to me? Although Hua Qingxi asked this, her hand was still tightly clenching the extraordinary treasure pill. Why would I take it out if I didn't give it to you? Yang Kai was amused by her and thought for a while before explaining, let's put it this way, although you reluctantly handed over your soul brand and formed an unsatisfactory relationship with me, with this bond in place, I'm not afraid of you betraying me or exposing my secrets. Moreover, the stronger you become, the more useful you will be to me. I also hope that you can break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. When that time comes, I'll take you around the world and let you out to bite whoever I don't like. Am I a dog? When Hua Qingxi first started listening, a grateful and touched expression appeared on her pretty face, but the more she listened, the more she felt that something was amiss. Her expression immediately turned cold, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off it. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and take it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. I understand now. Hua Qingxi squinted at him and sneered, you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. You want to be nice to others, but you're too embarrassed to do so. You're afraid that showing off too much will shake your dominant position, yet you still speak so viciously and ruthlessly. Do you believe I won't strip you naked and throw you out? Yang Kai threatened fiercely, feeling a little angry out of shame. Come. Hua Qingxi's pretty face blushed, but she didn't back down and stood up straight, challenging Yang Kai. If you really dare to do that, I'll announce to the world that this old lady is your woman. Let's see if you'll be made a cuckold then. So vicious? Yang Kai was shocked. Humph. Hua Qingxi sneered, if you're afraid, obediently call me elder sister and I'll be merciful enough to let you go. You win. Yang Kai angrily rebuked, gritting his teeth as his figure flickered and he left the small sealed world. If he continued to be entangled with this crazy woman, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. Don't go, I haven't finished speaking yet, Hua Qingxi hurriedly called out, but there was no response. After a while, she pursed her red lips and looked at the extraordinary treasure pill in her hand, muttering to herself, it seems that if I hadn't seen some of his secrets at that time, I wouldn't have fallen to my current realm. But if I hadn't fallen to this point, I wouldn't have been able to obtain this extraordinary treasure pill. Fortune and misfortune really come hand in hand. Forget it, for this spirit pill, what harm is there in being locked up for 100 years? Saying so, a smile appeared on her face. Although she now had the cultivation of the third order Tao Source realm, she didn't have the slightest confidence in breaking through to the Emperor realm. Her current cultivation had been slowly and steadily improved over time. But how to break through this bottleneck and pry into the mysteries of the Emperor realm was something she had never grasped. When she was in Star Soul Palace, she had looked for opportunities to consult the masters in the palace, but no one had been able to give her a satisfactory answer, no one had been able to guide her down a bright path. She secretly felt that if she didn't have a special opportunity in this life, it would be impossible for her to touch upon the mysteries of the Emperor realm. But now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had suddenly appeared in front of her. How could Hua Qingxi not be excited? The reason why she knew about the extraordinary treasure pill was precisely because breaking through to the Emperor realm was a hopeless endeavor, so she had deliberately checked the ancient records of Star Soul Palace to see if there were any pills in this world that could help her break through. And all of these ancient books had recorded the words extraordinary treasure pill. According to the ancient records, this was a spirit pill that could directly break through to the Emperor realm. As long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad and their perception wasn't too low, after taking this pill, one could break through to the Emperor realm. As for the cultivator who cultivated to the third order Tao Source realm, which one of them didn't have enough aptitude? It was just a matter of time. Someone like Xianxia and Wu Cheng might be able to break through to the Emperor realm within 5 or even 3 years after taking this pill. For those with less aptitude, it might take 10 or 20 years, but so what if it took 100 years? As long as one could break through to the Emperor realm, any amount of waiting would be worth it. This was already a great gift. Hua Qingxi knew that her relationship with Yang Kai was only that of master and servant because of the soul brand, so she never expected that the other party would be willing to give her such a spirit pill. This person's generosity and open-mindedness were really beyond her expectations. While contemplating, Hua Qingxi no longer hesitated and directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth. Since she knew about the extraordinary treasure pill, she naturally knew that the sooner she took it, the better. Once the spirit pill entered her abdomen, she immediately sat down cross-legged and silently circulated her secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. At the same time, in the palace wing of soaring Swallow Peak, Yang Kai appeared in a disheveled state, cursing and swearing, looking quite depressed. The furnace of extraordinary treasure pills he refined wasn't just 4 pills as he had told others, but 5. When the pill tribulation arrived, Lu Yan had wrapped up the extraordinary treasure pills and hid inside the sealed world bead, taking all of them away with her. After the pill tribulation, Yang Kai took advantage of the fact that everyone was still in a daze to quietly put back 4 of them, all without anyone knowing. With Yang Kai's current cultivation and alchemist level, being able to refine 5 extraordinary treasure pills at once was mostly due to luck. He had secretly estimated that he could only refine 3 pills, but he did not expect that when the final result came out, a big surprise would appear in front of him. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel regretful was that none of the 5 spirit pills had formed pill veins. This was understandable. Extraordinary treasure pills were not easy to form, and if they had formed pill veins, it would be too heaven-defying. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been living on Flying Swallow Peak, cultivating in peace and patiently waiting for news from Azure Sun Temple. Searching for the tribulation fruit was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. The reason why Yang Kai gave a 3-month deadline was entirely for Qinyu's sake. Her body and age could not wait any longer. And Azure Sun Temple was her and Yang Kai's only hope. Flying Swallow Peak was located in a remote part of the Azure Sun mountain range, so it was extremely quiet, so no one came to disturb Yang Kai. However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that after a few days, an unexpected guest would come to visit. The visitor was Gao Xueting. This made him extremely surprised, but he did not neglect and welcomed Gao Xueting into the main hall to accompany her. He thought that Gao Xueting might have come to find him for something, but it was not what he imagined. This cold master of the Emperor realm stayed with Yang Kai for most of the day, just like an elder asking Yang Kai about the cultivation of a junior, asking him some questions about the martial Dao. Yang Kai thought carefully and answered them one by one. From Gao Xueting's expression, he did not know whether the answers satisfied her or not. It was rare to have such a close contact with a master of the Emperor realm, so Yang Kai also took the opportunity to ask some things he did not understand. Gao Xueting had no intention of hiding anything and explained to him in simple words. Yang Kai's harvest was not small. At the end, Gao Xueting proposed to test the strength of Yang Kai's divine sense. In this regard, although Yang Kai was puzzled, he did not refuse. He condensed his divine sense slightly and blasted it at Gao Xueting. The other party naturally received it calmly and was indifferent, but she gave Yang Kai a meaningful look, as if she saw that he did not use his full strength. In the end, Gao Xueting left something for Yang Kai and left. After sending Gao Xueting off, Yang Kai was confused. He didn't know why Elder Gao had come looking for him. From the last time she went to the Four Seasons realm with her, she knew that Gao Xueting was not an easy person to get along with. It wasn't because he had a bad temper or a bad personality, but because he was born with an ice-cold temperament. His face always had an expression that kept people 1,000 miles away and kept strangers away. In fact, Yang Kai could feel that Gao Xueting wasn't a bad person. He looked at something in his hand. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Muttering to himself, Yang Kai muttered, "There's no beginning or end. What is this for?" The thing in his hand was the thing that Gao Xueting gave him before she left. It looked like a small bell, about the size of a palm. It was surrounded by a halo and looked extremely mysterious. It was also emitting strong energy fluctuations. Gao Xueting called it the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield. This was a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact. Moreover, it was not an ordinary artifact. It was a soul-type artifact. Soul-type artifacts were often made of extremely special materials. They could only be controlled by the cultivator's divine sense. Source Qi had no effect on these artifacts. Soul-type artifacts were several grades more precious than ordinary artifacts in terms of rarity and value. Therefore, although this small bell was only a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact, its true value was not below that of an ordinary Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. In fact, it was even more valuable. And from the shape of this small bell, one could tell at a glance that it was a defensive artifact. If it was refined into one's body, it could protect one's knowledge, sea and soul from external attacks. Yang Kai really did not have a soul-type artifact. When he was still very weak, he had a small offensive sword, but as his strength increased, that thing had long been eliminated. Moreover, he had comprehended the Blossoming Lotus secret technique on his own. Its offensive power was stronger and more mysterious than most soul-type artifacts. Therefore, he had never considered collecting this type of artifact. Gao Xueting's gift to him could be considered to have made up for one of his shortcomings. With the protection of this artifact, coupled with Yang Kai's powerful soul, it would be very difficult for others to harm his knowledge sea with a sneak attack. As the saying goes, one does not dare refuse a gift from an elder. Yang Kai was not a disciple of the temple, but Gao Xueting was a master of the Emperor realm. Therefore, when she gave Yang Kai this artifact, Yang Kai did not think much about it and just thanked her. At this moment, it seemed that it would take some time to refine it. Since he had nothing to do now and was only waiting for news, it was time to start refining the artifact. Thinking of this, Xianxia no longer hesitated. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense, enveloping the purple sun profound light shield. More than 10 days passed by slowly. Over the past 10 days, Xianxia had been sitting cross-legged in his room, not taking a single step out as he worked hard to refine the purple sun profound light shield. Through these days of hard work, he had only managed to refine a third of the artifact's barrier. He could store it in his knowledge sea and barely activate a bit of its power. But if he wanted to completely refine it, he would need more time to accumulate power. This purple sun profound light shield was worthy of being a Dao source grade low-rank soul-type artifact. Its function seemed to be extremely powerful. Just now, it had turned into a purple light curtain that shrouded Xianxia's knowledge sea, forming a strong layer of protection. If others wanted to hurt Xianxia's knowledge sea, they would have to break through this purple protection first. Because it had not been completely refined, Xianxia did not know if it had any other functions, but this alone was enough to make him look forward to it. On this day, Xianxia suddenly felt something and quickly opened his eyes to look outside. Just as he opened his eyes, a person's voice sounded outside the door, shouting, "Brother Yang, I'm here to see you." When Xianxia heard this voice, he knew that the person who spoke was Xiaxing. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaxing pushed the door open and entered. Another person's voice sounded, "Brother, he hasn't invited you in yet. What if you interfere with his cultivation?" This person was Xiao Baiyi. Yes, maybe junior brother Yang is comprehending some kind of secret technique. "Brother, don't be so rash." Morong Xiaoxiao's voice also sounded, seemingly very worried. Xiaxing heard this and could not help but look embarrassed. He was in a dilemma and scratched his head, whispering, "What should I do then? I've already called out." "It's okay, please come in," Xianxia responded. The expression on Xiaxing's face suddenly relaxed as he laughed and stepped in. "Thank you for your hospitality," Xiao Baiyi said and walked in. Not long after, several people appeared in front of Xianxia. To Xianxia's great surprise, in addition to Xiaxing, Xiao Baiyi, and Morong Xiaoxiao, Chen Muji was also there. He was not familiar with Xianxia and had only met him a few times, so at this moment, they just nodded to each other as a greeting. Xiaxing, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic and introduced them to each other. This guest room was simple, so Xianxia did not have the idea of inviting them to sit down. Instead, he looked at Xiaxing and said, "You all came together, is there something you want to tell me?" Xiaxing nodded slightly, smiled mysteriously, and said, "Temple Master summoned us." "Me too?" Xianxia frowned. These people in front of him were all elites of Azure Sun Temple, so it was natural for them to be summoned, but the meaning of Xiaxing's words was that even he was summoned, which made Xianxia a little confused. "Exactly." Xiaxing nodded and said, "Temple Master specifically asked us to come here and bring Brother Yang to see him." "Do you know what it is?" Xianxia asked. "Good news." Xiaxing grinned. Xiao Baiyi said at this moment, "When we left last time, didn't Temple Master say that sentence? I think we are probably going to receive a reward this time." "Receive a reward?" Xianxia's expression was extremely strange, but, "I have already made a request to Temple Master Wen. What else does Temple Master Wen want to reward me with?" Xiaxing smiled and said, "How can that small request make up for the merit of your 6-star seals? Temple Master has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Brother Yang, you have made such a huge contribution to the temple this time, so it can't be offset by a small request." "Yes." Xiao Baiyi nodded. "You also noticed that this time, the Temple Master only summoned the few of us, and the few of us are the ones who obtained the extra star seals. Me, Xiao, and junior brother Chen were all rewarded for just turning in a single star seal, not to mention you turning in 6 at once. Enough chit-chat, let's go quickly. I can't wait to know what the Temple Master will reward me with," Xiaxing said with an impatient expression. "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way," Xianxia said politely. Immediately, the group of 5 each used their movement skills and secret techniques and flew towards the main peak of Azure Sun Temple. After a short while, they arrived at Myriad Saints Peak and went straight to the main hall. However, when they crossed the gate, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed slightly. At this moment, he felt a mysterious force suddenly appear and bless him. Before he could react, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. After they passed through the gate, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Brother Yang?" Xiaoxing's expression changed drastically as he asked in horror. Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao, Chen Muji, and the others also looked shocked and dignified. "Don't worry, he was called by the temple master alone." A person's voice suddenly came from the front. Everyone looked up and found that the person who spoke was Gao Shueting. At this moment, Elder Gao was facing the crowd and standing there quietly. She was like a blooming white lotus, clear and distant. They looked at each other. Although they did not know why when Zishan wanted to take Yang Kai away alone, they were no longer worried and immediately said in unison, "Greetings, Elder Gao." At the same time, Yang Kai mysteriously appeared in one of the rooms of the Myriad Saints Peak Palace. After regaining control of his body, Yang Kai immediately put on a defensive posture and looked around. Not far in front of him, Wen Zishan was lying lazily on a chair, looking at him with a smile. Greetings, Temple Master Wen." Yang Kai straightened his face and cupped his fists. Wen Zishan nodded and said, "You're welcome." Saying so, he stood up and walked to the table. He picked up a wine bottle and a jar of wine from the table and filled his cup. In an instant, the room was filled with the fragrance of wine. He took a sip and put on a look of ecstasy, as if he was savoring the taste. Looking at him like this, Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not disturb him and just waited quietly. After a long time, when Zishan seemed to have recovered from the pleasure and said with a satisfied expression, "You should know why I called you here, right?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "I heard some guesses from Brother Xia." Haha, when Zishan laughed, "Boy, you're very cautious." "Well, I called you here to give you a reward. Although you made a request to this king a few days ago, that request is not enough to offset your contribution to the temple. However, you're not a disciple of the temple, so you're an outsider. This king has been in a dilemma for a long time about the reward." "Boy, I don't ask for much," Yang Kai smiled slightly. When Zishan said, "What kind of reward do you want? Why don't you tell me, if possible? This king can satisfy you." He threw the initiative to Yang Kai. This approach seemed generous and open-minded. In fact, Kai Yang was well aware of what was going on. Because he was just a cultivator in the first-order Dao Source realm, while Wen Zishan was a third-order Emperor realm master and a sect master. Therefore, what was precious and rare to Yang Kai might be ordinary to Wen Zishan. If Yang Kai proposed the reward, Wen Zishan might be able to get it easily. How could Yang Kai be so stupid? He naturally would not miss such a rare opportunity. He just said, "What reward can Temple Master Wen give this junior?" Hearing this, Wen Zishan showed a look of approval. When the two looked at each other, everything was understood without words. After a moment of silence, Wen Zishan said, "Based on the number of star seals you have handed, this king can open the gate of the temple's treasury and allow you to enter to choose any 3 items." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly. This was what Wen Zishan had said. However, the Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault did not belong to him. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple's treasure vault was naturally filled with countless rare treasures. If Yang Kai could really enter and take 3 things, it might allow his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Just as he was tempted. Wen Zishan said in a provocative tone, "There are many treasures in the temple's treasury. There are countless artifacts, including 2 emperor artifacts, but as for what those emperor artifacts are and where they are, you'll have to find them yourself. I won't tell you. In addition, there are all kinds of spirit pills that are difficult to find in the outside world, as well as secret arts and secret tomes that have never been taught to outsiders. With your cultivation, any one of them is a great opportunity. Moreover, there are many cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm." Yang Kai's breathing slowly quickened. He really did not expect Wen Zishan to be so generous to him. No matter what, he was still an outsider, but Wen Zishan was willing to open the gate of the treasury to him. This alone was enough to make Yang Kai very grateful. However, Although what Wen Zishan said was precious and rare, it still did not make Yang Kai immediately make up his mind. He did not care about the emperor artifacts, and he could refine the pills himself. He did not particularly need them. He could also ignore secret arts because even if he took them, he would not have so much time to cultivate them. Instead, the cultivation experiences and insights of the masters in the Emperor realm made Yang Kai slightly tempted. These things could help him save a lot of time and avoid many detours. Seeing his expression change, Wen Zishan was a little surprised and said, "What? None of these things attract you?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Please forgive me, Temple Master Wen. I just don't know how to decide." Wen Zishan smiled and said, "This king understands. And, if you don't like these things, how about this king personally teach you a secret art?" Yang Kai looked up at him and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master Wen, may I ask, what reward will Brother Xia and the others get this time? Will they be able to enter the treasury and take out any 3 items?" As soon as these words came out, Wen Zishan's smile immediately became meaningful. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, you've asked the right question. It seems, the reward that Brother Xia and the others get is a little different from mine," Yang Kai said knowingly. "Yes, it is indeed different. After all, they are disciples of the temple, and you are not," Wen Zishan admitted bluntly. He was not worried that Yang Kai would throw a tantrum because the truth was right there. After all, people were still divided into close and distant. However, he changed the topic and said, "You also have a chance to get the same reward as them. I just don't know if you're willing. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai looked solemn. Although he did not know what kind of reward Xia Xing and the others would get, since Wen Zishan admitted that the reward was different, it meant that Xia Xing and the others would get better rewards. Since there was such an opportunity, Yang Kai would certainly fight for it. However, he was very curious about what kind of reward would be better than entering the treasury and choosing any 3 items. Wen Zishan did not answer him immediately this time. Instead, he said, "Do you know why this king built Azure Sun Temple here?" Yang Kai thought to himself, that was hundreds of thousands of years ago. How would I know? Although he was muttering in his heart, he put on a look of asking for advice and said, "I don't know. Of course, it's because there is something very special here," Wen Zishan said. As he spoke, a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, and he continued, 800 years ago, this king accidentally passed by the Azure Sun mountain range and found something. That thing had a mysterious effect. This king was already a 3rd-order Emperor realm master at that time, so he wanted to collect that thing, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. I could only live here temporarily. As time passed, this place gradually grew to the size of a sect, so this king simply built Azure Sun Temple. Compared to the other top sects in the southern territory, this temple has only been around for a short time, so why is it able to compete with the other top sects? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he whispered, "Is it because of that thing?" Wen Zishan suddenly showed a teachable expression and said, "Yes, although this king is a 3rd-order Emperor realm master and is not weaker than the other sect masters or temple masters, the strength of a sect is not just a matter of one person. It requires the support of many pillars. For Azure Sun Temple to develop to its current scale, that thing played an important role. I wonder, what exactly is that thing?" When Yang Kai heard this, he was also very curious. He really could not understand what kind of thing could allow a sect to prosper to its current level. Wen Zishan stared at Yang Kai with a solemn expression and spat out 3 words, "The Divine Ascension Mirror." Immortal Ascension Boundary? Yang Kai listened blankly. "It's not the Divine Ascension Boundary, you know, it's the Divine Ascension Mirror, the Mirror of Mirrors." When Zishan explained, "This is a strange object that has existed since the beginning of the world. It forms a world of its own inside, and that world is very different from the one we are in now. As for what the difference is, this king will not explain it to you. If you have the opportunity to enter it, you will naturally understand. After entering it, the cultivator will also obtain a huge increase in strength." Back then, this king explored it but was unable to decipher the key to this object. Over the past few hundred years, most of the temple's elite disciples have entered it, and those who were able to come out alive have all become much stronger. Star Soul Palace has the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Orthodoxy Temple has the Astral Winds, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land has the Martial Intent Temple. These are the foundations of their respective sects and are the reason why these sects have been able to stand tall for so long, Wen Zishan said with a proud expression, and my Azure Sun Temple has the Divine Ascension Mirror. As long as the Divine Ascension Mirror is not broken, my temple will be able to continue to pass on its legacy and never decline. Can this brat go in? Yang Kai asked with a fiery expression. Wen Zishan grinned and said, originally, this king would never allow an outsider like you to enter. Even in the temple, only those who have entered it know the secret of the Divine Ascension Mirror. The other disciples have never heard of it, and naturally, the other sects also know nothing about it. However, your contribution this time is not small, so if this king doesn't allow you to enter, it would be somewhat unreasonable, but allowing you to enter would also be against the rules. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly said, Temple Master Wen, do you still remember that when I fought with Shui last time, you said that if I won, you would agree to a request of mine that wasn't too excessive? Wen Zishan was startled when he heard this and looked at Yang Kai. What? You're going to use this request here? That's right. Yang Kai nodded and said, in addition to my contribution of 6-star seals to the temple, there shouldn't be a problem, right? There shouldn't be a problem. Wen Zishan pondered, you've already said so much, but are you sure you want to do this? You don't even know what the Divine Ascension Mirror can bring you. Yang Kai smiled and said, since Brother Xia and the others received this reward, it means that this is the best reward. Since it's the best reward, why should I hesitate? Good. Wen Zishan shouted, since that's the case, this king will agree to your request. However, you must also swear an oath that you will never reveal the secret of the Divine Ascension Mirror to anyone for the rest of your life, otherwise. This brat understands. Yang Kai nodded and immediately swore an oath in front of Wen Zishan. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to Flying Swallow Peak from Wen Zishan's place. During this half a day, Wen Zishan explained the mysteries of the Divine Ascension Mirror to Yang Kai in detail. The more Yang Kai learned about the Divine Ascension Mirror, the more surprised he became that such a treasure could be born in this world and that such a mysterious space existed. Wen Zishan was right. As long as one could enter the Divine Ascension Mirror and come out alive, any cultivator would receive a massive boost in strength. This kind of boost wasn't just a boost to one's strength, but rather a boost to one's foundation and overall abilities. This was a significant boost to any cultivator. At this point, he finally understood why Gao Shueting suddenly came to find him a few days ago and gave him the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield before she left. She had either anticipated this or was preparing ahead of time, so she specifically gave Yang Kai a soul-type defensive artifact in order to give him an extra layer of protection after he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it for a while, he smiled bitterly and muttered under his breath, the older the wiser. The reason he said this was because he understood one thing. Wen Zishan and the others had probably discussed this more than 10 days ago before he entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. But today, Temple Master Wen deliberately made things difficult for him and vaguely pointed out that the rewards Xia Xing and the others received were different from Yang Kai's, all in order to lure Yang Kai into using up his previous promise. In other words, even if Yang Kai didn't use Wen Zishan's promise, he should still be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. Things had already gotten to this point. There was no point in regretting it. Yang Kai felt like he should be thanking Wen Zishan instead. He had opened up the great secret of Azure Sun Temple to an outsider like him, giving him a chance to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror. So what if he used up that promise? He was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror tomorrow, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to refine the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield after returning to Flying Swallow Peak. After all, it would only take half a day, so no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't have much of an effect. He simply sat down cross-legged and adjusted his condition to its optimal state. The next day. Early in the morning, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His eyes were sparkling. It was obvious that he had rested well. Then, he set off towards a certain direction in the depths of the Azure Sun mountain range. About an hour later, Yang Kai landed at the foot of a high mountain. On the other side of the open space, there were already 4 figures standing there. Yang Kai glanced at them. He discovered that the 4 people were Xia Xing, Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and Chen Muji. Ha, I knew that Brother Yang would definitely come. Xiaoxing looked at Yang Kai and laughed. Xiao Baiyi, on the other hand, was shocked because he thought that the Divine Ascension Mirror was related to the sect's secrets. Even if Yang Kai, an outsider, had made great contributions, it was also impossible for him to have the opportunity to enter. However, he did not expect his own hall master to be so generous. Junior Brother Yang. Morong Xiao smiled at Yang Kai and nodded in greeting. Brother Yang. Chen Muji also cupped his fist slightly. Although he wasn't familiar with Yang Kai yet, he had at least exchanged a few words with him. Moreover, everyone was going to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror this time, so they had to support each other, so there was no problem in building a good relationship beforehand. Yang Kai also cupped his fists in response, greeting everyone one by one and exchanging a few words with them. Only then did he change the topic. Are we the only ones entering this time? Is there no elder leading the team? Xiaoxing smiled. Of course there is. It said that the Divine Ascension Mirror is quite dangerous, so the temple won't feel safe letting us Dao Source Realm cultivators enter alone. They will probably send an elder from the Emperor Realm to assist us. But we don't know who it is, Chen Muji smiled. Xiaoxing's face darkened as he muttered, please don't let it be Elder Gao. Last time, he was thrown off the ship by Gao Shueting on the way to and from the Four Seasons realm, so he was quite afraid of her. After saying this, Xiaoxing turned his head suspiciously and looked at Morong Xiao with a puzzled expression. Xiao, didn't you rest well last night? Why are your eyelids twitching? It's not that. Morong Xiao answered softly with an anxious expression on her face. Humph. Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted and turned his gaze away. Chen Muji and Yang Kai, one of them looked up at the sky while the other looked down at the ground. Xiaoxing suddenly seemed to understand something and couldn't help but shiver. Behind him, he felt a chill, as if a peerless demon god was standing behind him. Her tall figure covered the sky, making Xiaoxing feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Haha. He suddenly let out a dry laugh. What did I just say? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had hit him hard. Then, he fell to the ground and lay there with his arms and legs spread out, not moving at all. All of you, follow me. Gao Shueting said indifferently as she turned around and flew upwards. Yes. Several people responded and followed closely behind Gao Shueting. Before Morong Xiao left, she looked at Xiaoxing sympathetically, but she didn't have the courage to pull him up. She could only silently pray for her brother in her heart. Along the way, Gao Shueting didn't say a word, making the disciples feel a great deal of pressure. For some reason, when the disciples got along with Gao Shueting, they couldn't help but become serious, as if they were intimidated by her cold aura. Not long after, everyone arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a flat and smooth cliff facing the abyss. Gao Shueting stopped in front of the cliff. Yang Kai and the others stood about 10 meters away from Gao Shueting and looked at the place curiously. Yang Kai's curiosity was understandable because he was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and was unfamiliar with everything here. However, Xiao Baiyi and the others were different. Although they had lived in Azure Sun Temple for many years and had been here to learn from their masters, and had passed by this place many times, they had never paid much attention to this place. They thought it was just an ordinary mountain peak, but they didn't expect that there was a huge secret hidden here. After entering, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't say what you shouldn't say. Gao Shueting suddenly said seriously, especially you. When she said the last sentence, her majestic gaze was cast on Xiaoxing, who was hiding behind Morong Xiao. She didn't know when he had caught up. This disciple will become a mute now. When Xiaoxing heard this, he immediately reached out and drew a line across his mouth, as if he was sewing it shut with an invisible needle and thread. Only then did Gao Shueting turn her head and face the flat cliff, calling out, "Is Grandma Yu here?" Shueting is under the orders of the sect master to bring a few disciples into the Divine Ascension Mirror. Grandma, please open the barrier. Her tone was extremely polite, not even when facing Wen Zishan and Qiu Ran. It was fine with Wen Zishan, but Gao Shueting seemed to have been brought up by Wen Zishan. The two of them had a very close relationship, and Wen Zishan often did things that angered Gao Shueting, so Gao Shueting naturally didn't respect him. However, Qiu Ran, as the Vice-Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple and a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, had never been treated so politely by Gao Shueting. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that besides politeness, Gao Shueting's attitude also had a trace of caution and nervousness. Coupled with the way she addressed herself as if she was a junior, Yang Kai immediately guessed that this Grandma Yu, who was guarding the forbidden area, should be an old antique with an extremely bad temper. This speculation surprised Yang Kai slightly, because he didn't expect that there would be such a person in Azure Sun Temple. After Gao Shueting shouted, she kept waiting. After half an incense stick worth of time, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of them. Immediately after, a cave appeared on the originally empty cliff. When Gao Shueting saw this, she whispered to everyone, "Follow me." Then, her figure flickered and she rushed into the cave, with the others following closely behind. After entering the cave, a cold atmosphere immediately enveloped everyone. Even though the weakest person present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but shiver and get goosebumps. The cave was quiet and secluded, and the light was dim. Gao Shueting led the way at the front while the others followed closely behind. No one spoke, and even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the limit. Only the faint sound of their heartbeats could be heard, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The path in the cave was full of twists and turns, and Gao Shueting seemed to be leading everyone into the heart of the mountain. After walking for a long time, a light suddenly appeared in front of them. After a short while, everyone arrived at a spacious cave. Looking around, this cave was clean and monotonous, and there wasn't much in it. However, in the center of the cave, there was a flickering, mirror-like object about the size of a table. Everyone's expression couldn't help but shake as they immediately understood that this was the legendary Divine Ascension mirror. All of them looked in that direction, wanting to see it clearly. However, when everyone looked in that direction, they discovered that the Divine Ascension mirror was extremely mysterious. The originally flat surface of the mirror had suddenly transformed into a huge vortex that released an unimaginable suction force. Immediately after, everyone's knowledge seas began to churn, and their souls became restless, as if their souls were about to be sucked away. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly averted their gazes. No one dared to pay attention to that strange existence anymore, and all of them broke out in cold sweat. Young people always need to suffer a little before they realize how insignificant they are. Humph. Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice rang out, echoing throughout the spacious cave. It made everyone feel as if 100 claws were scratching at their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. If one really had to describe this voice, it was like the sound of two pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Yang Kai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Along with the voice, a figure strangely appeared in front of everyone. No one noticed when she had appeared, and even Gao Shueting's source chi seemed to have subconsciously surged the moment this person appeared, but she quickly suppressed it. "Greetings, Grandma." Gao Shueting's face turned solemn as she cupped her fists towards the figure. Yang Kai and the others also hurriedly looked towards the newcomer and found that Grandma Yu's figure was extremely short, only reaching up to Yang Kai's chest. Her waist was bent and she held a walking stick in her hand. She looked extremely weak and trembling. Grandma Yu's face couldn't be described with just the word ugly. Her face was full of potholes, traces of erosion from the flowing time Great Emperor. There were countless wrinkles on her face, and there were even many age spots on her face. It seemed like she didn't have long to live. Only her pair of green eyes were bright and full of spirit. Everyone felt their hair stand on end when they looked into those eyes. The first word that came to mind when looking at such a dignified gaze was ferocious. Morong Xiao, who was a little timid, already had her pretty face slightly pale. Even Yang Kai and the other men all had uncomfortable looks on their faces. But since she was in front of them, they didn't dare to not salute, so they immediately cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Senior." Grandma Yu nodded slightly and didn't say much, just sweeping her eyes over them. At the same time, an almost suffocating divine sense swept over everyone's bodies. Yang Kai turned pale with fright as he stared at the old woman in front of him in shock. Because he discovered that her divine sense was incredibly powerful. It was comparable to Aunt Feng, whom he had met before. They weren't any weaker. Aunt Feng was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, someone who was on par with Wen Zishan. However, the energy fluctuations coming from this Grandma Yu's body shouldn't have reached the third-order Emperor realm. According to Yang Kai's experience, she should only be a first-order Emperor realm master. In other words, although this old woman only had a first-order Emperor realm cultivation, her divine sense was comparable to a third-order Emperor realm master. He didn't know if it was because of her innate talent or because she had been guarding the divine ascension mirror all year round. Yang Kai secretly felt that the latter was more likely because according to Wen Zishan, the greatest use of the divine ascension mirror was to improve the cultivator's divine sense. She had been guarding the divine ascension mirror all year round, so she must have obtained great benefits from this unique treasure. After Granny Yu scanned the crowd with her divine sense, she suddenly turned her gaze to Yang Kai, and as if she had discovered something, she chuckled strangely and said, "This little guy is quite interesting." Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. After Granny Yu made this comment, she did not comment further on Yang Kai. Instead, she said in an ear-piercing voice, "The others are just SOSO." Gao Shueting cupped her fists and said, "I'll have to trouble Grandma to send them into the divine ascension mirror." "Humph, that little bastard Wen Zishan. You only know how to order me around," Granny Yu said. He suddenly cursed. Kai Yang and the others were all shocked, staring dumbfounded at the old woman in front of them, their faces filled with disbelief. Wen Zishan was the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, and since this Granny Yu was ordered to guard the restricted area, she should also be a member of the temple. As a cultivator of the temple, she actually dared to speak so rudely and call the temple master a little bastard in front of so many people. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that something was wrong. After Granny Yu finished cursing, she turned her head and glared at them with a hawk-like gaze. She said fiercely, "What? He trapped me here, and I can't even scold him? Do you have any objections?" Everyone hurriedly shook their heads, feeling like there was a lot of information in this sentence. On the other side, Gao Shueting frowned and said, "Granny, you're only here because of the bet with the temple master. Why do you have to? What do you know?" Granny Yu's temper was really bad. After scolding Wen Zishan, she got angry at Gao Shueting and said agitatedly, "You were just a little girl back then. What do you know?" Wen Zishan, that bastard, if this old woman wasn't his opponent, I would have torn him to pieces. She seemed to have recalled something very bad, so she started cursing endlessly. As she cursed, she banged the crutch in her hand so loudly that the entire cave was filled with loud noises. Yang Kai and the others stood in place, trembling with fear. They were afraid that this old woman would go crazy and attack them. With her powerful divine sense, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor realm master, if she really attacked, Gao Shueting might not be able to protect them. Fortunately, although Granny Yu was furious, she had not lost her mind, so after cursing for a while, she suddenly shut up and stood in place, gasping for breath, as if she was tired. Gao Shueting's expression was also very ugly. She suppressed the impatience in her heart and did not dare to interrupt her. She waited for her to finish cursing before saying, "Granny, let's send them in first. This old woman knows." The old woman replied impatiently, then turned to Gao Shueting and asked, "Do you want to go in this time?" Gao Shueting replied, "Yes." "Good, then each of you can find a stone room." After Granny Yu finished speaking, she suddenly pointed her crutch in front of them. Following the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai and the others noticed that there were man-made stone rooms around the mysterious divine ascension mirror. There was a restriction token hanging on the door of each stone room. After a rough count, there were a total of 10 stone rooms, all of which surrounded the divine ascension mirror in a semicircle. Gao Shueting explained, "I'm sure you already know how to enter the divine ascension mirror. Only soul avatars can enter that place, so after we enter the restricted area, our physical bodies will not be able to move." These stone rooms were personally built by the temple master. While your divine sense is in the divine ascension mirror, as long as the restriction is activated, your safety will be guaranteed. Without the restriction token or the temple master personally acting, no one will be able to destroy these stone rooms. They will damage your physical bodies. Everyone listened. They nodded to express their understanding. "Isn't it all to guard against this old woman?" Granny Yu snorted in dissatisfaction and smiled wickedly, "Since you're so worried about this old woman, why didn't you just kill me back then?" Why did you give this old woman such a heavy responsibility to guard this restricted area? She talked to herself, but no one paid any attention to her. However, Yang Kai and the others knew that she was telling the truth. Wen Zishan had specially built these stone rooms to protect the disciples whose soul avatars entered the Divine Ascension Mirror. It was most likely to guard against Granny Yu. After all, Granny Yu gave off a very dangerous vibe. No one knew what she would do, and if she damaged their physical bodies while they were in the Divine Ascension Mirror, they would probably be trapped in the Divine Ascension Mirror for the rest of their lives. While she was speaking, everyone had already found a stone room. They took the restriction token hanging on the door and walked in. Gao Shuiting didn't rush in and instead stood in place. She explained how to use the restriction token to everyone. Not long after, everyone understood and immediately closed the doors of the stone rooms before activating the restriction token and activating the restrictions of their respective stone rooms. After everyone was done, Gao Shuiting chose an empty stone room and walked in. Before closing the door, she said, "I'll have to trouble Granny Yu next." "There's no need for your nonsense," Granny Yu replied. Gao Shuiting didn't say anything else and activated the restrictions as well, waiting silently. A short while later, Granny Yu stood in front of the Divine Ascension Mirror with her walking stick. Suddenly, she tossed her walking stick aside and opened her arms. At the same time, a wave of divine sense surged out and poured into the Divine Ascension Mirror. She muttered something under her breath. It seemed like she was chanting some kind of incantation, but if one listened carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what it was. Following her actions, the Divine Ascension Mirror, which was originally flowing with light, immediately erupted with a dazzling divine light. At this moment, Yang Kai and the others, who were sitting cross-legged in the stone room, were also enveloped by this light. Within this light, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. It was a terrifying feeling. However, no one tried to resist because this phenomenon was extremely normal. Every cultivator who entered the Divine Ascension Mirror would experience this. *1. The huge Divine Ascension Mirror suddenly started spinning faster and faster, gradually forming a wave of energy that swept out in all directions. Sand and stones were instantly sent flying in all directions as the stones smashed into the stone rooms and cave walls, causing cracking sounds. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** divine ascension mirror. At the same time, the figures of Yang Kai and the others flashed across the surface of the divine ascension mirror. Granny Yu, who was in the middle of casting her technique, suddenly stared at the divine ascension mirror as if she had discovered something. She cried out involuntarily, "Impossible. That's impossible, right? That brat actually has such a precious treasure on him? Did this old woman see wrongly?" After saying this, she clapped her hands together and slapped them together. The spinning divine ascension mirror immediately stabilized and returned to its original state. However, Granny Yu's face was completely pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her already short figure became even more bent, as if activating the divine ascension mirror this time had taken a huge toll on her. Damn it all. She screamed, "Wen Zishan, you spared my life only because activating the divine ascension mirror requires the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Don't think this old woman doesn't know your sinister intentions. You'll pay the price sooner or later." After saying this, she quickly sat down cross-legged and took out some spirit pills from her space ring, stuffing them into her mouth like they were jelly beans. Whether or not this old woman saw wrongly, I still have to go in and verify it. If it really is that thing, Wen Zishan, you're done for, haha, ha 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 ha. She started to laugh maniacally after talking for a while. At the same time, at Myriad Saints Peak, Wen Zishan was looking into the distance. Xianxia was beside him. When the divine sense of a third-order Emperor Realm Master appeared, Xianxia said, "It looks like Sister Gao and the others have already entered." And, when Zishan nodded, everything went smoothly. Temple Master. Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Wen Zishan. "Actually, there's something this subordinate doesn't understand." "Oh? Little Xianxia also has things she doesn't understand? I thought you were a little mischievous and knew everything," Wen Zishan said with a faint smile. Xianxia immediately glared at him and said, "Temple Master, Sister Gao was raised by you, so it's fine for you to speak to her in such a tone, but I'm not. If you continue to act like an old man, be careful that you won't be single for the rest of your life." Wen Zishan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said with an uncomfortable expression, let's change the topic. What did you want to ask just now? Back then, why didn't you kill Grandma Yu? Xianxia's expression became serious as she asked in a deep voice. Wen Zishan's expression also became serious as he pondered for a moment before answering, "It's not that I didn't kill her, it's that I couldn't." Xianxian was puzzled. Subordinate doesn't understand. Wen Zishan said, "When I first came to the Azure Sun Mountain Range, it was because I discovered the Divine Ascension Mirror that I settled down here. At that time, that old thing was already guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror. She seemed to have been living here for 2,000 years. When I first saw that kind of treasure, I was naturally excited and wanted to take a look, but you know that old thing's temper. She wouldn't agree no matter what I said. In the end, this king had no choice but to fight with her." "In the end, you won and Grandma you lost?" "Yes," Wen Zishan nodded, "although my divine sense is about the same as hers. In the end, she was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In terms of overall strength, this king was still stronger. At that time, I realized that old thing wasn't a good person. She was cruel and her methods were cruel. If I could get rid of her, I wouldn't have held back. However, she had been with the Divine Ascension Mirror for a long time and seemed to have grasped a trace of its mysteries. She couldn't use the Divine Ascension Mirror to fight her enemies, but she could use a special method to control it and turn it off. If she was forced into a corner, she would turn off the treasure and it would be useless even if I succeeded." Hearing this, Xianxian understood a lot and nodded, so Temple Master had some misgivings. "That's right," Wen Zishan said, "so I made an agreement with her that this king wouldn't take her life. She won't touch the Divine Ascension Mirror, but she has to cooperate with me when I need to use it." Realization dawned on Xianxian's face, no wonder. "When I went to the Divine Ascension Mirror to train back then, Grandma you seemed unwilling but had no choice but to open it. So that was the reason." "It's not just you." Wen Zishan chuckled, "Every time you open the Divine Ascension Mirror. Wasn't that old thing like that?" She had always regarded the Divine Ascension Mirror as her personal possession. "How can we allow others to taint it?" At this point, Wen Zishan coldly snorted again. "Over the years, although she has been quite cooperative, I don't know how many tricks she has played and how many elites of my temple have lost their lives." Hearing this, Xianxian's pretty face changed as she stared at Wen Zishan in shock. "Temple Master means?" Wen Zishan sneered. She thought she did it without anyone noticing, but in fact, everything was under this king's control. However, she didn't go too far, so I didn't bother to expose her. "But those disciples who died?" Xianxian revealed a pained expression. Wen Zishan let out a long sigh. "That was also a kind of test. If you passed, you would naturally become stronger, but if you failed, you could only die. Everyone has their own destiny." Xianxian looked like she was still afraid as she patted her chest. "Fortunately, I passed back then." After a pause, she asked again, "Temple Master, why were you willing to let an outsider enter the Divine Ascension Mirror this time? This is the temple's biggest secret, and even most of the temple's disciples don't know about it." "There's no reason, I just wanted to test his ability." Wen Zishan smiled slightly. Xianxian said, "Because of the great emperors of the secular world, right? That boy came with the token of the great emperors of the secular world, and I heard that Temple Master was raised by the great emperors of the secular world." "That's definitely not true." Wen Zishan suddenly became anxious and glared at Xianxian. "This king grew up eating the food of the 100 families, and has nothing to do with that old guy, secular world." "Oh?" "Trying to hide something only makes it more obvious." Xianxian pursed her lips and smiled. "You're spouting nonsense. You're just giving yourself away. Little Xianxian." Wen Zishan suddenly softened his voice and called out affectionately. Xianxian's pretty face suddenly changed as she hurriedly said, "Temple Master, this subordinate remembers that she still has other matters to attend to, so she'll be leaving first." As she spoke, her figure flashed and she ran out of Wen Zishan's line of sight as if she was escaping. Her past experience told her that when Zishan tried to change the topic and used this kind of tone to talk to her, it was best to run away immediately, otherwise, she would definitely be tortured to the point where she wished she was dead. Humph, little girl, you're too inexperienced, yet you dare to fight with this old master? You're overestimating yourself, wahahaha. When Zishan was proud of himself as he revealed an expression of invincibility, loneliness as he let out a bone-chilling laugh. In the strange space, 6 figures appeared one after another. The appearance of these 6 figures gradually solidified, and the entire process was extremely strange. After the 6 figures solidified, each of them let out a series of painful groans, as if they were in great pain. But soon, everyone regained their composure. They turned their heads and looked around, sizing each other up. Is this the Divine Ascension Mirror World? Xiaxia asked in surprise. My body feels a little different. Morong Xiaoxiao said with a slight frown. It should be because of our soul avatars, Xiao Bai added. I'm not used to it. Chen Muji also complained. Yang Kai didn't say anything and only clenched his fists lightly, feeling the difference in his body. What he saw in front of him was basically the same as what he saw in the outside world. Whether it was their appearance or their clothes, they were all exactly the same as before. However, if he looked carefully, he would notice that everyone here didn't have a physical body. In other words, everyone here was condensed from pure energy. Although they had condensed into a physical form, they still didn't have a physical body. It's just as I told you before. Gao Shueting quickly adapted, probably because she had been here before or because she was stronger. The ones who have entered the Divine Ascension Mirror World right now are just soul avatars. It was just his soul avatar. His physical body was still in the stone chamber of the smelted cave. The world inside the Divine Ascension Mirror World is completely composed of energy, so we can quickly and efficiently increase the strength of our souls here. If a cultivator's soul is strong enough, the speed at which they comprehend secret arts and cultivate secret techniques will greatly increase. There are also many other benefits. Aside from the physical body, the soul is the cultivator's most important foundation. That's why this trip will be an extremely rare experience for all of you. If you can increase the strength of your soul here to a certain extent, it will be easier for all of you to ascend to the Emperor realm in the future. Disciple understands, Xiao Baiyi and the others cupped their fists and replied. The energy in the Divine Ascension Mirror World is very different from the energy in the outside world, so we can cultivate outside. When we cultivate outside, we absorb world energy. This world energy will transform into source qi and increase our strength, but here, if we cultivate, the energy we absorb will strengthen our soul. I think that all of you should be able to feel this by now, Gao Shueting continued. Everyone nodded slightly. Yang Kai had indeed felt that the energy in this strange world was completely different from the outside world. Absorbing the surrounding energy into his body, he was able to strengthen his soul avatar. This made his soul even more resilient and powerful. If you want to strengthen your divine sense, other than cultivating here, you can also kill the living beings around you. There are other living beings here? Xiao Baiyi's expression changed slightly. Gao Shueting glanced at him and said, This is a strange world, so why aren't there any other living beings? Xiao Baiyi was immediately rendered speechless by this question. Gao Shueting continued, According to the Temple Master, the Divine Ascension Mirror is a unique treasure that was born at the beginning of the world. It is a world of its own, and although it isn't as vast as the star boundary and isn't even as large as the Southern Territory, since it is a world of its own, it has its own vitality. Here, there are people, monster beast. Everything that exists in the star boundary exists here. However, they are all condensed from souls, and they don't seem to know this. They think that this is how the world has always been and have never experienced the feeling of having a physical body. Here, I must remind you to avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible. There are many powerful existences in the Divine Ascension Mirror, and those existences aren't people you can afford to provoke. However, if you can kill the living beings that have malicious intentions towards you, you can absorb their energy. The energy here is very pure and can be absorbed by our soul avatars to a large extent, strengthening our souls. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If I explain it this way, you might not understand, so let's find one to experiment with. That way, you should be able to understand. Saying so, Gao Shueting closed her beautiful eyes and released her powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Divine Sense into the surroundings. After a short while, she opened her eyes and said, "Follow me." As he spoke, he had already sped away. Everyone followed behind him. This place was a plain with long grass and fat eagles. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed, but there was no sun in the sky. The entire world was filled with light, but no one knew where this light came from. Everyone followed Gao Shueting for a dozen kilometers or so before a monster beast suddenly appeared in front of him. Everyone looked over and found that this monster beast was a species they had never seen before. It looked like a wild beast, but its body was enormous. It was as tall as a one-story building and its two sharp fangs were protruding out of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. The divine senses of the few Dao Source Realm cultivators immediately swept over it. After a brief investigation, they found that this monster beast was around the peak of the 10th order. In other words, it was equivalent to a monster beast at the peak of the Origin King realm. This kind of monster beast was naturally not worthy of anyone's attention, but it was perfect to be used as an experiment to facilitate Gao Shueting's explanation. It seemed that Gao Shueting had chosen a specific target. When everyone scanned it with their divine senses, the wild boar-like monster beast seemed to have noticed them. It turned around in an instant and glared at the group with its scarlet eyes. Immediately after, it moved its four hooves, and its huge body stirred up a gust of wind as it charged towards the group with a murderous aura. "Xiaxia, I'll leave the scarlet-eyed evil boar to you," Gao Shueting said indifferently. "Then, this disciple will go." Xiaoxing's expression turned serious when he heard this. He tapped his foot and charged towards the scarlet-eyed evil boar. He obviously understood that Gao Shueting wanted him to fight this monster beast so that she could explain it in more detail, so he didn't refuse. In the blink of an eye, the man and the beast closed the distance between them to about 10 feet. Xiaoxing's figure paused, and he lowered his waist slightly. He stood in place with one hand on his chest and the other slowly pushing forward as he shouted, "Great Chaos Palm." Because he didn't know if the monster beast in this world had the same battle prowess as the one in the outside world, Xiaoxing immediately used a secret technique. He didn't underestimate the scarlet-eyed evil boar even though it was only at the peak of the 10th level. Yes, because we entered this world as soul avatars, most of the secret techniques and cultivation methods we normally cultivate are useless here. Gao Shueting's words rang in everyone's ears. The few of them nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, Xiaoxing's expression changed slightly. Because when he used this secret technique, he didn't do anything. Unexpectedly, nothing came out of it. It was just an empty stance. After hearing Gao Shueting's words, he immediately understood that he had made a big mistake. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet-eyed evil boar was already 10 feet away from him. He didn't panic in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the air, as if he wanted to take out some kind of secret treasure. He shouted aggressively, "Don't be so arrogant, you evil beast. Hand over your life." Gao Shueting spoke again, "You can't use secret treasures either, because activating secret treasures requires the cooperation of source qi and physical strength." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoxing shouted, "Oh my god." As he shouted, he turned around and ran towards Gao Shueting, shouting in panic, "Elder Gao, save me." Gao Shueting looked at him coldly and sneered, "Your acting is too much. Although I know that you are doing this to let them understand the peculiarities of this world, but, are you insulting your own intelligence or your junior brother and junior sister's intelligence? Quickly get rid of it." "Understood." Xiaoxing nodded. Turning around in an instant, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned a long saber-like artifact into his grasp. This artifact gave off an unusual fluctuation of power and was obviously a soul-type artifact. Xiaoxing poured his divine sense into it. He chopped at the scarlet-eyed evil boar. There were no flashy moves. There was no graceful movement. It was just a simple and direct attack. The blade flashed, and a miserable howl sounded. The violent energy spread out in all directions. The scarlet-eyed evil boar was directly split into two halves by the blade. Due to inertia, its huge body continued to charge forward for a long distance before suddenly falling to the ground. Xiaoxing sheathed his saber, his expression cold and confident. There was no blood. There were no stinky innards. After the scarlet-eyed evil boar was killed, it just lay quietly on the ground. Under everyone's gaze, its body gradually faded, as if it had turned into energy and dissipated into the world. What was left in the place where half of its body had disappeared was a bean-sized yellowish ball of light. Everyone couldn't help but look at it in amazement. Under the sweep of their divine senses, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but be moved. This was because they discovered that this bean-sized yellowish ball of light contained extremely pure spiritual energy. This energy didn't seem to be mixed with any impurities. It was unimaginably pure. This is a soul source. Gao Shueting explained, in this world, every living being has their own soul source. As long as they are killed, their soul source will be left behind. We can easily absorb it and strengthen our souls. While she was speaking, Xiaxia had already run over to the ball of soul source and reached out to grab it. Strangely enough, the moment he grabbed it, the ball of soul source actually merged with his palm and fused into his body. Xiaxia immediately closed his eyes, revealing an expression of extreme comfort. After a while, he opened his eyes again and shouted, "Awesome." Gao Shueting said indifferently, "According to my estimation, this ball of soul source is equivalent to 7 or 8 days of bitter cultivation." The eyes of Xianxia and the others lit up when they heard this. The soul source left behind by a peak 10th grade monster beast was enough to give them such great benefits. If it was an 11th grade monster beast, then it would take at least 1 to 2 months, right? 1 was so much, 10 was about a year, and 100 was about 100 years. 100 years of bitter cultivation and seclusion could increase the strength of one's divine sense, but it only required the soul source of a 111th grade monster beast. This was simply unimaginable. Don't get too excited. Gao Shueting poured cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. Although the soul source left behind by these creatures is very pure and easy for us to absorb, it's still an external force. It's not something that comes from one's own cultivation, so if you feel any discomfort in your body, you must stop absorbing it. Otherwise, you might lose your mind, and the consequences would be unthinkable. Everyone's expression froze. Only now did they realize that this kind of absorption wasn't unlimited, but it wasn't obvious. Of course, if you can find a soul jade, then it'll be a different story, Gao Shueting said again. Soul jade? Xianxia looked at her suspiciously. The others also looked confused. It's a unique product of this world. It's formed from the purest soul energy. In this world, it's a kind of jade that can be absorbed without any worries. This kind of thing. No matter how much you absorb, there won't be any problems. Gao Shueting explained. I've entered this place 4 times, but so far, I've only obtained 1 piece of mid-grade soul jade. Even in this world, soul jades are extremely rare. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood that soul jades were probably things that could only be found by chance. Also, there's a soul crystal here. There's something called a soul crystal. Although it's only 1 word different from a soul jade, they're 2 completely different things. Gao Shueting tried her best to explain more comprehensively so that the newcomers could have a more intuitive understanding of this world. You can think of soul crystals as origin crystals in our world. They're the hard currency of this world. Although they can be used for cultivation, the effects aren't ideal. Disciple understands. Xiaxia and the others nodded seriously. There are many strange products in this strange world. Most of these things are of great help to one's soul. If you're lucky enough to come across them, you'll naturally understand. Gao Shueting looked around and said calmly, also, from Xiaoxing's battle just now, you should be able to see that. Here, you can use them. Only soul-type artifacts and soul-secret techniques can be found here. When we passed through the Divine Ascension Mirror, we couldn't bring most of the items we brought with our physical bodies, but items related to our souls could pass through unimpeded. Everyone, check yourselves, and see what you can use so that you won't be caught off guard when you encounter a powerful enemy. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately began to check themselves. Xianxia scanned his body with his divine sense and immediately found the purple sun profound light shield that Gao Shueting had given him. This was a soul-type artifact, so it was only natural that he could bring it into the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Xianxia only needed to circulate his strength slightly to create a layer of purple light around his body that looked extremely sturdy. However, other than this soul-type artifact that he could naturally bring in, Yang Kai also discovered a few other things that he hadn't expected at all. Soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai stared speechlessly at a certain part of his body where a seven-colored lotus bloomed and muttered to himself, although the soul-warming lotus isn't an artifact, it's related to one's soul and has always been placed in my knowledge sea, so it's only natural that I could bring it in, but why did these guys come in as well? These guys he was referring to were the soul-devouring insects he had obtained in Tongxian realm many years ago. He had obtained these soul-devouring insects countless years ago, and because of the special attributes of his conflagrated knowledge sea, he wasn't afraid of this kind of nemesis that affected one's soul. Instead, he was able to use the soul-warming lotus's effects to command them to fight for him. Over the years, the soul-devouring insects had been raised on the seven-colored island formed by the soul-warming lotus. They had been nourished by the soul-warming lotus and had become stronger and stronger. Most importantly, when Yang Kai had become the demon race outside Maplewood City, these soul-devouring insects had gone berserk once. At that time, they had madly devoured the demonic chi of the ancient great demon in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, causing them to undergo a huge transformation. They had become pitch black and were filled with an evil and ruthless aura. At a glance, it was obvious that they weren't to be trifled with. At this moment, these soul-devouring insects had arrived with the soul-warming lotus, occupying the soul-warming lotus and being nurtured in Yang Kai's soul avatar. When he discovered these soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but darken. There was no other reason. If these guys were exposed, Gao Shueting would quickly associate them with the ancient great demon. This was because Yang Kai had fought with Gao Shueting in his demon avatar outside Maplewood City. How could someone like Gao Shueting, who was in the Emperor realm, not remember this unique power? If something went wrong, Gao Shueting might recognize Yang Kai as the demon from that day. If that really happened, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain himself. Thinking of this, Yang Kai secretly decided that no matter what, he couldn't let these soul-devouring insects appear in front of Gao Shueting. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After inspecting the soul-warming lotus and the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai saw another thing in his soul avatar, something he had never thought of before. This thing counts as a soul-type artifact? I never knew about it. The item Yang Kai was referring to was a saber that he had yet to fully refine and had never used before. Unexpectedly, it had also passed through the Divine Ascension Mirror and followed his soul avatar here. Yang Kai was both shocked and pleasantly surprised by this discovery. It had been many years since he obtained this saber, but this was the first time he had learned that it was actually a soul-type artifact. Now that he had this saber with him, it might be able to play a miraculous role in a crisis. Yang Kai's expression remained the same as usual as his thoughts. Gao Shueting glanced at him and observed the defensive capabilities of his purple sun profound light shield before nodding slightly. After all, she had only given this artifact to Yang Kai not long ago. It was already quite rare for him to be able to refine it to the point where he could use it as he wished in such a short amount of time. After a while, Gao Shueting saw that everyone was more or less done with their inspection, so she said, "Next, I will take you to a place. That is the training ground for the temple's disciples every time they enter this place. Just stay there obediently and don't wander off." "Yes." Everyone answered loudly. However, Xiaxing was keenly aware of something and looked at Gao Shueting suspiciously. "Elder Gao won't be coming with us?" From her words, it seemed that Gao Shueting was only responsible for sending everyone there and wouldn't be staying. Gao Shueting shook her head. She said, "I have other matters to attend to. But don't worry, that training ground isn't too dangerous. As long as you behave yourselves, there won't be any major problems." "Understood." Xiaxing nodded seriously. "Elder Gao, please rest assured. With this disciple here, they will definitely be safe." Gao Shueting looked at him approvingly. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go." As she spoke, she had already rushed off in a certain direction. Everyone hurriedly followed. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter a few monster beasts blocking their way. Every time they encountered such a situation, Gao Shueting would send one of Yang Kai and the others to fight so that they could familiarize themselves with the situation and the characteristics of the creatures here. These Dao Source Realm cultivators were all elites among elites, so they were naturally impeccable in terms of adaptability. Basically, everyone no longer felt the initial discomfort, and they were able to fight freely. Generally speaking, if one fought with their soul avatar, the strength they could display was much lower than if they used their physical body, and the methods they could use against the enemy were also much fewer. This was understandable, because he didn't have a physical body. There were no ordinary artifacts. They also couldn't use most of their secret arts. When they fought, they could only rely on soul-type artifacts or pure soul energy. As such, most of the battles in the Divine Ascension Mirror were simple and direct. There were no flashy moves or flashy moves. Xianxia's abnormality was vividly reflected here. When he was outside, others would only pay attention to his cultivation. The realm of the First Order Dao Source Realm was not worth mentioning in the eyes of experts. But in this world dominated by soul avatars, Xianxia was a little different. The strength of his soul avatar was even slightly inferior to Xiaoxing's. Not to mention Xiao Baiyi, Morong Xiaoxiao, and the others. He was originally the one with the lowest cultivation among them, but after entering the Divine Ascension Mirror, he suddenly became the strongest. This kind of sharpness couldn't be hidden. This sudden and obvious contrast naturally surprised Xiaoxing and the others. Everyone was very curious as to how Xianxia cultivated his spiritual energy and how he could cultivate his soul to such a level. However, they weren't from the same sect after all, so it wasn't appropriate for them to ask about the secrets of others. Even Gao Shueting showed a surprised expression from time to time. A day later, a mountain range that stretched for an unknown number of kilometers appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gao Shueting led everyone to the foot of the mountain and stopped. This is the heavenly monster mountain of the Divine Ascension Mirror World. There are countless monster beasts inside. After you enter, you can freely hunt them and obtain their soul sources to strengthen your divine sense. However, this queen must remind you that some of the monster beasts in the heavenly monster mountain are existences that even this queen can't afford to offend, so don't go too deep into the mountain range. It shouldn't be too much of a problem if you only move about 20,000 kilometers outside. Hearing her say this, everyone's expression couldn't help but become serious as they nodded to show that they understood. There aren't just monster beasts in the heavenly monster mountain. There are also some Divine Ascension Mirror cultivators who travel here. If you encounter them, try not to come into contact with them. Even if you do, don't reveal any information about the outside world. This is very important. Of course, aside from this, there are also the soul jades and soul crystals I mentioned to you before. This queen's mid-rank soul jade was obtained in the heavenly monster mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they couldn't help but rub their hands together. In addition, your soul avatar can't leave your physical body for too long. Otherwise, there might be some unpredictable consequences. So, you will only be able to train here for 1 month. After 1 month, the seal on the token in the stone room will be activated. At that time, it will forcefully pull your soul avatar back to the outside world, so you must make good use of this time. Elder Morong Xiaoxiao suddenly asked, if we encounter some danger that we can't withstand, what should we do? Run. Gao Shueting's words were concise and comprehensive. If you can't escape, then stall for time until the 1-month deadline. After saying this, she swept her beautiful eyes across everyone and said, this is your training. If you can't endure it. She furrowed her brow slightly and didn't continue speaking, but everyone knew what she meant. The growth of a cultivator was accompanied by all kinds of dangers, so everyone had already gotten used to the current situation, so there was nothing to complain about. Alright, this queen will lead you here. The rest will depend on yourselves. Go in, Gao Shueting finished speaking. She waved her hand at everyone. Xiaoxing and the others looked at each other. Then, they nodded and turned to head towards the heavenly monster mountain. Gao Shueting stood in place quietly and waited until everyone's figures disappeared from her sight before her figure flickered and shot off in another direction. She had entered the Divine Ascension Mirror this time for 2 reasons. Firstly, she was responsible for leading the way for Xiaoxing and the others and explaining some general knowledge about this place. Secondly, she needed to refine one of her soul-type artifacts in a special place here. This soul-type artifact had been with her for many years. After pouring Emperor Intent into it and nourishing it with her own Emperor Qi, it was already close to becoming an Emperor artifact. An Emperor artifact, Soul-type artifact, was an extremely rare treasure. Even in the entire star boundary, there weren't many of them. An ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm might have 1 or 2 Emperor artifacts that they spent a great deal of effort to refine, but a Soul-type Emperor artifact, 90% of the Emperor realm didn't have one. If this operation was successful, Gao Shueting would have one. When that time came, she would be able to attack with all her strength when facing an enemy without having to guard against the gaps in her soul. This was equivalent to gaining a huge advantage. The last time she entered the Divine Ascension Mirror World, she had saved the life of a cultivator here. That cultivator also had a cultivation base from the Emperor realm. However, he was being pursued by a fierce monster beast. He was severely injured. When Gao Shueting saw this, she didn't hesitate and went forward to help. In the end, the two of them worked together to kill the monster beast. That cultivator was grateful for Gao Shueting's generosity and invited her back to the sect. Gao Shueting also wanted to inquire about all kinds of information in the Divine Ascension Mirror World, so she naturally didn't refuse. After going to the sect called the Soul-Seizing Sect, Gao Shueting found out that the person she had saved was actually the sect master of this sect. The sect master of the Soul-Seizing Sect wasn't an evil person and had been saved by Gao Shueting. Naturally, he treated her as an important guest. Moreover, Elder Gao's strength was extraordinary and she was beautiful. Aside from her slightly cold temperament, everything else about her could be said to be perfect. As such, this sect master treated Gao Shueting with great respect and would try to please her from time to time in an attempt to win her heart. It was during their last chat that Gao Shueting learned that there was a unique place in the Soul-Seizing Sect called the Soul-Seizing Lake that could help her soul-type artifact evolve. This time, Gao Shueting was preparing to go to the Soul-Seizing Sect to ask the sect master to let her use the Soul-Seizing Lake. In Gao Shueting's opinion, since she had saved his life before, there shouldn't be any problems with this trip. At the same time, in a certain part of the Divine Ascension Mirror World, there was a huge city. This city covered an area of several tens of thousands of kilometers and was extremely vast. The city walls were all more than 100 meters tall and surrounded the entire city like an iron barrel. From afar, a grand and magnificent aura could be felt. The city was bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder, bustling with activity. Although this was a city in the Divine Ascension Mirror World, at first glance, it looked no different from a city in the outside world. Hawkers and shops were everywhere, and the wide streets were crisscrossed with each other. This was the capital of Divine Ascension Country, Divine Ascension City. Unlike the outside world, there were countless sects and clans. Every clan and sect was in charge of a piece of territory. In their own territory, the clans and sects were the dominant existences. In the Divine Ascension Mirror World, Divine Ascension Country was in charge of everything. All sects and families were under the jurisdiction of the Divine Ascension Country. In this place, the Divine Ascension Country had supreme status and authority, and it led everything. It was said that a long, long time ago, there was no such thing as Divine Ascension Country. The structure of this world was the same as the outside world, with families and sects occupying their own territories. However, ever since the current ruler of Divine Ascension Country was born, he had unified the entire Divine Ascension Country, and no one dared to disobey his orders. The current ruler was a heaven-shaking genius with the ability to split open the heavens and create a new world. He recruited a large number of experts to work for him. His lofty and magnificent image was known by all, and the unworldly merits he created were also widely spread. Under his rule, the entire Divine Ascension Country was thriving, and its future was bright. Although this entire world was basically a one-man dictatorship, the emergence of Divine Ascension Country had indeed prevented a lot of unnecessary killing and conflict. This was a supreme achievement. At this moment, in a large hall within the Divine Ascension City Palace, the Divine Ascension Country's Country Protector General, Zhou Dian, was enjoying fine wine and delicacies. Zhou Dian was born with the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. He had a ferocious appearance and was 9 feet tall. In his early years, he had followed the Divine Ascension Country's emperor and fought everywhere, contributing greatly to the founding of the Divine Ascension Country. As such, after the Divine Ascension Country was founded, Zhou Dian received a proper reward and was made the country protector general by the Divine Ascension country's emperor. In the current Divine Ascension mirror world, there had been no wars for 100 years and no wars for 1,000 years. As the country's country protector general, Zhou Dian had nothing to do and was bored to death. He was already a third-order emperor realm master and his cultivation had reached the peak of perfection. His strength had reached perfection and he felt that there was no point in continuing to cultivate, so he began to let loose. Normally, he would stay in his palace and collect beauties from all over the world, living a carefree life. At this moment, below the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. Their clothes were revealing, and as they danced, their beautiful figures were faintly discernible. All of these women were extremely seductive. Their charming eyes fluttered as they displayed their most private and beautiful sides in front of Zhou Dian, trying to capture his attention. Zhou Dian's left and right hands were holding beauties of different temperaments and drinking fine wine. He was eating spirit fruits, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Inside the Divine Ascension mirror world, there were many unique products that could not be seen in the outside world, such as the spirit fruits placed in front of Zhou Dian. These were all specialties of the Divine Ascension mirror world. After consuming them, they would greatly benefit one's soul and were extremely precious, but Zhou Dian treated them like food. Gorging himself on them was truly a waste of God's gifts. Giggles, seductive voices, coquettish voices, and Zhou Dian's unrestrained laughter filled this palace, making it seem extremely obscene. At a certain moment, these sounds suddenly stopped. All sounds seemed to have been isolated by an invisible force at this moment. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky as a figure slowly walked in from outside the palace. Even if they couldn't see that figure, the singing and dancing women below could also feel a huge shadow appear behind them. This shadow seemed to be able to block out all light, causing them to tremble all over. Zhou Dian also opened his mouth wide, his eyes trembling as he stared at the figure walking in from outside. A grape-like spirit fruit fell out of his mouth. He didn't notice. This figure seemed to be coming very slowly. But in the blink of an eye, as far as the eye could see, this person was wearing a wide, pitch-black cloak that completely covered him. He was also wearing a ghost mask on his face, which made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Just from this person king, it was impossible to tell if this person was a man or a woman. If this person were to walk in the palace, at least 90% of the people would not recognize him. But Zhou Dian recognized him. At the instant that person appeared, Zhou Dian wiped his mouth and his body trembled. He sent the two women in his arms flying and hurriedly came down from above. He came to within 30 feet of this person. With a solemn expression, he bent his waist and knelt down on one knee. He shouted in a low voice, "The great general of the state, Zhou Dian, pays his respects to the king." As soon as he said this, all the singers were shocked. Because although they knew that the emperor lived in the palace, none of them had seen him since they came here. Usually, when they were playing with Zhou Dian, they would joke that Zhou Dian would take them to see the emperor. They wanted to see this peerless genius who had created the Divine Ascension country almost single-handedly. But every time, Zhou Dian would casually change the topic and never promise them. But today, this legendary figure had suddenly appeared in front of them. This naturally shocked them. While they were shocked, they also curiously looked at the person who had come. But as far as they could see, they couldn't see the emperor's features at all. The large black cloak and the ghost mask covered the emperor completely. Not even a piece of his skin was exposed. From his body, they couldn't see his gender. If they took another look, they couldn't help but feel dizzy. They were so shocked that they hurriedly looked away. "Rise," the person in front of Zhou Dian said faintly. The voice was hoarse and had a neutral tone. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhou Dian shouted and stood up, but he still bowed slightly. He looked at the emperor strangely and asked, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have for this subordinate?" This time? Since the creation of the Divine Ascension country, Wang Shan hadn't asked Zhou Dian to do anything, but this time, the emperor actually took the initiative to come here. Zhou Dian had a faint premonition that something big was about to happen. After asking, Zhou Dian waited quietly for an answer. The emperor didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, the hoarse voice said, "The star of calamity has appeared in the heavenly monster mountain range, shaking the country's fate. Chaos is coming." What? Zhou Dian's expression changed as he exclaimed, "There's such a thing?" He gritted his teeth fiercely, a fierce look on his face. The cruelty that he usually hid was revealed at this moment. He sneered, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, this subordinate will send someone. You go personally." The emperor didn't wait for him to finish speaking and interrupted him. Zhou Dian was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly responded, "This subordinate will obey. This subordinate will not disappoint Your Majesty." "Very good," the emperor said faintly before turning around and leaving. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the distance, a voice floated over, "Capture him alive." Zhou Dian cupped his fists in the direction of the voice, "Yes." After he finished speaking, he laughed out loud and muttered in a cold voice, "Finally, there is something to do. I hope that this trip will be successful. This general won't be bored. Take this servant with you, okay? This servant also wants to see Master's unique style. I want to go too." "Me too, me too." A group of women gathered around, chattering nonstop. Zhou Dian grinned maliciously as he looked around. Suddenly, he snorted coldly as an invisible force spread out from him. All the women were sent flying. Falling to the ground, many of the beauties howled miserably, their bodies flickering with a bright light, obviously their souls had suffered heavy damage. When men do things, women get lost. After Zhou Dian said this, he strode out of the palace. He had treated the women who had been affectionate just a moment ago without the slightest hesitation, abandoning them as if they were worthless goods. It was obvious that this person was really temperamental. What a cruel and ruthless fellow. Not long after, Zhou Dian gathered his troops and led a group of people out of the palace in an aggressive manner, heading straight in the direction of Mount Tianyao. Heavenly Monster Mountain, in a valley. A peak 11th order profound earth tortoise was struggling. Several figures were undulating around it as they fought. Xiaoxing slashed out with his divine sense. His power passed through the blade and turned into a shocking light that cut into the earth tortoise's neck. In an instant, the earth tortoise howled in pain and turned to flee. Xiao Baiyi's soul-type artifact was similar to the one he used for his physical body, both were sword-type artifacts. And here, he was using his spiritual energy to display the secret techniques he had learned. Although they were somewhat nondescript, they were still quite powerful. The sword chi condensed from his divine sense slashed out, blocking the profound earth tortoise's path of retreat. Morong Xiaoxiao's expression was solemn. Her long whip danced in the air, creating numerous afterimages. All of the attacks were focused on the monster, making it unable to advance or retreat. However, although the long whip danced beautifully, it lacked a lot of killing intent. The soul-type artifact used by Qin Muji was a flying dagger that he infused with his divine sense. As he threw it, it rolled up a monstrous aura, constantly wearing down the monster beast's energy. Yang Kai used the purple sun profound light shield to engage in close combat with the profound earth tortoise, each punch filled with power and violence. 5 Dao Source Realm cultivators besieging a peak Dao Source Realm monster beast were unable to defeat it for a long time. This was not the fault of Yang Kai and the others, but the defensive power of this monster beast was simply too amazing. Its thick turtle shell seemed to be impregnable, and as soon as it was attacked, it would retract its limbs and head. As soon as its attack slowed down, it would stick out its head and spit out a mouthful of energy bombs, making it difficult for Yang Kai and the others to defend themselves. Of the 5 people here, only Yang Kai dared to engage in close combat because he had a defensive artifact. The other 4 did not dare to get too close, lest they be caught off guard. If it were not for its slow movements, Yang Kai and the others would have already been too lazy to fight with it. However, it was this monster beast that allowed everyone to quickly understand their shortcomings in battle. After fighting for a long time, Xiaoxing saw that the surface of the earth tortoise's body was flashing with light and it seemed to be on the verge of death. He let out an explosive shout and his body followed the movement of his blade as he leaped up. Soon after, he fell from the sky like a meteor. Xiao Baiyi and the others also used all their strength to attack the monster beast. Seeing this, Yang Kai made a feint and retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire of everyone's attacks. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong, A series of explosions rang out as the energy around them became chaotic and lasted for a long time. When the dust settled, the earthen tortoise was already quietly lying on the ground, motionless. Under the gazes of everyone present, its body gradually faded away and slowly dissipated from this world, leaving behind a ball of light that was about the size of a broad bean. Whether it was the color, brightness, or size of this mass of light, it was not comparable to the monster beast they encountered for the first time. After all, the one in front of them was at the peak of the 11th order. However, although the spoils of war were before their eyes, no one was in a hurry to take them. Instead, all of them stood where they were with their brows tightly furrowed and revealed expressions of contemplation. As their expressions fluctuated, everyone seemed to have gained something. Our previous combat experience doesn't seem to be of much use here. Xiaxia was the first to speak. N. Xiaobai nodded. I think all of you have also noticed that when we fight here, our hands and feet are always tied, and it's difficult for us to let loose. Is it because he's a soul avatar? Morong Xiaoxiao followed up with a thoughtful look. That's probably it, Chen Muji nodded in agreement. Because he was a soul avatar, he couldn't use many of the secret techniques and skills he was used to, let alone the artifacts he normally used. Naturally, this made everyone feel very uncomfortable in battle. Furthermore, this kind of divine soul battle had always been avoided by all cultivators at all costs. Under normal circumstances, if two cultivators with similar strength were to meet, they wouldn't choose to use their divine sense to battle, because this kind of battle was too dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause one to lose their consciousness and become a cripple. However, in this divine ascension mirror world, everyone couldn't choose any other method of battle and could only use their souls as the main body. As a result, many problems that had never been considered before would arise. For example, if an attack landed right in front of one's eyes in the outside world, one might be able to easily counter it or even use it to counter it. However, in this place, when such a ferocious attack landed right in front of one's eyes, everyone's first reaction would be to dodge, to avoid injuring their souls. It seems that we still have a lot of room to grow. Xiaoxing smiled bitterly and continued, let's not think too much about it for now. This soul source. His gaze swept across everyone before finally stopping on Chen Muji, junior brother Chen, absorb it first. Then, he looked towards Yang Kai. He asked, Brother Yang, you don't have any objections, right? No. Yang Kai shook his head. Xiaoxing nodded slightly. Chen Muji didn't refuse. After thanking him, he reached out and grasped the soul source, silently circulating his secret art to absorb it. Not long after, the divine soul origin was completely absorbed. Although it wasn't obvious, the strength of Chen Muji's soul had undoubtedly increased by a tiny bit. This could be seen from the happy expression on his face. After all, this was a peak 11th order monster beast, which greatly increased the strength of one's soul. The person who absorbed it could clearly feel it. Let's continue. Xiaoxing said, then continued to lead the way in search of prey. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yang Kai and the others supported and cooperated with each other in Mount Tianyao. They encountered many monster beasts, but each time, they were able to kill it safely. Under Xiaoxing's supervision, the spirit sources obtained from killing the monster beast were more or less evenly distributed. Yang Kai had absorbed a total of 9 level 9 monster beast, 5 10th level and 2 11th level monster beast spirit origins. His spiritual energy was noticeably more solid than when he first entered this place. Naturally, the others had also gained a lot. For example, Chen Muji, whose spirit power was the weakest, had grown tremendously. There were indeed countless monster beasts in Mount Tianyao, and they ran amok. There was no need for them to search for it. Thus, they would often encounter each other. They didn't plan to kill the monster beast whose strength was too low, because even if they killed it, they wouldn't gain much from it. The monster beasts that they killed were basically all level 9 and above. However, perhaps because they were still in the periphery, they hadn't encountered a 12th level monster yet. Of course, if they really did encounter a 12th level monster, they could only flee. After 2 days of high-intensity fighting, everyone's current state was very different from before. Obviously, they had grown a lot. If they encountered the Black Earth tortoise again, with their current strength and experience, it would probably only take half a cup of tea's time to kill it. In other words, everyone had completely adapted to this place, to their current bodies, and even to their current fighting style. During the break, Xiaxing suddenly said, "Everyone, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it." "Split up?" Xiao Bai stared at him with a look that seemed to say, "I know what you're up to." Xiaxing grinned, "Xiao Bai understands me." He continued, "It's indeed very safe for the 5 of us to stay together, but moving like this is really too inefficient. Elder Gao also said that we can only stay in this world for a month. After a month, the seal on the token will activate and forcibly bring us back. Who knows when we'll be able to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror again. If we don't take advantage of such a great opportunity, how could we face ourselves? Compared to moving together safely, brother, I'm more inclined to split up. Although there will be a certain amount of danger, with our potential, isn't it only forced out in times of danger?" His eyes flashed with inexplicable excitement and confidence. "If we grow in a safe environment, it'll be too late if we really encounter danger. Actually," Xiao Bai continued slowly, "that's what I think as well." What he meant was that he had some misgivings about not saying this out loud. "Split up?" A trace of hesitation flashed across Morong Xiaoxiao's face, but she quickly made up her mind and nodded, "No problem." Seeing that she nodded in agreement, Xiaxing turned his gaze to Chen Muji. The latter smiled slightly and said, "Brothers and senior sister, there's no need to worry about me. Although my soul cultivation is the lowest here, I'll do what I can. After all, I'm still a disciple of the temple." "Good." Xiaxing gave him a satisfied look before turning to Yang Kai and grinning, "Brother Yang definitely won't have any objections." "I'm fine with anything," Yang Kai replied faintly. Entering the Divine Ascension Mirror this time was a chance encounter in the first place, so he didn't demand too much. If Xiaxing and the others insisted on moving together, he would have cooperated, but since they had to split up, he was happy to see that happen. Of course, in comparison, he was more inclined towards the latter. Because he was moving together with Xiaxing and the others, he didn't dare to use many of his abilities, so he always felt like he couldn't use his full strength. "Then, brother will wish you all the best." Xiaxing swept his gaze over everyone. His expression was solemn. "Have a safe journey and return alive. We'll take our leave first." Xiao Bai acted decisively. After discussing how to split up, he immediately set off in a certain direction. "Take care, brother." Morong Xiaoxiao said to Xiaxing before looking at Yang Kai and Chen Muji, "You too. Sister Morong. Please be careful as well." Yang Kai replied with a smile. Morong Xiaoxiao nodded. Her delicate body flickered as she shot off in another direction. "Then I'll be leaving as well." Chen Muji stood up as he spoke, nodded slightly to Xiaxing and Yang Kai, then used his movement skill to disappear. Soon, only Xiaxing was left. Xiaxing looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, "Brother Yang, which direction are you going?" "This way." Yang Kai pointed in a different direction from the others. Xiaxing's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, going deeper inside. "Brother Yang, you have to be careful. Elder Gao has said before." Elder Gao said that there are many existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain that even she doesn't dare to provoke. "I will also act according to my ability. I won't be greedy." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "That's for the best." Xiaxing nodded. "Then, this Xiao will take his leave first. See you when we get out," Xiaxing said. Then he floated up. He flew in a certain direction. Looking at his direction, he also wanted to go deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain, but it was different from the direction Yang Kai chose. Soon, Xiaxing's figure disappeared. Yang Kai slowly stood up, turned his head to look at the interior of Heavenly Monster Mountain, and whispered, "It's time to go all out and do something big." At the same time, at the foot of Heavenly Monster Mountain range, a team of hundreds of people arrived. They stopped at the empty space at the foot of the mountain. This group was clearly a well-trained army, because even though there were several hundred people gathered together, their formation was not messed up, and their movements were orderly. The several hundred people stood there in complete silence, and only a solemn and cold aura lingered in the surroundings. That aura was like a crouching dragon that had emerged from the world, and it coiled above this group of people, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to surge. In the team, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. On the back of the flag, there was a lifelike picture of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. It bared its fangs and a fierce aura that almost seeped out of the flag, causing people to feel suffocated. On the front of the flag, there was a large Zhou character. It was written with vigorous and forceful strokes. This was the National Guard of the Divine Ascension country and was also the elite division under Zhou Dian's command. At that very moment, Zhou Dian was riding on a snow-white nine-horned dragon beast. He was not wearing any armor, and was only wearing ordinary clothes. However, the murderous aura he emitted was still enough to make others tremble in fear. Staring at Heavenly Monster Mountain, which was close at hand, Zhou Dian sneered, "How nostalgic. The last time I came here was more than 2,000 years ago. I never thought that I would come here again in this lifetime." He muttered to himself, but none of his subordinates dared to respond. After a while, Zhou Dian suddenly shouted, "Lian Yin, Ban Qing, Yu Man, Yuan Qing." The four people responded and stepped forward, cupping their fists in unison. "Subordinate is here." These four people were all powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. These four were also Zhou Dian's four capable generals. This time, they were ordered by the Emperor to capture the Star of Calamity in Heavenly Monster Mountain Range, so Zhou Dian naturally brought them along. There were 3 men and 1 woman among the 4. Besides the master called Yu Man, who was a woman, the other 3 were all men. Among them, Lian Yan had a head full of red hair that reached his back. He looked extremely flamboyant, and from the faint red light on his body, this person's spiritual energy seemed to have some special power. Ban Qing was short and had an extremely ordinary appearance, but he was an expert in concealment and assassination. Even someone as strong as Zhou Dian could be killed by Ban Qing if he wasn't on guard. Yu Man looked to be around 30 years old. She had a voluptuous figure and a mature charm that could be seen in her every movement. She had a high nose bridge that showed a beautiful curve. Her seductive red lips caused endless reverie. Her soft breasts were slender and her round buttocks were perky. The last one was Yuan Qing. It was unknown what kind of secret technique or secret art he cultivated, but he gave off an extremely feminine feeling. His appearance was also extremely beautiful, to the point that many women paled in comparison to him. These 4 were all the founding fathers of the Divine Ascension country. They had followed Zhou Dian in his early years, conquering the world from north to south and rarely meeting a worthy opponent. Even in the entire Divine Ascension mirror world, they were all famous masters. However, in front of Zhou Dian, their strength was overshadowed by the sharpness of one person. Split into 4 groups and search the mountains. You must capture those stars of calamity in the shortest amount of time possible and bring them to King. Zhou Dian pointed and shouted in a deep voice. Yes. The 4 responded in unison and immediately split into 4 groups, quickly disappearing into the Heavenly Monster Mountains. Zhou Dian was the only one left on the spot. A noisy wind blew past, ruffling Zhou Dian's hair. After a long time, he pushed off the ground and urged the 9-horned dragon beast beneath him to slowly move forward. The monster beast he was riding was at the 12th order. Even though it was only at the early stage, it was still equivalent to a First-Order Emperor Realm cultivator. Even so, it could only obediently allow Zhou Dian to ride it. Back then, Zhou Dian had spent a lot of time and effort to subdue this monster beast before finally succeeding. Gazing into the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountains, Zhou Dian's eyes inexplicably flashed with fighting spirit. It was as if he was in the middle of a mountain forest. It was as if an opponent he cared about was waiting for him. Yang Kai and the others, who had entered the mountains to train, were naturally unaware of what was happening outside. None of them had expected that a simple training exercise would cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, Yang Kai was facing off against a Thunder Cyan Wolf in the Heavenly Monster Mountains. This monster beast was only at the peak of the 10th order, about the same level as the first monster beast they had encountered after entering the Divine Ascension Mirror. However, Yang Kai's expression was solemn. This was because this monster beast seemed to be a little different from the others. It could actually control the power of lightning. The arcs of lightning flashing around its body were extremely lethal, causing Yang Kai to feel a little apprehensive. He was currently in his soul avatar, not his physical body. If he was injured, he wouldn't be able to heal so quickly. Even with the soul-warming lotus, Xianxia didn't dare to recklessly come into contact with this kind of power. Fortunately, he had no intention of doing it himself. He moved together with Xiaxing and the others. Many of his techniques were not easy to show to others. His hands and feet were tied when he fought, making him very uncomfortable. But now that he was alone, he naturally had nothing to worry about. The Thunder Scion Wolf had obviously sensed that Xianxia was not to be trifled with. However, it was wary of the difference in strength and could only confront Xianxia from afar. From time to time, he would bare his teeth and roar. He wanted to scare Xianxia away. But how could Xianxia let it do as it wished? "Come out!" Xianxia suddenly shouted. As the voice rang out, his body trembled slightly. As his sleeves trembled, a dense mass of black dots suddenly and strangely appeared. At first, there weren't many black dots, but in the blink of an eye, there were countless of them, and they quickly gathered into a black cloud. The black cloud was about the size of a table. If one looked closely, they could see it clearly. This black cloud was made up of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Soul-devouring bug. They should be called soul-devouring bug. Ever since they had devoured a large amount of pure devil chi in Xianxia's knowledge sea, these soul-devouring bugs had all turned pitch black. If each of them were enlarged, they would appear ferocious and terrifying, and their killing intent was overwhelming. As soon as the bug cloud appeared, a buzzing sound could be heard. The Thunder Scion Wolf clearly did not know what this thing was, but its instincts told it that something was wrong. Seeing that the insect cloud was charging towards it, it actually opened its mouth, and lightning flashed in its mouth. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, an arc of lightning struck out, right above the insect cloud. The bug cloud was instantly scattered. But soon, they gathered in one place again. After releasing that attack, the Thunder Scion Wolf actually turned around and fled. It had no intention of staying any longer. "Chase," Xianxia said. In fact, there was no need for him to give any orders. The soul-devouring bug's instincts had already driven them to do so. The insect cloud was like a maggot in a tarsal bone as it directly covered the Thunder Scion Wolf. Even though the latter's speed was not slow, it was still caught up in an extremely short period of time. The insect cloud only pounced downwards and completely enveloped the demonic beast. Miserable howls sounded in an instant. The continuous wails were extremely horrifying. The bug cloud rolled and wriggled like a living creature. Xianxia stood quietly in the same place, watching everything. The Thunder Scion Wolf's aura gradually weakened at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The power is still a little lacking, Xianxia thought. Although the unique characteristics of the soul-devouring bug made countless creatures extremely fearful, Xianxia's soul-devouring bugs had grown up from a very low level. All these years, he had not paid much attention to them, simply allowing them to live and evolve freely on the island transformed by the soul-warming lotus. Even though they had grown quite a bit after such a long time, they were still unable to meet the needs of Xianxia's current battle. A 10th-order monster beast was only equivalent to an Origin King realm cultivator. In the outside world, if Xianxia attacked, he would be able to decide the outcome of the battle with a single blow. However, it would take some time for the soul-devouring demon insects to attack. However, this divine ascension mirror world was practically a paradise for the soul-devouring demon insects. If it was used well, these soul-devouring demon insects might be able to undergo earth-shattering changes within a month. When that time came, Xianxia would definitely have another trump card in his hands. Moreover, it would be a trump card that would be impossible to defend against. As such, Xianxia made up his mind to take advantage of the uniqueness of this place. He would make use of the remaining time. He would properly nurture the soul-devouring demon insects. While he was deep in thought, the insect cloud began to roll faster and faster. The Thunder Scion Wolf's howls also gradually weakened until they finally stopped moving. Xianxia observed carefully and discovered that the Thunder Scion Wolf's body was being rapidly devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects. After all, the creatures here were all soul avatars and did not have physical bodies. They were the most delicious food for the soul-devouring demon insects. If Xianxia were to attack and kill it. After the Thunder Scion Wolf died, most of its spiritual energy would dissipate and return to the space of this world. Only the spiritual energy origin would be left behind. However, if it was devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects, it would be different. The energy that should have dissipated would all enter the soul-devouring demon insects' bodies and become their capital to grow stronger. The only thing Yang Kai had to worry about was that the soul-devouring demon insects would not devour the monster beast's soul source as well. If that really happened, then he would gain nothing. That was not what he wanted to see. In this experience, strengthening himself was the most important thing. Letting the soul-devouring demon insects grow was just a matter of convenience. Yang Kai was still very clear about the importance of this. Therefore, after waiting for a while, Yang Kai's divine thought moved slightly and spread out toward the insect cloud. He sent a message. The insect cloud was obedient. Perhaps it was because it had been in Yang Kai's knowledge sea for so many years, so it carried out his instructions meticulously. As soon as the message was sent, the insect cloud immediately left the Thunder Cyan Wolf's body and flew back into Yang Kai's sleeve. As far as the eye could see, the Thunder Cyan Wolf had almost been completely devoured. Only a yellow light the size of a bean was left behind. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He walked forward and absorbed the light into his body. Not long after, he set off again. He walked forward. Along the way, he did not encounter any powerful monster beast. Once the insect cloud appeared, all the monster beast became food for the soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai only needed to stand aside and wait for a while to obtain the spirit origin left behind by the monster beast after its death. It was unimaginably easy. This was also the advantage of working alone. He did not need to put in too much effort to reap the rewards. If he was with Xiaxia and the others, he would never release the soul-devouring demon insects. As time passed, Kai Yang gradually discovered something that piqued his interest. That was, even if the soul-devouring demon insects stayed in his sleeve, they seemed to be able to absorb the strange energy from the heaven and earth and continue to grow stronger. Thinking about it carefully, this was to be expected. The spirit chi of the heaven and earth in this world was completely different from the spirit chi of the outside world. The spirit chi of the outside world could be absorbed by the cultivator's physical body, allowing the cultivator to gradually become stronger. However, the spirit chi of this world could be absorbed by the spirit avatars of all living creatures to strengthen their spirit. The soul-devouring demon insects were no exception. The omnipresent spirit chi of the heaven and earth was a delicacy that they yearned for the most. This was definitely a treasure trove. Yang Kai was excited. Along the way, he had gained a lot. In just 2 days, Yang Kai had used the soul-devouring demon insects to kill at least 70 to 80 monster beast. All the monster beast bodies were completely devoured by the soul-devouring demon insects, and the spirit origin left behind was naturally easy for Yang Kai. This made his divine sense, which was already comparable to the third-order Dao source realm, stronger and firmer, showing signs of advancing to the Emperor realm. Not to mention that Yang Kai's divine sense was gradually becoming stronger, the growth of the soul-devouring demon insects was also obvious. In the beginning, the soul-devouring demon insects needed the time to finish off a level 10 Thunder Cyan Wolf, but now, this time was shortened by more than half. Their growth was much more obvious than Yang Kai's. Such a huge gain made Yang Kai wild with joy. He increasingly felt that splitting up with Xiaxia and the others was a wise decision. According to Gao Shueting, absorbing the spirit origin of a level 10 monster beast was almost equivalent to 7 to 8 days of hard cultivation, and absorbing in level 11 monster beast was equivalent to about 20 days. In just 2 days, Yang Kai's benefits were almost equivalent to 3 to 4 years of cultivation. Moreover, this was a result that could only be achieved with the use of a special soul cultivation secret technique. If he had been with Xiaxia and the others, he definitely would not have obtained such growth. However, he was the only one who could do such a thing. Because he had the soul-devouring demon insects, he only needed to observe every battle and then wait for the spoils to be collected. He did not need to exert himself, so naturally, he did not need to rest. Another day later, Yang Kai's body suddenly swayed slightly after absorbing the soul of an 11th grade monster beast. He couldn't help but frown. At that moment, he felt a slight discomfort. This discomfort was indescribable, but it was very clear and made him feel uncomfortable all over. Is this the limit? Yang Kai didn't panic and understood the reason after thinking for a while. Dao Shueting had said before that although absorbing the soul origins left behind by the creatures here could quickly strengthen one's soul, it wasn't without consequences. When one absorbed to a certain extent, there would be a state of saturation. Once this happened, one would be unable to absorb any more soul origins, otherwise, there might be some side effects. Kai Yang's current situation was undoubtedly a sign that he had reached a saturation point. Thinking about it, it made sense. In just 3 days, he had driven the soul-devouring demon insects to kill over 100 monster beasts and absorbed the soul origins of over 100 monster beasts. There was no lack of 11th grade existences among them. This number and speed was simply shocking. Yang Kai estimated that Xiaxia and the others couldn't even get a fifth of what he did. This was because he didn't need to rest at all during this journey. He only needed to drive the soul-devouring demon insects to wrap around his prey when he found it. Xiaxia and the others had to fight every battle. They all needed to recover for a while. Naturally, it wasn't very efficient. What a pity. He muttered to himself, a look of regret on his face. He had originally planned to follow this momentum and let his soul strength reach the level of the Emperor realm. Once his soul strength reached the Emperor realm, his future cultivation would be smooth sailing. But now that he had reached his limit, there was no other way to solve it. He could only wait slowly, wait for his soul avatar to completely digest the soul origins he had absorbed over the past few days. He didn't slow down and continued to move forward at his original speed. This was because although he couldn't absorb more soul origins, the soul-devouring demon insects could, so it wasn't a waste. The deeper Yang Kai ventured, the higher the average level of the monster beast he encountered. In the beginning, when he had separated from Xiaxia and the others, he could still find a few monster beasts of the 8th or 7th rank or even weaker. Naturally, he had no interest in these monster beasts and ignored them all. But as time passed, these weak monster beasts disappeared without a trace and were replaced by higher-level existences. At this point, Yang Kai could no longer see any monster beast of level 9 or below. All the monster beasts were at least level 10. According to his estimation, the 10th level monster beast would never appear in front of him again if he were to walk further in. At a certain moment, just as he was looking around for prey, suddenly, in the middle of the jungle, a fishy wind blew, causing the trees to sway. An unusual pressure rapidly approached from afar, and Kai Yang could also hear a strange sound. His expression couldn't help turning solemn as he stared in that direction. Crash, it seemed like something was hitting the trees in the forest with great force, causing the trees to sway and leaves to fall. After a short while, a purple light suddenly shot out from the front at an incredible speed. Kai Yang's face was filled with surprise. This was because he discovered that the purple light that was rushing towards him was actually a small monster beast that was about the size of a human's arm and looked like a raccoon. Although the strength of a monster beast couldn't be determined by its size, when Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense, he could clearly see that this purple squirrel was at level 9. He hadn't seen a level 9 monster beast for a while now, because level 9 was no longer suitable for living in this area. Therefore, when this purple squirrel appeared in front of him, Yang Kai was slightly surprised. He didn't know how such a weak monster beast could survive in this area. However, its speed was indeed very fast. Yang Kai discovered it and checked its level in an instant. Before Yang Kai could attack it, this guy had already dashed behind Yang Kai with a whoosh. When the man and beast brushed past each other, Yang Kai clearly saw a look of surprise flash through the purple squirrel's eyes. It kept looking at him, as if it had discovered something new. This was obviously a sign that it had gained intelligence. None of the monster beast Yang Kai had encountered before had this ability. Those monster beasts only followed their killing instincts. When they met Yang Kai, even if Yang Kai didn't attack, they would still attack him. This purple squirrel was obviously different from the others. However, Yang Kai didn't have time to think about its problem. Instead, he continued to look ahead with a solemn expression. This was because behind the purple squirrel, there was an extremely fierce guy, *walala, there was another loud sound of trees swaying and falling to the ground. Immediately after, a flat head the size of a rice jar suddenly poked out from the front. Its head was covered in scales and scarlet stripes, making it look extremely ferocious. Its two eyes were the size of a human brain, and its green pupils were vertical, making people shudder. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a red tongue, making a hissing sound. This was a giant python monster beast. For some reason, it chased after the purple squirrel all the way to Yang Kai. As soon as it appeared, the giant python fixed its two vertical pupils on Yang Kai. Immediately after, a body as thick as a person's arm slowly appeared. Its head was raised high, coiled in midair, and it continued to spit out its tongue as it stared at Yang Kai maliciously. Shifting the calamity to the east, you sure know how to play. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced darkly at the purple squirrel, who was hiding behind a tree and poking out its small head. The purple squirrel saw him looking at it and couldn't help but shrink its neck. However, it quickly looked back. Quietly looking over, it seemed to want to see if Kai Yang was able to drive the python away. "I'll deal with you after I deal with it," Yang Kai sneered and turned back to face the giant python. There was no reason for him to give up now that his prey was right in front of him, so he was still prepared to attack. As if it had realized that Yang Kai wasn't someone to be trifled with, the giant python didn't attack immediately after it appeared. Instead, it looked down at Yang Kai from above. An extremely dangerous glint flashed in its eyes. Yang Kai's divine sense swept across its body, and his expression became even more solemn. This was because he realized that this giant python was the strongest monster beast he had ever encountered. The strength of its soul was comparable to his own. In other words, this guy had reached the peak of the Tao Source realm. If it was given a little more time, it would definitely be able to advance to the Emperor realm. In this world, the only way to advance was to have a strong soul. Because it didn't have a physical body, as long as its soul reached the requirements, it could easily advance to the next level. The giant python in front of him undoubtedly had one foot in the door of the Emperor realm. After a moment of confrontation, the giant python lost its patience, and its killing instinct drove its actions. However, within his eyes, there was a glint in his eyes. A green light flashed. An invisible force rushed towards Yang Kai. In an instant, a purple light burst out from Yang Kai's body, and the purple sun profound light shield appeared. On the surface of the transparent light curtain, a layer of ripples spread out in an instant. Moreover, it was bombarded by an invisible force, causing it to sink inwards by a lot. Soul attack. This was a soul secret technique that every monster beast here, and even every living creature, had mastered. It was just a method to attack the enemy with their soul strength as the foundation. Simple and direct. But powerful. Especially in a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, this attack could often decide the outcome of the battle. Yang Kai had encountered hundreds of monster beasts along the way, and almost every time, he would be dealt with by this move, so he was already used to dealing with it. The Purple Sun Profound Light Shield was a Tao Source grade soul artifact. Even if Yang Kai hadn't completely refined it and couldn't display its full power, it still had a good defensive effect. There had never been a monster beast that could break through the defense of this artifact. However, the soul attack of the giant python caused the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield to flash wildly, almost shattering it. Yang Kai himself staggered a few steps back, his face slightly gloomy. As expected of a peak 11th order monster beast, its attack was extraordinary. Moreover, while releasing the soul attack, it also swung its body, sweeping its steel whip-like tail horizontally towards Yang Kai, rolling up a gust of wind. The trees along the way were broken at the touch of the tail, showing how strong the tail was. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face turned solemn, and he naturally didn't dare to face it head-on. His figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he was. Gotcha. Accompanied by a loud noise, countless trees broke, but the giant python's attack didn't have any effect. Not only that, it also lost track of Yang Kai in its field of vision. Its battle instincts made it a little uneasy, and the frequency of its snake tongue spitting in and out of its mouth obviously increased. It didn't know if it sensed something, but it suddenly raised its head and looked towards the sky. As far as its eyes could see, Yang Kai had already arrived above its head, and he was quite angry, shouting sternly, "Evil beast, eat my move too." As soon as he finished speaking, he also used the soul attack, condensing the power of his own divine sense into an invisible blade that slashed towards the giant python's eyes. Clang clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks appeared on the giant python's eyelids. When Yang Kai's attack arrived, the giant python actually closed its eyelids, causing Yang Kai's attack to fail. However, in the next moment, a buzzing sound rang out. The moment the giant python closed its eyes, Yang Kai released the soul-devouring demon insects. Black clouds appeared, rolling up a monstrous demonic chi. The demonic insects surged, bringing with them an unparalleled might. When the swarm of soul-devouring demon insects appeared, a human-like look of panic appeared in the giant python's eyes, as if it was extremely afraid of the soul-devouring demon insects. Behind Yang Kai, the purple squirrel hiding behind a tree and secretly observing the battle was already trembling. Its eyelids rolled back, and it fainted on the ground. From the looks of it, the soul-devouring demon insects seemed to have brought great fear to these two monster beasts. This was not surprising, as the soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of all spiritual energy. Apart from being afraid of strange energy like the conflagrated knowledge sea, there were very few things that could kill them. Although Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects originally had some drawbacks, as they grew, these drawbacks had long since disappeared. If one wanted to kill these soul-devouring insects, they would need to be like Yang Kai and possess the conflagrated knowledge sea to restrain them. There was no other way. Moreover, Yang Kai did not know if the conflagrated knowledge sea was still effective against them. The reason why he could still control these soul-devouring insects to serve him was largely due to the soul-warming lotus. How could the giant python and purple squirrel not be afraid of such a strange creature? When the black cloud swooped down, the giant python actually opened its mouth in panic and spat out a dark green cloud that covered the cloud of insects. In an instant, a fishy stench filled the air. Poison of the divine sense. Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. He did not know what kind of opportunity this giant python had obtained, or if it was born this way, but it was actually able to make its divine sense extremely poisonous. It obviously wanted to use its special spiritual energy to deal with the soul-devouring insects. Moreover, it did not plan to stay any longer. After spitting out that cloud of poison, it actually ignored Yang Kai and the purple squirrel and turned around to flee. However, it had obviously underestimated the strangeness of the soul-devouring insects. The dark cloud of insects and the dark green cloud of poison collided. They collided. At a visible rate, the dark green quickly disappeared, and in less than 3 breaths of time, only the dark cloud of insects remained. From the looks of it, it seemed that all of the poison cloud had been devoured by the soul-devouring insects. The poison cloud was also formed by spiritual energy, so it was naturally a delicacy for the soul-devouring insects. After devouring the poison cloud, the cloud of soul-devouring insects did not stay any longer. They directly covered the giant python, and in the blink of an eye, its head was completely covered. The cloud of insects closed its eyes, and the giant python could not see anything at all. Its huge body began to continuously twist and turn around like a headless fly, its actions without any pattern. Yang Kai watched quietly for a while and couldn't help but frown. This was because he found that the soul-devouring insects, which had always been successful, didn't seem to have a good way to deal with this giant python. The giant python's entire body was covered with dense scales. Even the tiny soul-devouring insects were unable to break through the protection of the scales to nibble at its body. At this rate, the soul-devouring insects might not be able to kill the giant python unless they could break through its defenses. With a thought, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he immediately gave an order to the soul-devouring demon insects. He controlled the soul-devouring insects. It wasn't as easy as controlling Xiao, the stone mongoose. This was because the former had no intelligence at all. Although Xiao's intelligence wasn't high, she could still understand Yang Kai's commands. Comparing the two, it would undoubtedly take more effort to drive the former. Fortunately, the insect swarm was quite obedient. Yang Kai only had to use a little bit of effort to get them to enter the python's body through its mouth and nose. After several dozen breaths of time, the pitch-black insect swarm had disappeared, leaving only a buzzing sound coming from the python's abdomen. At this moment, the giant python seemed to be suffering some kind of inhumane torture and unbearable pain, constantly rolling on the ground and knocking down countless trees. But this kind of attack from inside its body was something it couldn't resolve. It could only wait for death to come. While struggling, the giant python didn't seem to be willing to just sit there and wait for its death. Its soul attacks bombarded the surrounding area almost aimlessly, causing Xianxia to tremble in fear, not daring to get too close. As time passed, the light on the giant python's body constantly flickered and its struggles gradually weakened. At a certain point, the giant python raised its head and finally fell to the ground. The light on its body also suddenly dimmed at this moment. Xianxia stood in place with an indifferent expression, waiting quietly. After a short while, a hole suddenly appeared somewhere on the giant python's body. From this hole, countless soul-devouring demon insects swarmed out and flew back to Xianxia, returning to his sleeve. Xianxia walked forward, squatted down, and looked at the remaining python skin. This layer of python skin was as thin as a cicada's wing and covered with scales. Xianxia didn't know what it was made of, but not only was it extremely sturdy, even the soul-devouring demon insects had no interest in it. So, after devouring all the essence of the giant python, the soul-devouring demon insects flew out. If this thing could be taken out, perhaps it could be used to refine a good soul defensive artifact. Thinking so, Xianxia stretched out his hand and knocked on the layer of python skin, but to his surprise, as soon as he touched it, the python skin actually loosened, like a piece of rotten wood that had been there for a long time, completely shattering. This result left him stunned. He secretly felt that the reason why the giant python's defense was so amazing was probably because it had some kind of strange energy supporting it. Since the python skin was useless, Xianxia naturally didn't need to waste any effort to take it out. Moreover, he didn't know how to take things out of this world, unless it was some kind of special item that could be absorbed into his soul avatar, such as a soul artifact. But whether or not there were any soul artifacts in this world was another matter. After all, everything here was composed of a strange energy similar to soul power. Even the mountains, the ground, and the trees were all soul artifacts. There were none of the precious minerals needed to refine soul artifacts. He turned around again and returned to where the purple squirrel had been. What surprised him was that the purple squirrel, which should have fainted on the ground, had disappeared without a trace. Xianxia was truly surprised. It seemed that the purple squirrel, a 9th-rank monster beast, had not been able to survive in this area by luck. However, when Xianxia scanned the area with his divine sense, he immediately locked onto the purple squirrel's current location. At the top of a large tree. The purple squirrel was quietly hiding. There was an indescribable intelligence in its small eyes as it vigilantly sized up the area below it. Just as it was focusing on observing, Xianxia suddenly disappeared from its field of vision. The purple squirrel's fur stood on end almost instinctively. "Humph, did you think that I wouldn't be able to find you if you hid?" Xianxia's cold laughter came from behind it, not waiting for the purple squirrel to react. He had already reached out, grabbed it by the neck, and brought it in front of him. The purple squirrel immediately trembled, its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Xianxia timidly. "It seems that other than being fast and having some intelligence, you don't have any other abilities." Xianxia looked at the purple squirrel thoughtfully. If it had any other abilities, it would have already used them. However, it didn't react even when Xianxia was holding it, so it was obvious that it was helpless. Just as Xianxia was speaking, the purple squirrel seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reached out with its claws, reaching towards its abdomen. Xianxia's gaze moved downwards, and he immediately saw something that surprised him. Because he had discovered something. This was the purple squirrel's abdomen. There was actually something that looked like a pocket, as if it had been there since birth. He couldn't help but be amazed by this. At this moment, the purple squirrel took out something from the pocket at its abdomen. It looked like a spirit fruit, and it looked like a grape. It was completely purple and gave off a strange fragrance. After Xianxia sniffed it, he immediately felt refreshed. The discomfort caused by absorbing too much spirit source actually showed signs of alleviating. His eyes lit up. His gaze was fixed on the purple spirit fruit. After the purple squirrel took out the spirit fruit, it held it with both its claws and handed it directly to Xianxia. Then, it looked at Xianxia pitifully as if to say, "Please kindly accept this spirit fruit, and let this little one live." Its actions made Xianxia feel that this guy was full of intelligence. It obviously wanted to use the spirit fruit to gain his favor so that he wouldn't attack it. Xianxia immediately felt that this was interesting. He smiled and glanced at the purple squirrel, but he didn't make things difficult for it. Instead, he put it down. The purple squirrel couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when it landed on the treetops. However, it still held the spirit fruit, stood on its hind legs, and handed it to Yang Kai. Then I'll gladly accept it. Yang Kai coughed lightly and took the fruit from its hands. To be honest, he was also very curious about the spirit fruit. Although Gao Shueting had said before that there were many strange products in this world and that many of these things had miraculous effects and uses, Yang Kai had never thought that spirit fruits could grow in this world. As for this spirit fruit, it was obvious at a glance that it was extremely beneficial to the divine soul. Since he couldn't take it out with him, Yang Kai naturally gave up on this idea. He picked up the spirit fruit and looked at it for a while, then directly put it into his mouth. After a few chews, Yang Kai swallowed it, and his expression immediately brightened. This was because he could clearly feel that this spirit fruit had turned into a miraculous energy when it entered his stomach. Not only did it strengthen his body, but it also greatly alleviated the discomfort he felt. Yang Kai estimated that if he had 3 or 4 more of these spirit fruits, he would be able to completely eliminate the discomfort in his body. This thing? Do you have more? Yang Kai looked down at the purple squirrel and gestured as he communicated with the monster beast. Unexpectedly, the purple squirrel immediately understood what he meant. It extended a small paw and pointed at the place where the giant python had died, then pointed at the depths of Heavenly Monster Mountain as it squeaked. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, then said, "You mean, this giant python was guarding the spirit fruit, and because you stole one, it chased you all the way here, and there are even more spirit fruits where it lives?" The purple squirrel nodded vigorously when it heard this. "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way." Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted excitedly. The discomfort in his spirit not only prevented him from absorbing any more spirit origin energy, but it also affected his body's condition. If he could quickly resolve this, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't wait to find more of those spirit fruits. In the forest of Heavenly Monster Mountain, a man and a beast were rapidly running. The purple squirrel was leading the way in front with Yang Kai following closely behind. After interacting with Yang Kai for a while and confirming that he had no ill intentions, the purple squirrel no longer seemed to be afraid of him. It didn't even show any signs of escaping. While leading the way, it would stop from time to time and wait for Yang Kai to get closer before continuing on its journey. The purple squirrel's actions were very purposeful. They didn't encounter any other monster beast along the way, and it was unknown what kind of ability it used to avoid them. 2 hours later, the man and beast arrived at a mountain valley. The mountain valley was surrounded by mountains on all sides. If one wasn't familiar with the terrain, they might not be able to find it. When the purple squirrel arrived not far from the entrance of the mountain valley, it suddenly stopped moving forward. Instead, it waited until Yang Kai arrived before it extended its little claws and gestured towards the mountain valley. Then, it used its 2 claws to grab its own neck, making it look like it was having difficulty breathing and its eyes were rolling back. In the end, it fell straight to the ground. Yang Kai frowned and said, "You mean that there's danger in the mountain valley?" The purple squirrel flipped over and stood up again, nodding at Yang Kai. "Let me take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he looked towards the mountain valley. With just one glance, he immediately understood what the danger the purple squirrel was referring to was. Inside the mountain valley, it was filled with a dense, dark green poisonous cloud. Whether it was the color or shape of the poisonous cloud, it was the same as the one that the giant python had spat out. However, the area it covered was far too large. The dark green poisonous cloud covered everything in the mountain valley, making it impossible to see what was inside. "I'm very curious." Yang Kai smiled as he glanced at the purple squirrel. "What method did you use before? You stole a spirit fruit from here." If the mountain valley was covered in poisonous clouds all year round, the purple squirrel wouldn't have been able to enter with its 9th level strength. Naturally, it wouldn't have been able to steal a spirit fruit. But in reality, it was because the purple squirrel had stolen a spirit fruit that the giant python had chased it all the way to Yang Kai. Faced with Yang Kai's question, the purple squirrel blinked and looked at him blankly. At this moment, it couldn't understand him again. "Playing dumb?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, but he didn't try to get to the bottom of it. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and the soul-devouring insects flew into the valley with a buzzing sound. Seeing this, the purple squirrel immediately waited expectantly. The scene of the soul-devouring beetles devouring the poison cloud. It had seen everything clearly from the side. Naturally, he knew that the poisonous clouds in the valley were no exception. As long as the poison cloud was dispelled, the spirit fruit inside would be easily obtained. This was indeed the case. Wherever the black insect swarm passed, the dense poisonous clouds would disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of the soul-devouring demon insects' poisonous spiritual energy was devoured by them and turned into their own strength. In less than an hour, the poisonous clouds in the valley were completely swept away and disappeared. And after devouring such a large amount of poisonous clouds, the soul-devouring demon insects seemed to have gained a lot of benefits as well. They flew back into Xianxia's sleeve. "Let's go." Xianxia called out to the purple squirrel and walked into the valley as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. The purple squirrel was also showing off and taking advantage of the situation. It walked with its little legs and was extremely arrogant. This must be the fruit tree of the spirit fruit. Xianxia went straight to the center of the valley and looked at a green fruit tree that was about half the height of a person. Xianxia had noticed this fruit tree when he was observing at the entrance of the valley. It was just that the insect swarm hadn't finished cleaning up the poisonous clouds at that time, so he didn't dare to enter rashly. The fruit tree had a unique spirituality, and there were some traces of large-scale activity around it. It looked like they were left behind by the dead giant python. Xianxia's gaze swept across the fruit tree and his eyes immediately lit up. He discovered that there were a total of 5 spirit fruits on this fruit tree, and they were exactly the same as the one the purple squirrel had given him earlier. As a Dao Source-grade alchemist who had received all of Gong Sun Mu's knowledge, Xianxia could even recognize something like the extraordinary treasure lotus. However, he really didn't know what this spirit fruit was called. It could only be said that this spirit fruit was a unique product of the divine ascension mirror world and had never been seen in the outside world. However, its effects were extraordinarily powerful, and it was especially suitable for a cultivator like Xianxia who had entered this place from the outside to gain experience. He didn't hesitate and directly reached out to pluck one from the fruit tree, tossed it into his mouth, and swallowed it with a few chews. In an instant, not only did the discomfort in his body ease significantly, even the strength of his spiritual energy seemed to have increased slightly. "Not bad, not bad," Xianxia said as he plucked another one and ate heartily. Gudong, a sound came from the side. Xianxia glanced sideways and glanced at the purple squirrel that was half squatting by his feet. This guy was staring at Xianxia pitifully with its round eyes. The gulping sound from before was obviously caused by this guy. "Even if you look at me with such sincerity," Xianxia said as he tossed a third fruit into his mouth and mumbled, "I don't have any extra for you." The purple squirrel's eyes immediately dimmed and it drooped its head, looking dispirited. "Huh." Xianxia let out a long sigh. "Fine, I'll give you one." As he spoke, he reached out and plucked the last 2 fruits from the fruit tree, ate one himself, and handed the other one to the purple squirrel. The purple squirrel immediately became spirited and its eyes lit up. It stood up straight and held the fruit with its claws, carefully sniffing it a few times before revealing a look of ecstasy. In the end, it stuffed the fruit into its belly pocket in satisfaction and hid it away like a treasure. 4 spirit fruits entered his stomach, plus the one that the purple squirrel had given him before. The discomfort in Kai Yang's body had already been swept away, and he once again felt like a dragon and a tiger. His heart inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of being reborn. He glanced at the purple squirrel and chuckled. The purple squirrel immediately covered its pockets with its claws and looked at Xianxia vigilantly, as if it was afraid that he would go back on his word. "What kind of person do you think I am?" Xianxia snorted coldly with a serious expression. "Don't look down on me, you bastard. How can I take back what I've already given away?" The purple squirrel looked at him, not quite understanding. "Little guy." Xianxia looked at it with a smile. "Are you very familiar with this place?" The purple squirrel was silent for a while before it nodded. "Then lead the way. If we find anything good, we'll split it like before, okay?" Xianxia had a kind expression as he tried to persuade it. As he spoke, he patted the purple squirrel's belly pocket with a seductive expression, as long as you cooperate with me, it'll only be a matter of time before I fill your pocket." The purple squirrel's eyes lit up and it became excited. As it squeaked, it nodded. Its head bobbed like a chicken pecking at rice. It didn't wait for Yang Kai to give any more orders before it took the initiative to lead the way. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and followed closely behind. The purple squirrel was indeed very familiar with the heavenly monster mountains, and it knew where there were good things. However, most of these good things were guarded by some powerful monster beast, just like the giant python. It wasn't an existence that the purple squirrel could afford to provoke, so it could only sigh helplessly. However, with a powerful guarantee like Yang Kai, it had nothing to worry about. All it needed to do was bring Yang Kai to that place. Then, Yang Kai would take action and deal with the monster beast guarding the treasure. What followed was naturally the joyous matter of splitting the spoils of war. Yang Kai kept his word. Every time he found something good, he would give some to the purple squirrel. As for whether he would split it evenly or not, that would depend on how one interpreted it. In just 2 days, Yang Kai and the purple squirrel swept through the nests of many monster beasts within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers. They obtained countless spirit fruits and countless monster beast soul sources, making for a great harvest. These spirit fruits that grew in the divine ascension mirror world were all useful to one's spiritual energy. However, there were also some that were harmful. Yang Kai accidentally ate one of them, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to regain his senses for a long time. If it weren't for the rainbow soul-warming lotus in his body, just that spirit fruit alone would have taken his life. As a result, although Yang Kai had absorbed a lot of soul sources, his soul avatar was once again in a state of discomfort. This state didn't affect his body much, but it made it impossible for Yang Kai to continue absorbing soul sources. Compared to Yang Kai, the growth of the soul-devouring demon insects was even greater. After all, they had devoured most of their spiritual energy. In less than 10 days since they entered the divine ascension mirror world, the strength of the soul-devouring demon insects had almost doubled. Moreover, Yang Kai could faintly feel that his soul-devouring demon insects seemed to be changing in a direction that no one knew about. He could clearly feel that these soul-devouring demon insects had become even more savage, violent, and rebellious. Sometimes, they would even ignore his orders. He didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. The small pouch on the purple squirrel's abdomen was also basically full. This guy was very strange. Although it obtained a lot of good things, it never ate them. It seemed to only have a desire to collect them, constantly stuffing the spirit fruits that Yang Kai gave it into its pouch. In the end, it couldn't fit anymore. It wasn't big to begin with, so how big could its pouch be? Yang Kai finally had a legitimate reason to monopolize all the spoils of war. The purple squirrel didn't seem to care too much and continued to lead the way diligently. It led Yang Kai through the heavenly monster mountains like a laborer. At a certain moment 2 days later, Yang Kai stood quietly in front of the entrance of a cave with the purple squirrel sitting on his shoulder. After these 2 days of interaction, the purple squirrel was no longer afraid of Yang Kai and had instead become more familiar with him. At this moment, the man and the beast both had a focused expression as they listened attentively to the movements coming from the cave. They seemed to be concentrating their attention. Miserable howls could be heard coming from inside the cave, mixed with the sound of something huge crashing into the cave walls. There was also the sound of rocks falling down like rain. How tragic. Yang Kai sighed. The purple squirrel nodded in agreement. A moment later, the sounds coming from inside the cave gradually weakened and finally disappeared. The soul-devouring insects had obviously finished off the monster beast in the cave. In the divine ascension mirror world, any prey targeted by the soul-devouring insects would never have a good ending. After confirming that he was safe, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked into the cave. The cave was dim, but that didn't hinder Yang Kai's vision. After all, he was a soul avatar, so everything in the cave was imprinted in his mind after he scanned it with his divine sense. This cave wasn't very deep, nor was it very wide. Everywhere he went, there was a mess, and there were traces of a struggle everywhere. The owner of this cave had obviously suffered a lot at the hands of the soul-devouring insects and had fiercely struggled for a while before he died. Yang Kai didn't even know what kind of monster beast was inside, because by the time he arrived, the monster beast had already been completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Not even a scrap was left behind. In his current state, he couldn't absorb any more soul sources, so he didn't have the soul-devouring insects leave anything behind. After recalling the soul-devouring insects, Xianxia began to examine everything in the cave. After scanning it with his divine sense, he found nothing. There were no spirit fruits or other treasures in this cave. It seemed to be a place where the monster beast rested. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at this discovery, but he didn't pay it much mind. After all, not every powerful monster beast was guarding a treasure. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his body suddenly paused. His gaze focused in a certain direction in the cave. There was a strange object there that attracted his attention. After observing it for a moment, Xianxia walked forward and bent down to pick up the object from the ground. The moment he touched it, Xianxia's body suddenly shook and his eyes shone brightly. At the same time, they gasped. Xianxia's abnormal reaction gave the purple squirrel a fright. Its fur stood on end as it scurried away from Xianxia's side. This is... Xianxia fumbled with the item in his hand as he scanned it with his divine sense. Soon, he figured out what this thing looked like. It was a disc-like existence. It was about the size of a millstone, and its entire body was as white as jade. Previously, when Xianxia's divine will scanned the area, he didn't find anything special about it, but he felt that its shape was quite strange, so he picked it up to take a look. However, the moment he touched it, Xianxia's soul resonated with it, causing his soul avatar to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, inside the white jade millstone, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into Xianxia's body, making him feel as comfortable as if he was soaking in warm water. This feeling made his entire body relax and feel extremely comfortable. He couldn't stop himself, as if he was about to fly. If he had to describe it more specifically, this feeling was similar to what he felt when his soul fused with Su Yan's in the past. Soul Jade. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind, causing him to cry out in surprise. He had never seen a soul jade before and didn't know what it looked like. In fact, he had only heard about its existence from Gao Shueting a few days ago, but at this moment, he was 100% sure that the thing in his hand was the soul jade that Gao Shueting was talking about. According to Gao Shueting, even in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, soul jades were treasures that could only be found by chance. She herself had entered this place 4 times, but she had only obtained 1 mid-rank soul jade so far. Just that 1 mid-rank soul jade alone had greatly benefited her. Xianxia didn't know how soul jades were categorized, but he felt that the one in his hand was definitely not mid-rank. It was very likely to be a high-rank or even a peerless soul jade. Soul jades were formed from the purest spiritual energy in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, and they could be easily absorbed by a cultivator to strengthen their soul without any worries or hidden dangers. However, Gao Shueting had described them to be so rare that Xianxia didn't think he would be lucky enough to obtain one. Unexpectedly, however, he actually obtained one here. It's so big. Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. He had a troubled expression on his face. How long will it take to absorb it? As he spoke, he tried to absorb the energy within the soul jade to see if it was as miraculous as Gao Shueting had described. A strand of pure energy was born from the soul jade and flowed into Xianxia's body through his arms. His entire body immediately felt warm, and he couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy. As this energy flowed into his body, Xianxia discovered that it was just as Gao Shueting had said before. Absorbing the energy from the soul jade wouldn't cause any harm to his body. His current soul avatar was still in a saturated state, so he couldn't absorb the soul source left behind by the monster beast at all. However, absorbing the energy from this soul jade wasn't hindered at all. Xianxia could also clearly feel the terrifying energy contained within the soul jade. He couldn't help but think, I'll go into seclusion here and absorb the energy from the soul jade until the time limit is up. If he really did that, Xianxia estimated that by the time he left this place, the strength of his soul would definitely be comparable to that of the Emperor realm. At that time, he might not even be able to finish absorbing the energy from the soul jade, so he could have his soul-devouring insects absorb the energy as well. With ample time and energy reserves, he would be able to maximize the benefits he could obtain from this place. However, Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, another force suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's body. In the dim cave, a rainbow-colored light suddenly bloomed. It was extremely dazzling, illuminating the entire cave in a rainbow of colors. The rainbow-colored light expanded and retracted. As it rolled up, Yang Kai suddenly felt his hand lighten. The soul jade had disappeared. This shocking change caught Yang Kai off guard. With a face full of shock, he hurriedly looked inside his body. Very quickly, he found traces of the soul jade in a certain part of his body. At that moment, it was actually wrapped in the rainbow-colored soul-warming lotus and was lying quietly in the center of the lotus. And when Kai Yang saw it, he couldn't help but discover an inconceivable scene. That piece of soul jade was like a snowflake under the blazing sun. It quickly melted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The surging energy from the soul jade was completely absorbed by the soul-warming lotus. Not a single drop was left. After absorbing the energy from the soul jade, the soul-warming lotus seemed to glow even brighter. At the same time, a gentle and steady stream of energy spread out from the soul-warming lotus and slowly poured into Yang Kai's soul avatar. What's going on? Yang Kai was completely dumbfounded. His mind was a mess. He had just found a piece of high-rank or even peerless soul jade, but it had been sucked away by the soul-warming lotus. After absorbing it, it had been slowly fed back to his soul avatar. Was this a good thing, or a bad thing? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Losing the soul jade was undoubtedly a loss. However, the soul jade hadn't been stolen by someone else. Instead, it had been absorbed by the soul-warming lotus. Then, the soul-warming lotus slowly fed that energy back to his body. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai secretly felt that this shouldn't be a bad thing. This way, it seemed to be beneficial to both him and the soul-warming lotus. Moreover, although the rate of this feedback was much slower, it could be done step by step. It would allow him to gradually adapt to his stronger spirit and be able to control it as he wished. On the other hand, if he were to personally absorb the energy from the soul jade, he definitely wouldn't be able to do anything else, let alone finish absorbing it in the remaining days. But now, he didn't need to worry about the soul jade anymore. He would do what he needed to do. It's definitely a good thing, Yang Kai said with certainty. After saying this, he turned his head and looked around. At a corner, he found the purple squirrel staring at him in fear. The purple squirrel didn't understand the sudden change just now and immediately distanced itself from Yang Kai. Now that it saw that he was safe and sound and was even waving at it warmly, it naturally walked over slowly. After making sure that Yang Kai was fine, it jumped onto Yang Kai's shoulder again. But for some reason, it actually sniffed at Yang Kai a few times. Then, it revealed a confused expression, as if it felt that Yang Kai's scent was different from before. Next, Kai Yang walked around the cave one more time, carefully inspecting everything. After making sure he hadn't missed anything, he walked out of the cave. He still had a lot of time left, so he naturally wouldn't waste it. He had just walked out of the cave when he heard a whoosh coming from nearby. Immediately after, a figure suddenly landed in front of him. Yang Kai was shocked. He instinctively activated his spirit power and summoned the purple sun profound light shield. At the same time, he tapped his foot and floated backwards. He never thought that he would meet someone else in this place. The newcomer obviously didn't think of this either. When he saw Yang Kai, he also activated his spirit power and looked over vigilantly. Their eyes met. That person frowned and looked suspiciously at the purple light shield around Yang Kai. A strange expression appeared on his face. Just as Yang Kai had expected, in this world, cultivators didn't have secret treasures to use. This was because they lacked the materials to forge and refine secret treasures. The battle between martial artists was a contest of divine souls. What they relied on was divine soul secret arts, and even weapons condensed from divine soul energy. Soul-type secret treasures were definitely rare items for cultivators in this world. After the purple sun profound light shield was summoned, it would form a purple light shield around Yang Kai's body. Although it looked similar to some defensive secret techniques, it was fundamentally different. This cultivator who had suddenly appeared wasn't weak. He was at least at the level of the third-order Dao Source realm, so he naturally saw through it. While the newcomer was sizing up Yang Kai was also vigilantly observing him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai could see the cultivation of the other party's third-order Dao source realm at a glance. From his face, Yang Kai could tell that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His expression was calm and determined, but at this moment, there was a hint of panic and fear in his eyes. Yang Kai was certain that the other party didn't have any hostility towards him. However, this was the first time Yang Kai had encountered a cultivator from the Divine Ascension mirror world, so he was naturally very curious. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai discovered that the other party's body was just like his own soul avatar. They were both formed from spiritual energy and didn't have a physical body. This world was truly filled with all sorts of strange things. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement. If you don't want to die, hurry up and run. At this moment, the other party suddenly shouted with a solemn expression. What? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. The other party's words were so random that he couldn't understand them at all. However, the newcomer obviously wasn't in the mood to explain too much. Pushing the energy in his body, he fled in a certain direction while shouting again, "It'll be too late if you don't run now." As soon as he said this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad premonition. He faintly realized that there seemed to be some powerful existence chasing after this person, and that existence was undoubtedly extremely dangerous and cruel. Thinking of this, he made a prompt decision and hurriedly tried to leave this dangerous place. He had only been brought into this world by Gao Shueting to gain experience, so he naturally wasn't interested in getting involved in the grudges between the original forces of this world and the cultivator. After all, he could only stay here for a month at most. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai was about to make a move. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A powerful pressure that belonged only to the Emperor realm suddenly appeared and descended from the sky. This pressure was so heavy that it was almost tangible. When it pressed down, it gave people the illusion that the sky was collapsing. Yang Kai's body instantly shrank, and his expression became extremely ugly. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a ghostly figure emerging, directly appearing at the side of the martial artist from before. This figure was not tall, but rather short. However, before he appeared, Yang Kai did not notice him at all. It was as if he had always been in that position but had not been detected by anyone. When this unknown powerhouse from the Emperor realm appeared, there was a flash of light in his hand and a dagger-like weapon suddenly appeared. This weapon was formed from the power of this person's spirit. It was not a soul-type artifact. The dagger flashed with a cold light, and before the middle-aged man could react, the man had already stabbed forward. A soft poochie sound rang out, causing Yang Kai's scalp to go numb. The third-order Dao source realm level middle-aged man who was trying to escape didn't even have time to defend himself before his chest was pierced through. In the outside world, this was definitely a fatal injury. Because that was where the wound was. It was where the heart was. No matter how strong a cultivator was, if their heart was struck like this, they would probably die immediately. Unless they cultivated some kind of heaven-defying secret technique or used their powerful cultivation to suppress the injury, they would only be able to survive. However, in the Divine Ascension mirror world, because living beings did not have physical bodies, this injury was not fatal, even though it looked serious. After this attack succeeded, the powerhouse from the Emperor realm stopped attacking and coldly glanced at the middle-aged man. There was no emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of wood. On the other hand, the middle-aged man let out a pained cry as his body stiffened in place. Looking around, Kai Yang saw that the dagger was still embedded in the middle-aged man's chest, and with the wound as the center, a strange energy radiated out in an arc, converging into a complex pattern, like a layer of inexplicable and powerful seals. It was this strange energy that restricted the middle-aged man's movements, preventing him from moving even a single step. There were also traces of spiritual energy leaking out from his wound. It was obvious that his strength was being drained. If this wound was left untreated, the middle-aged man's spiritual energy would definitely flow out along with the wound. When that happened, he would definitely die. "You're the Star of Calamity?" The powerhouse from the Emperor realm asked indifferently after he succeeded. "Master, what did you say?" Although the middle-aged man had been severely injured by the sneak attack, he didn't dare to act up. He only looked at the other party with pleading eyes and asked blankly. Forget it. The short powerhouse from the Emperor realm heard this and replied dully, whether you are or not, we'll know after we bring you back to the palace for interrogation. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. The palace. On the contrary, the middle-aged man seemed to have heard some strange information from his words. He stared at the other party with wide eyes, and after changing his expression several times, he asked with difficulty, dare I ask, could it be Sir Ban Qing Ban? Oh? Ban Qing looked at the middle-aged man with surprise. You recognize me? The middle-aged man saw that he didn't deny it and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Who doesn't know the names of the 4 vice-commanders under Master Zhou Dian? Since there are 4 people, why are you so sure it's me? Can't it be someone else? Ban Qing didn't seem to be in a hurry to deal with young Kai. Instead, he chatted with his prey with great interest. The middle-aged man said, Vice Commander Lian Yan has a head of red hair, which is very obvious. Vice Commander Yuan is a woman, and Vice Commander Yuan Qing. It is said that Vice Commander Yuan is as beautiful as a flower, and his skin is as white as jade. Even normal women lose their luster in front of him. Since you are from the palace and have such cultivation, I can't think of anyone other than Ban Qing. Ha 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 ha. Ban Qing suddenly laughed loudly, what a beautiful flower. So that's how the world talks about Yuan Qing. I wonder what he would think if he heard this. Yes, your analysis is correct. This lord is indeed Ban Qing. Seeing that Ban Qing finally admitted it, the middle-aged man completely gave up and said with a dispirited expression, seeing is believing. Master Ban's concealment and assassination techniques are truly superb. Humph. Ban Qing coldly snorted in disdain, not caring about the other party's flattery. But, Master Ban, I have no enmity with you. Why are you? Although the middle-aged man couldn't move, he still wanted to beg Ban Qing to let him go. However, Ban Qing clearly didn't plan on giving him this chance. He had entered the Heavenly Monster Mountain under Zhou Dian's orders to capture the Star of Calamity. Although he couldn't kill for no reason, injuring or seriously injuring someone was no problem. Thus, before the other party could finish speaking, Ban Qing reached out and clenched his fist. The dagger stabbed into the middle-aged man's chest suddenly released a ray of light. Immediately after, the strange energy radiating from the dagger suddenly became much more solid under the influence of this light. The middle-aged man's entire body shook as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell straight to the ground, completely unconscious. Although he hadn't died, he had completely fainted. Even if he woke up, he probably wouldn't be able to return to his peak state. Ban Qing's attack had clearly damaged his foundation. After doing all this, the dagger flew back into Ban Qing's hand. He turned around and coldly sized up Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mind was actually racing at this moment. He didn't really understand what had happened before, but after listening to the conversation between the two in front of him, he vaguely understood the whole story. He even had his own speculations about the overall situation here. These 2 people were talking about the existence of a palace, so there was probably a country in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. And in this country, the ruler was supreme. Under the ruler, there seemed to be a great general who protected the country called Zhou Dian. Under Zhou Dian, there were 4 other masters like the one in the Emperor realm in front of him. At this moment, they should all have entered Heavenly Monster Mountain to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. The middle-aged man was either the target of capture or an innocent bystander. Yang Kai guessed that he was the latter, because from what the middle-aged man had said before, he didn't know anything about the Star of Calamity. And Yang Kai was probably the same. Ban Qing and the others didn't know who they were trying to capture at all, so they simply spread the net wide to catch as many fish as they could. Anyone who was caught by Ban Qing definitely wouldn't be able to escape. How unlucky! Kai Yang secretly cursed in his heart. It was rare for him to be able to gain experience in this world, but he ended up encountering a dispute between the cultivator here, and it was someone from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai couldn't help but complain. Not bad, kid. Ban Qing looked at Yang Kai for a while before suddenly nodding with a smile, his expression amiable. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. What this lord means is, you know your limits and know that you are no match for this lord, so you didn't run away. Yes, if you are obedient, this lord can make you suffer less, Banqing said calmly. After saying this, he changed the topic and said coldly, but if you don't know what's good for you, you will end up like him. As he spoke, he pointed at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a while, he said, "This master. Don't talk to this lord about being innocent or not." Banqing seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to say and interrupted him before he could speak. He impatiently said in a low voice, "This lord is following orders. If you really are the star of calamity, then consider yourself unlucky. If you aren't, then you will naturally be safe and sound." As he spoke, he stared intently at Yang Kai and said, "Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want this lord to make a move? Let me tell you first, if it's the latter, this lord can't guarantee that you will be unharmed. So it's like that." Yang Kai's negotiation failed and he helplessly sighed. With a heavy expression, he asked, "This kid still has a question to ask." "Speak." Banqing coldly replied. "First, please listen to the conversation between master and this friend. It seems that there are 3 other people like you. I wonder if those 3. They are leading a team to search elsewhere. Right now, Mount Tianyao has been completely sealed off, so don't even think about escaping. It's meaningless." Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's heart instantly sank. "Then, master, your subordinates?" Yang Kai asked again. "They'll be there soon." Banqing frowned impatiently, this king likes to move alone. After saying this, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, "Why are you asking this?" "It's nothing," Yang Kai took a deep breath and said slowly, "This junior just wants to offend you." After saying this, he turned into a streak of light and charged straight at Banqing. Yang Kai understood that since the Heavenly Monster Mountains had been sealed off, and there were 3 other masters from the Emperor Realm searching in other places besides Banqing, and Banqing's subordinates hadn't arrived yet, now was the best time to deal with him. Escaping was unrealistic. Not to mention, Banqing was an expert in concealment and assassination techniques, and his movement skills were exquisite. Yang Kai might not be able to escape. Even if he escaped, where could he run to in the vast Heavenly Monster Mountains? If he wasn't careful, he would run into someone else. At that time, he would be pincered, and there would be no hope. It was better to fight Banqing while he was alone. If he couldn't win, it wouldn't be too late to escape. If he could win, then there would be no need to escape. Banqing raised his eyebrows, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so bold. Not only was he bold, but he also had the ability to move freely under his pressure. Previously, he hadn't put Yang Kai in his eyes because there was an absolute difference in strength between the two. Once the pressure of the Emperor Realm was released, a Dao Source Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to move at all. The middle-aged man lying on the ground was the best proof. In Banqing's eyes, Yang Kai's cultivation was on par with the middle-aged man's. They were both at the level of the 3rd order Dao Source Realm. It was just that the strength of Yang Kai's soul was a bit more condensed, as if he was about to reach the Emperor Realm. But this still didn't have much meaning. If he didn't cross the threshold of the Emperor Realm, then there would always be a difference between heaven and earth. He felt that under his pressure, Yang Kai would not even be able to move a finger. But when Yang Kai really moved, he was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. It was as if he wasn't affected by his pressure at all. Banqing was a little surprised by this discovery, and he was also a little angry from embarrassment. With a cold snort, he stood where he was and did not move an inch. Instead, he released all of his pressure, which completely enveloped Yang Kai. Ugh! Halfway through, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His body suddenly stopped. At that moment, he felt as if the space around him had solidified. This greatly hindered his movements. "Your courage is commendable, but it's extremely stupid." Banqing looked coldly at Yang Kai, his eyes full of disdain. "Master, is it really okay for you to look down on me like this?" Yang Kai roared, his spiritual energy bursting out, igniting a layer of raging flames around his body. The flames burned and danced. It made Yang Kai look like a man on fire. The surrounding temperature also seemed to rise by a lot. The lush trees even withered in the blink of an eye, and the ground was scorched. Conflagrated divine sense. Ban Qing's pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. Mutated divine sense was extremely rare no matter where it was, but it could not be denied that it was extremely powerful. This was especially true for the fire attribute divine sense, which was known for its tyrannical and destructive power. Ka-cha-cha. A series of cracking sounds came from the surrounding space. This was the sound of Ban Qing's pressure being shattered from the Emperor realm. As soon as Yang Kai released his conflagrated divine sense, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. He turned into a streak of flames and pounced in front of Ban Qing. He clenched his hand into a fist, which was surrounded by raging flames, and smashed down. No wonder you're so arrogant, so you do have some ability. Facing this terrifying attack, Ban Qing did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he calmly commented before tapping his foot and retreating. With this retreat, he seemed to cross the barrier of space. When he reappeared, he was already more than 30 meters away from Yang Kai. That ferocious punch instantly hit nothing but air. At the same level of cultivation, there are probably very few people in this world who can be your match, but... Ban Qing coldly smiled. This king is from the Emperor realm. Are you still dreaming? When he roared out that last word, the already heavy pressure suddenly increased by several degrees. The flames on Yang Kai's body instantly flickered wildly, and his body sank as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. Under the immense pressure, Yang Kai roared and endured the pain from all over his body. His body swayed, and he once again charged in front of Ban Qing despite the restraints of the pressure. Brat, do you want to die? Ban Qing revealed a grave expression for the first time as he roared. This was because Yang Kai did not care about the pressure on his body and forcefully broke through under Ban Qing's pressure. This was actually very damaging to his body, and the slightest carelessness could result in the destruction of his soul. However, Yang Kai did not seem to care at all, nor was he worried about such an outcome. He looked like he was going to trade his life for Ban Qing's. Ban Qing had never met such a person before. To describe such a person, there was only one word that was most appropriate: a fugitive. Since you can't see reality clearly, then this king will let you see it clearly. Ban Qing was enraged and pushed his hand forward. Vigorous energy burst forth from his palm, creating a wave of energy that engulfed Yang Kai. Thump thump thump. Yang Kai's figure rapidly retreated as he continuously groaned in pain. The flames on his body also dimmed significantly. Yang Kai had clearly been injured by this attack. As an Emperor Realm Master, the moment he made a move, it would be extraordinary. However, with the soul-warming lotus as a foundation, Yang Kai did not have much to worry about. If it was anyone else who had suffered such injuries, they would have already thought of retreating and would only think of quickly finding a place to heal. However, Yang Kai did not need to. As long as his soul was not shattered or destroyed, the soul-warming lotus could be repaired with time. He had the capital to be crazy. Yang Kai's body staggered, and his expression dimmed. Before he could regain his balance, Ban Qing suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Immediately after, his voice sounded from Yang Kai's side, his tone indifferent. Now, you should understand, right? It had to be said. Ban Qing was indeed very skilled at concealment and assassination. His attack came without warning and was simply impossible to guard against. From the moment he disappeared to the next attack, there was no gap in time at all. In his hand was still that dagger condensed from spiritual energy. This attack of his was aimed directly at the center of Yang Kai's chest. It was exactly the same method he had used to deal with the middle-aged man. But at this moment, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a subtle arc. In the next instant, a purple light flashed and a light curtain inexplicably appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body, forming a light shield that enveloped him. Asterisk ding, asterisk a crisp sound rang out. Ban Qing's attack hit the purple sun profound light shield. This light shield formed from a Dao source-grade low-rank soul-protecting artifact could not withstand this terrifying attack and shattered at the point of contact. In the blink of an eye, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. Ban Qing had broken the purple sun profound light shield's defense with just a casual move. The spirituality of this soul-type artifact had been greatly damaged. If he wanted to use it again, Yang Kai would have to continuously nourish and repair it with his spiritual energy. However, this was already enough. What the hell is this? Ban Qing was stunned. He was one of the 4 vice-commanders of Divine Ascension Country. However, he had never seen anything like a soul-type artifact in his life. So, after destroying Yang Kai's Purple Sun Profound Light Shield, his first reaction was to feel that something was wrong. Before he could figure it out, the world suddenly buzzed. Accompanied by this buzzing sound, Ban Qing inexplicably felt his soul tremble. This kind of trembling and fear came from his own instincts. It was an innate reaction when facing an unstoppable danger. Ban Qing couldn't help but widen his eyes and stare at Yang Kai's hand. He discovered that a saber had appeared in Yang Kai's hand at some unknown time. It looked like an extremely ordinary saber. Its shape was neither ostentatious nor exaggerated. It seemed to be everywhere, but it was this saber that caused Ban Qing to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. The faint buzzing sound coming from the saber was like a soul-stirring rune that terrified Ban Qing to the extreme. The halo circulating around the saber seemed to be able to devour his soul and make him fall into an eternal abyss. Ban Qing immediately felt that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, it was already too late. The surrounding space suddenly froze at this moment. The power of the law of space. Although Yang Kai had entered this place as a soul avatar without a physical body and couldn't use ordinary secret treasures or secret techniques, he could still use his comprehension and control of the law of space. However, he couldn't use secret techniques like Moonblade and Banish because these secret techniques required the support of source chi and spiritual energy. Neither could be missing. This was something he had already verified in his previous battles with the demonic beasts. This was because these secret techniques not only required the use of the law of space, but also the use of the physical body as a foundation and source of power. With the addition of the law of space, even though Ban Qing was a powerhouse of the Emperor realm, his movements still paused. At this moment, Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and slashed down with his saber. I don't know if you've noticed, Master, but you especially like to attack from your opponent's right side and attack their chest. Is this a habit, or do you want to show off your strength, Master? Yang Kai's words sounded in Ban Qing's ears, full of ridicule. However, how could Ban Qing be in the mood to pay attention to this? When the saber slashed down from the bottom, he actually heard the call of death. An aura that made him tremble with fear rushed towards him. Profound Dragon Seal. Ban Qing roared, and the power of his divine sense suddenly surged. In the next moment, a thick barrier of light appeared in front of him. This was clearly a soul secret technique, and it was quite powerful. Because the cultivator in the Divine Ascension mirror world didn't have any secret treasures or physical bodies, they could only strengthen their souls and cultivate soul secret techniques if they wanted to increase their strength. It was also for this reason that the cultivator's mastery of soul secret techniques in this world had reached perfection. It wasn't something a cultivator from the star boundary could compare to. Profound Dragon Seal was a defensive secret technique that Ban Qing had comprehended on his own and was the culmination of a lifetime of cultivation. Ever since he had broken through to the Emperor realm, he had only used this secret technique 3 times, and each time, his opponent had been a master from the Emperor realm. But today, in front of Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, he had no choice but to use it again. Because he could feel that if he didn't use this secret technique, he would definitely die. This feeling was baseless, but Ban Qing firmly believed it. Dragon shadows appeared, entangling and intertwining, condensing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a square shield-like protective light screen appeared. On it, a few lifelike images of real dragons could be faintly seen. After using this move, Ban Qing's heart calmed down slightly, and the feeling of fear and trepidation in his heart finally subsided. However, the Profound Dragon Seal, which could defend against a full-powered attack from a master from the Emperor realm, was like a piece of tofu in front of the sharp weapon in Yang Kai's hand. Without a sound, the solid barrier was cut in half, and the blade went straight for Ban Qing's chest without any hindrance. If this attack landed, even someone as strong as Ban Qing would be cut in half by the strange attack power of this blade. Ban Qing's expression changed drastically, and he no longer dared to hesitate. He pushed his spiritual energy and retreated with all his strength. Chi. A soft sound rang out as Ban Qing forcibly broke free from the constraints of space principles and narrowly avoided this fatal blow. However, there was a wound about 2 feet long on his chest and abdomen. this wound started from his abdomen. It extended diagonally all the way to his shoulder, almost cutting off his arm. There was no blood flowing out of the wound, and there were no signs of flesh being torn apart. There wasn't even any bone, but pure spiritual energy flowed out of the wound and dissipated into the world. What a pity. Xianxia looked at him. He grumbled unwillingly. Earlier, he had recklessly charged in front of Banqing twice in order to lure him into lowering his guard and then find an opportunity to deal him a fatal blow. Although the plan had been successful, Xianxia's two reckless actions had undoubtedly caused Banqing to underestimate his abilities. Thus, he had directly approached Xianxia, giving Xianxia a chance to counterattack. However, the Emperor realm was the Emperor realm. In the face of fatal danger, his reaction speed was abnormally fast. He was able to dodge such a sudden attack at such a close distance. Not far away, Banqing was heavily injured. His eyeballs trembled violently. His expression also changed a few times. He stared at the saber in Xianxia's hand and shouted, "What the hell is this?" "Soul cutter." Xianxia flung the long saber in his hand and pointed it at Banqing from afar. He smiled nastily and said, "Don't hurt the flesh, only the soul." In this trip to the Divine Ascension Mirror World, apart from his soul avatar, Xianxia had only brought 3 things with him. The first was the Purple Sun Profound Light Shield that Gao Shueting had given him. The second was the 7-colored soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea. The third was this soul cutter. This was the Insect Emperor's possession. Back on Shadowed Star, the Insect Emperor had wreaked havoc throughout the world, so Xianxia had killed him and obtained the Insect Enslavement Bracelet and the Soul Cutter. The Insect Enslavement Bracelet had a special effect on all kinds of insects. Xianxia had used the Insect Enslavement Bracelet to escape death several times. As for the Soul Cutter, he had never used it before. He didn't even know that this thing was a soul-type artifact. That was why when he first entered this world and checked his body, he was shocked to find the Soul Cutter. Even though he had never refined this Emperor artifact before, he still couldn't deny how powerful it was to the soul. With the Soul Cutter in hand, Xianxia had been able to severely injure a master like Banqing with a single blow. If he could refine it a little, in this special world of the Divine Ascension Mirror, it would be a piece of cake for him to take Banqing's life. Learning from his mistakes, Xianxia secretly made up his mind that after returning from this trip, he would find an opportunity to refine the Emperor artifacts on his body. He hadn't refined them before because he wasn't strong enough, but now that he had reached the Dao Source Realm, his divine sense was comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator, so refining them shouldn't be a problem for him. Whether it was the Soul Cutter or the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, they would both be very useful in certain special situations. Damn it! Banqing gritted his teeth and shouted. Although he didn't understand what Xianxia meant by not harming his flesh, he clearly understood the threat that the Soul Cutter posed to him from that blow just now. It was definitely a fatal threat. Banqing was now seriously injured while Xianxia was completely unscathed. Coupled with the fact that Xianxia seemed to know some strange divine technique, Banqing already had thoughts of retreating. Although it would be a bit shameful for an Emperor Realm Master to be scared away by a Dao Source Realm cultivator, Banqing didn't care about that at this moment. Saving his life was the most important thing, not losing face or anything else. Furthermore, Banqing's secret arts and secret techniques were all used in conjunction with concealment and assassination. Generally speaking, those who cultivated this kind of secret art and divine technique were usually very cautious, but to put it bluntly, they were as cowardly as mice. They would always retreat thousands of kilometers away after failing to kill their target. They would never get entangled with their enemy because in a direct confrontation, their strength would be greatly reduced. If the person standing in front of Xianxia at this moment was a master like Lian Yan, even if he was caught off guard by Xianxia, he wouldn't have immediately retreated. How could the absolute disparity in strength be made up for by a little injury? In short, after Banqing said those words, his figure flickered as he wanted to retreat first and plan his next move. But right at that moment, he suddenly lost track of Xianxia's whereabouts. A moment ago, that Dao Source Realm brat was still standing not too far away from him, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had disappeared. What? Banqing was shocked. He was a master who was extremely skilled in concealment techniques, but at this moment, he discovered that there was always someone better than him in this world. Xianxia's sudden disappearance was undoubtedly much more advanced than his own. It was a space divine technique that truly ignored the obstruction of space. He hurriedly released his divine sense, trying to find Xianxia's location, but immediately afterwards, a cold wind blew from behind his head. This cold wind seemed to have come from the depths of hell and seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. Ban Qing's eyes widened as he realized where his enemy was. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly turned around while pushing out his spiritual energy, transforming it into a pure attack visible to the naked eye, to meet the attack behind him. Kong, with a violent collision of energy, Xianxia was sent flying by this blow. His body flashed wildly in midair while Ban Qing remained motionless. In the end, there was an absolute disparity in their realms. Even though Xianxia had used his space secret technique to launch a sneak attack, he still couldn't achieve the desired result. It seemed that if Ban Qing hadn't been too careless just now and didn't understand the existence of soul-type artifacts, he wouldn't have been injured by Xianxia's attack. If he had been a little more aware of the power of the soul-splitting saber and had been a little more vigilant, Xianxia wouldn't have succeeded. Huh. Xianxia landed on the ground and let out a muffled roar as his expression changed several times. This kind of impact to his soul was simply unbearable. This kind of pain was thousands of times more unbearable than physical pain. His soul felt like it was about to be torn apart, and there was no way to suppress it. There was no other way but to endure it. However, Xianxia was smiling. Because his method had worked again. ****, a strange sound rang out. Ban Qing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized where this sound was coming from. He quickly lowered his head and saw that the wound on his body was covered in a dense layer of pitch-black dots. Upon closer inspection, Ban Qing's scalp went numb. This was because these pitch-black dots were actually tiny insects. There were countless of them and they were densely packed together. No one would be able to endure having these insects crawling all over their body. What terrified Ban Qing the most was that these tiny insects were actually drilling into his body through the wound. One after another, more than half of them had drilled into his body in the blink of an eye. Ban Qing's face completely paled. With his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could naturally feel that these insects were feeding on his energy after drilling into his body and were wantonly devouring it. His energy was continuously draining away. What is this? Ban Qing couldn't help but stumble back a few steps. He looked down at his body and shouted in fear, "What is this now?" Ever since he met Xianxia, he had already asked this question several times. For a cultivator who was born and raised in the Divine Ascension mirror world, there were too many things that he didn't understand about the methods Xianxia had used today. Most importantly, even though Ban Qing didn't recognize the soul-devouring insects, he felt an instinctive fear when he saw them. This fear was buried deep within his soul and was innate. It was like a frog encountering a snake or a rabbit encountering an eagle. As he roared, Ban Qing's body shook and an invisible aura enveloped him. The soul-devouring demon insects that hadn't been able to drill into his body were sent flying by this attack. However, the pure spiritual energy flowing out of Ban Qing's wound was simply the most delicious food for the soul-devouring insects, so how could they let it go? Without waiting for Xianxia's orders, they gathered together again and turned into a cloud of insects that enveloped Ban Qing. A scene that caused Ban Qing to despair appeared. His protective aura in the Emperor realm was unable to obstruct these insects at all. They just lay outside the aura and continuously gnawed at it. It wasn't long before they gnawed a hole in the flawless aura and covered his body once again, drilling into his body through his wound. Saint insects. Ban Qing suddenly seemed to remember something and his expression changed drastically as he screamed in fear, "These are saint insects." As he screamed, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a miserable expression. Even when facing the soul-splitting saber, he hadn't felt so helpless, but when facing the soul-devouring insects, this powerhouse from the Emperor realm actually showed despair. The Divine Ascension world. According to ancient legends, there was a group of special insects on this land. These insects were the nemesis of all living creatures. No matter how strong one was or how high one's cultivation was, they were no match for these insects. Moreover, they could never be killed and would constantly devour the bodies of living creatures to grow stronger. These insects were called saint insects by the creatures of the divine ascension world. When the saint insects first appeared, there was no warning. No one knew where they came from, and no one cared because they were still very weak at the time. However, as time passed and they continued to devour and grow stronger, the terror of these saint insects gradually became known. Wherever they went, all living creatures would disappear. No one dared to approach their nests within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. In the ancient flowing time Great Emperor, there were countless masters in the divine ascension world, and third-order emperor realm. Masters could be found everywhere. When the saint insects became a disaster, these masters could no longer sit idly by. Thus, they joined forces and prepared to use all their strength to destroy these saint insects that were wreaking havoc on the world. No one knew what happened in that battle. However, it was also after that battle that all the masters in the divine ascension world disappeared, and so did the saint insects that caused people to tremble in fear at the mere mention of them. Some people guessed that those masters had perished together with the saint insects. Otherwise, how could this final result be explained? Others guessed that those masters had wiped out all the saint insects, changed their names, and fled far away into the mountains. Some even guessed that the saint insects had devoured all those masters and were evolving in some unknown place. If one day the saint insects reappeared, it would definitely be the end of the world. These were all just rumors, and no one had ever believed them. No one had ever seen the so-called saint insects, let alone know what they looked like. Almost no one took the so-called saint insects seriously. However, today, Banqing understood that these rumors were not fabricated. There really were saint insects that made people despair. These tiny insects were just as the rumor said, feeding on the energy of living creatures. They could not be killed or destroyed, and could only be watched as they slowly grew stronger. Then, they would sweep through the world and turn it into a scorched earth. When these ancient rumors suddenly appeared before his eyes, Banqing completely lost the will to fight with Xianxia. He couldn't understand it at all. Xianxia was just a Tao Source Realm cultivator, so how could he command these saint insects to fight for him? Wasn't he afraid that these saint bugs would devour it until not even its bones were left? Miserable howls and roars rang out. Banqing struggled in pain, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was facing unbearable torture. When those soul-devouring worms were rampaging in his body. As Banqing devoured his divine soul, he experienced the terror and despair of having his divine soul slowly eaten away. As if he had gone mad, he wantonly unleashed his power. All kinds of marvelous soul-secret techniques Xianxia had never seen before were released from his hands. The surrounding space became unstable. Xianxia hurriedly dodged and looked at Banqing from afar. He didn't expect that this expert from the Emperor realm would go crazy after shouting. Could it be that the soul-devouring insects have something to do with this world? Otherwise, why would he say it's a saint insect? Xianxia frowned and thought hard. He couldn't figure it out. However, the current situation was what he wanted to see the most. He had used the soul-splitting saber to launch a sneak attack, used Banqing's blind spot, and then used the soul-devouring worms. Although they were all successful, if this expert from the Emperor realm insisted on escaping, Xianxia really didn't have any way to stop him. His space principles might not be able to restrain the movements of a cultivator from the Emperor realm. Once Banqing escaped and leaked information about him to others, Xianxia's advantage would be gone. At this moment, Banqing seemed to have gone mad and was in a state of helplessness and despair. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to be walking towards the end of his life. Xianxia was delighted to see this. In the end, Banqing was still a master from the Emperor realm. Even if he had gone mad and acted without order, the soul-devouring worms wouldn't be able to devour him completely in a short time. Xianxia didn't provoke him either. He just watched him from afar, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. And as time passed, Banqing's aura grew weaker and weaker. From the Emperor realm, he fell to the Tao Source realm, then the Origin King realm, then the Origin Returning realm. After a full hour, Banqing suddenly stopped and stood there motionless. Immediately after, with a bang, Banqing's entire body exploded, turning into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated into the world. The Emperor Realm Master had fallen. And at the location where he disappeared, a cloud of insects rolled, wriggled, and flew up and down. After devouring all the energy of a master from the Emperor realm, the soul-devouring worms seemed to have improved greatly. Xianxia found that their aura had clearly become much denser. He released his divine sense, wanting to take back these soul-devouring worms, but what made him feel uneasy was that these soul-devouring worms ignored his orders and seemed to want to leave this place instead. Xianxia became anxious. Although the soul-devouring worms hadn't been of much use to him over the years, after this trip, they would undoubtedly grow and become one of his trump cards. And if he lost control of the soul-devouring worms at this time, he would lose one of his trump cards in the upcoming world experience. What's more, this was the divine ascension world. If he allowed existences like the soul-devouring worms to wander freely in this world, Xianxia didn't dare to imagine what would happen in the end. In the outside world, there might be other ways to deal with the soul-devouring worms, but here, all living beings were spiritual energy, so they were simply food for the soul-devouring worms. They would continue to grow stronger and stronger until they eventually swallowed the entire world. So, no matter what, Xianxia didn't dare to leave the soul-devouring worms here. He had noticed earlier that the soul-devouring worms were showing signs of resistance to his orders, and this resistance was becoming more and more obvious as they grew. But now, they were completely ignoring him. Xianxia was naturally anxious and angry. He constantly urged his divine sense to transmit messages to the soul-devouring worms, but to no avail. Left with no choice, Xianxia could only urge the power of the soul-warming lotus in his body. In an instant, a 7-colored light bloomed and radiated in all directions. And this trick worked. Perhaps it was because the soul-devouring worms had always lived on the soul-warming lotus and had long regarded the soul-warming lotus as their home, so when the 7-colored light bloomed, they buzzed and turned into a cloud of insects that flew back to Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but exhale, flicking his sleeve and collecting them. Standing in place, Xianxia furrowed his brow and silently sensed the movements of the soul-devouring worms. Strangely enough, after being collected, the soul-devouring worms suddenly quieted down, no longer as unruly as before. However, this made Xianxia realize a problem. He really had to hurry and refine the insect enslavement bracelet. Otherwise, when the soul-devouring worms grew stronger, he would lose the means to enslave them. The insect enslavement bracelet was an artifact of the insect emperor that could subdue all exotic insects in the world, so it was naturally the best tool to enslave the soul-devouring worms. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, it didn't have much of an effect on Xianxia's growth, because the reason he won this battle so easily was all because of the power of the Emperor artifact and the soul-devouring worms. Xianxia himself didn't contribute much. Speaking of which, Ban Qing could be considered the first person from the Emperor realm he had killed. Even though Ban Qing didn't have a physical body and only had a soul body, it still wasn't easy to kill him. In the outside world, Xianxia definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Ban Qing had used the divine technique of assassination right from the start, he might not even have had a chance to resist. Fortunately, Ban Qing's orders were to capture him alive, so he gave Xianxia such a chance. Xianxia let out a light breath and frowned as he pondered for a moment, not knowing what to do now. According to Ban Qing, the periphery of the Heavenly Monster Mountains had been sealed off, and many cultivators were under Zhou Dian's command to capture the so-called Star of Calamity. He definitely couldn't leave the Heavenly Monster Mountains now, and staying here wasn't a solution either. It seemed that he could only continue to go deeper and hope to escape this calamity. Thinking of this, Xianxia secretly made up his mind. Looking around, Xianxia's gaze landed on the unconscious middle-aged man on the ground. He didn't know what Ban Qing had done to this guy, but he still showed no signs of waking up. Xianxia wasn't related to him, nor did he have any enmity with him, so he naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He left him here to fend for himself. Xianxia continued to search, and his gaze quickly settled in a certain direction. He grinned and waved in that direction. Behind a tree, the purple squirrel peeked its head out to look around, its small eyes full of intelligence. After confirming that it was safe, it tiptoed out and slowly came in front of Xianxia. It looked at him with concern, as if asking if he was injured. Xianxia smiled and bent down to pick it up. He placed it on his shoulder, identified the direction, and then rushed into the depths of the Heavenly Monster Mountains. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Heavenly Monster Mountains, in a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. This valley was incomparably large and filled with fog. The people who lived nearby all called it Fog Valley. The fog that filled the valley didn't dissipate all year round and was extremely dense. Once one entered, they wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of their face. It was extremely strange. Although this fog was harmless to living beings, it seemed that once one entered, they would completely lose their sense of direction. From time to time, there would be bold people who wanted to explore Fog Valley, wanting to know what secrets were hidden inside and what mysteries there were. However, no matter how high or low one's cultivation was, as long as one entered Fog Valley, they would lose their sense of direction and become lost within. No one had ever found a way out. However, no one had ever been completely trapped inside. This was because whenever these people were trapped to the point of despair, an invisible force would send them out. No one knew what that power was, but when it came, the trapped people found that they had left the Misty Valley and were outside the valley. Some people guessed that there was a hidden expert in the Misty Valley who had concealed his identity. The thick fog that pervaded the valley was created by this expert using a shocking method. His purpose was to prevent others from disturbing his life. Although this master's cultivation was heaven-defying, he was kind and benevolent, so as long as someone was trapped in Misty Valley, he would lend a helping hand, unwilling to commit murder. Of course, this was just the speculation of the people living nearby. As for what was inside Misty Valley, no one knew. At this moment, at the center of Misty Valley, there was a piece of land that covered an area of about 1 mu that was not covered by the thick fog. This was the only place in Misty Valley where one could see. Within this 1 mu of land, there were more than 20 tombs of different sizes, each as tall as a person. These tombs were scattered all over this 1 mu of land, and in front of each tomb, there was a wooden tablet with different names engraved on it. Judging from the method and handwriting, these wooden tablets were obviously made by the same person. In the divine ascension world, any living being that died would turn into energy and dissipate into the world, so there would be no corpse left behind. These tombs were naturally empty, but there were still people who set up tombstones for them, obviously to commemorate and remember them. If one looked closely at the names on these wooden tablets, they would find that any one of these names belonged to a famous master in the divine ascension world. Of course. That was a long time ago. Now, these masters had long disappeared, and the world did not know whether they were dead or alive, but they had long since passed away. If people knew that the tablets of these masters' masters were all gathered in this place, it would likely shake the world. Inside Misty Valley, it was quiet, as if there was nothing but these tombs. About 30 meters away from these tombs, there was a strange scene. There was a simple wooden house. Inside the wooden house, an old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. This old man looked old, but his complexion was bright. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and was extremely extraordinary. On the surface, this old man did not have the slightest trace of cultivation, nor did he have any energy fluctuations. He was like an ordinary person. But every time he inhaled and exhaled, he could stir up the power of heaven and earth. This person's cultivation had obviously reached the peak of perfection, reaching the legendary state of unity of man and nature. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes. Divine light overflowed from his eyes. The sun, moon, and stars were vaguely visible. The 10,000 beasts moved quickly, disappearing in a flash. His figure didn't move, but with a slight sway, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the old man had already arrived at a certain part of the Misty Valley. He waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a violent wind blew, blowing away the thick fog in front of him. It was a bizarre pitch-black altar with an inexplicable formation. He suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man stared at the altar with a solemn expression and listened attentively. Buzz. A soft, almost imperceptible sound suddenly came from inside the altar. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He didn't seem to dare to believe what he had heard. He verified it again, but the result was still the same. His expression suddenly became unsightly, faintly revealing a sense of sorrow. He suddenly looked at the altar and muttered to himself, "So many years have passed. You've awakened again." It was as if he was talking to an old friend. "What kind of power awakened you?" As the old man spoke, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. After staring for a moment, his figure flickered and disappeared. After a short while, a rainbow light streaked across the sky, rushed out of Misty Valley, and rushed toward Heavenly Monster Mountain. In the depths of Heavenly Monster Mountain, Yang Kai's figure froze in place as he coldly looked around. He had left the place where he had fought Ban Qing and headed deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain, wanting to hide in a safe place. However, he had not been able to do so. From time to time, people would find him. Although these people were not as strong as Ban Qing and could not pose any threat to Yang Kai, his soul-devouring insects and soul-severing saber killing them all. However, this annoyance still made Yang Kai extremely vigilant. He thought that he was already very careful, but his whereabouts were still constantly exposed. It was as if those people knew where he was. This made him suspect that he had been tampered with, which was why those people kept chasing after him. However, when he examined himself, he could not find anything. What's more, among the people he had met, only Ban Qing had this ability. No one else could have done this. If it was really Ban Qing, then when did he do it? No matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he could only speculate that Ban Qing had done something to him when he was fighting against him. And this method that he didn't know about was the source of those people's attention. Thinking of this, he could no longer care about the dangers and could only head deeper into Heavenly Monster Mountain. However, half a day later, he was blocked by two monster beasts. These two monster beasts were no ordinary monster beast. When Yang Kai released his divine sense, he sensed that they had the aura of rank 12. In other words, these two monster beasts had cultivations comparable to those in the Emperor realm. Just Ban Qing alone had made him suffer a lot. Now that two monster beasts with similar strength to Ban Qing had appeared, Yang Kai could not help but complain incessantly. When Gao Shueting said that there were many existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain that even she did not dare to provoke, she was clearly not exaggerating and was speaking the truth. There really were many high-level existences in Heavenly Monster Mountain. It was just that Yang Kai had been moving around in the outer regions and had not encountered them. Each of these two monster beasts was extraordinarily handsome. The one on the left was shaped like an ape, with broad shoulders and unusually long arms. Its thick fur was like steel needles, and it stared at Yang Kai with a pair of eyes larger than a baby's fist, its nostrils puffing out hot air as it stared at Yang Kai with an extremely malicious look on its face. The one on the right was a divine deer that was completely white and flawless, as if it was made of white jade. There was not a trace of impurities on its body, and it looked extremely mysterious. There was even a faint halo that appeared on the surface of its body, causing people to feel a sense of dizziness when they looked at it. The two short antlers on its forehead were like the finishing touch of a dragon, adding a trace of beauty to it. These two monster beasts were clearly of different species, but they were able to coexist peacefully. Moreover, they immediately rushed in front of Yang Kai and blocked his path. While Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder, he also felt a mountainous pressure. A rank 12 monster beast had a very high chance of developing its own intelligence. In other words, a monster beast that had reached this level of strength had already gotten rid of its animal instincts and could think and see like a human. Of course, there were also some special monster beasts that, no matter how strong they were, would always maintain their animal instincts and not develop their own intelligence. Yang Kai didn't know whether or not these two monster beasts had developed their own intelligence, but he hoped that they would. Otherwise, he could only flee at the sight of them. When these two monster beasts appeared, the purple squirrel was greatly frightened and crawled behind Yang Kai to hide. It was only a rank 9 monster beast, so it would naturally be suppressed by a rank 12 monster beast. While they were confronting each other, the ape-like monster beast suddenly snorted heavily from its nostrils, accompanied by a visible wave of hot air. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of a few dozen kilometers plummeted. Yang Kai's heart also sank, and he instinctively circulated the strength in his body. "Have you played enough?" the ape suddenly spoke in human language. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood that the monster beast in front of him had already developed its own intelligence, and its intelligence was extremely high. If that was the case, he would have a chance to negotiate with the other party. When he thought of this, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "This Senior." The other party was a monster beast, so calling it senior seemed a little inappropriate, but Yang Kai really couldn't think of any other way to address it, so he could only put up with it. But before he could finish speaking, the ape coldly glared at him, and the pressure of the emperor realm descended from the sky, directly pressing down on Xianxia's body. The ape coldly snorted and said, "Shut up." Xianxia was speechless, and he didn't know what the ape meant. Now that he thought about it, the ape's previous question was also baffling. At this moment, the deer god on the right suddenly made its move. Another gentle force diffused from the deer god, dispersing the pressure of the ape's emperor realm on Xianxia. At the same time, the deer god's body suddenly bloomed with light, and after a series of distortions, it suddenly turned into a beautiful woman with a tall figure, snow-white skin, and a beauty that could turn all living things upside down, wearing a snow-white dress. The woman she manifested looked to be in her early 20s, and her beauty was not enchanting, charming, or dignified, but pure and holy. It was a holiness that transcended the 5 elements and transcended the heavens and earth. Untainted by dust, untainted by foreign things, she was like a fairy who descended from the heavens, untainted by the mortal world. "Yuan Fei, be careful, what if you hurt the young master?" After transforming into her human form, the deer god glared at the ape and said somewhat reproachfully, "Humph, he deserves it if he gets hurt." When the monster beast, who was replaced by Yuan Fei, answered, the thick hair on its body quickly converging inward, and at the same time, its whole body stood upright. At the same time it stood up, its body underwent a miraculous transformation. When it stood up completely, it had already turned into a middle-aged man around 40 years old with a baleful look on his face. He wore a simple set of clothes. Compared to the deer god, his human form was simply weak, without the slightest sense of beauty, but it was undeniable that this method was very simple and very practical. The 2 monster beasts turned into human form at the same time, but Xianxia was not very surprised. He just looked at them suspiciously and said, "Young master?" At this moment, he seemed to understand something. End of chapter 22-24. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.